Hello and welcome into the stream. For everybody that is tuning in over on YouTube, it's good to see you, as well as everybody that is just tuning in over on TikTok, because we just started the stream over there. Thank you so much for being here with us for the day. If you haven't been here before, let me go ahead and break it down to you and tell you what we do here. We debate Trump supporters, right? So we try to change the minds of American adults who I believe, quite frankly, have found themselves on the wrong side of history because of misinformation, literal propaganda, and in some cases, a little bit of evilness or prejudice. But anyways, that's what we do here, as well as, if you're watching from home and you're a liberal, another point of the streams that we do here is to better equip you with really good information, knowledge, and talking points that you could hopefully take, turn around, and use to convince the Trump supporters that are in your life to change their mind too. Now, for the last 209 days, we've been essentially doing the same thing every day, asking the question that's above my head on TikTok. Obviously, you're not going to see this overlay on YouTube, but it says, how do you still support Trump? Obviously meaning supporting him as president. Now, I want to start kind of switching it up a little bit. So today we're going to do a soft launch on a slightly new idea. Now, it's not too much different than what we already do. So, if you're like overtly excited because you think, oh my gosh, Dean is just going to be completely changing his content. Unfortunately not. Okay, it's pretty much the same. But basically, what I want to start trying out here is, instead of asking the same one question, how do you still support Trump as president? Kind of like how Jubilee will do their Surrounded episodes, start switching that out with like a new prompt every like hour or two every day, and like cycle different ideas. Like for instance, right now before I went live, we got a couple overlays over on the TikTok stream, which is where we get people up. One of them says, let's see here, Trump is terrible for America. Another one of them says, undocumented immigrants are better for America than Trump. Another one says Trump is a threat to America. And then the last one says Trump is an authoritarian. And as more ideas come to me, we'll try to like start switching those out. So, if you have absolutely like any good ideas, for like really cool prompts that we could run and talk about to run our debates here on TikTok and on YouTube, feel free to let me know in that comment section, through a donation, in the Discord, Instagram, so on and so forth. But I'm going to go ahead and thank a handful of people for, the very first donations of the stream, and then we're going to hop into the debates. But real quick, I want to thank Motorola. Thank you for the 50 RON over on Super Chat. RON says, hi, Dean. I hope you do an ASMR relaxing for Trump supporters that get mad. I love you. Yeah, we're going to have to bring back the 777 hertz ASMR relaxing music, right? As well as Carter. Congratulations, man. And thank you so much for the $5. And Libby, thank you for joining the Dean Team Dream Team channel team. Whoa, that's a tongue twister over on YouTube. All right, guys. So let's go ahead and hop into the debates for the day. I think for the afternoon, which one do we want to start with? I think that, let's kind of start a little bit simple. We're going to start with this. Trump is an authoritarian, okay? So if you're watching over on TikTok and you disagree, right, with me here, right, you don't think Trump is an authoritarian, I want you to go ahead and hop in that queue. We're going to have a debate. It's going to be great. And once again, please only join. Oh, I got to sneeze. Oh, it's going to come. Oh, that sounded terrible. Ignore that. And now it's gone. Okay, the sneeze is gone. Only join the queue if you disagree with a prompt, meaning that you don't think Donald Trump is an authoritarian. And if you are, guys, stop it. Okay, stop it. And if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. So we're only looking to talk to American adults that support Donald J. Trump as president, that disagree with the prompt here, that don't think he's an authoritarian. So let's go to get into that very first debate of the afternoon. Keep in mind, if you're breaking the rules and you find yourself in that queue and you don't disagree with that prompt, and you're not of age, you're not an American citizen, you're gonna get banned, right? But let's go to get into that very first debate of the day. Y'all just please make sure that we're following the rules. It would mean a whole lot to me. Yeah, we got that very first guest loading in right now. Okay, Kennedy, what's up? Do you support Trump? I actually didn't even have an opportunity to ask her. She literally left like right as she joined. Oh no. Shauna, thank you so much for the very first donation of the day over on Venmo with the $10. Shauna says, my show is on. My husband and I regularly shush each other when we're watching you so we could hear it all. Dude, shout out to you and your husband. Thank you so much for the love. Show some love to Shauna and Shauna's husband down below in that chat, as well as Christy. Thank you so much for the $5, and shout out to your daughter, Ava Christy. Brianna, thank you for the $1. Drake with the $1, and Mel, thank you for the $5. You guys are awesome. All right, let's go to get that next guest up here. Also, Mel with the $5 on PayPal actually made a really good topic recommendation, arguing or like more so saying Trump isn't a good Christian. That's actually a really good idea, Mel. What's up, David? Do you support Trump?
Do yeah.
Cool. How do you?
23.
You're 23, and what time is it?
5:27.
Okay. Well, the problem right now is Trump's an authoritarian. Uh, do you think that Trump is an authoritarian? I'm gonna go ahead and take a wild guess here and say no, since you support him
Uh,
as
n-
president.
no, I don't think so. Uh,
Okay. Well, here's my idea. I
Wait,
think
is the
that
audio is the Wi-Fi working? Sorry.
it's a little bit laggy, but you're good for now. So here's my thoughts. Okay. I think that
Hit me
Donald
off if
Trump,
it's not working. Sorry, I'm worried.
it's good enough for now. You're good. So here's my thoughts. I think that
Okay.
Donald Trump isn't like a president that wants to play by the rules. I think that he's a wannabe all powerful leader that makes the rules. Okay. So that's why I call him authoritarian, because he has no respect and a complete disregard, A, for law and order, B, for the Constitution, and C, for president that has been set forth in this country since the conception of the country when we rid ourselves of a king. Now, today we have Donald Trump calling himself a king, arguing that it's illegal to criticize him in the media. And in the last 8 months in office, he's launched an attack on the Constitution, violating the 14th Amendment, violating the First Amendment, calling for a termination of the 22nd Amendment, and completely disregarding the Second Amendment.
Oh, am I supposed to respond to this?
Yes, David, it's a debate.
Okay, sorry. Yeah. Um, well, I don't know exactly what you're referring to in all of those cases, but um, yeah, broadly, it's like he won with a large popular mandate. He really gets the people going. He has inspired a cult-like following. And I think a lot of the times that he makes these he makes these remarks that people like to report about in the press. It's like he's being funny, he's not being serious. He's a great comedian, he has a lot of charisma. He also recognizes that the media is unfairly biased against him, which is actually anti-democratic. And so resisting it to a certain extent is good. He bends but doesn't break a lot of the rules, and people are motivated by them. They're offended by him. They don't like him, and so they trump up charges. Uh, you have the kinds of things that you're going to cite. We can debate about the particulars if you want, but fundamentally, like basically, it's mostly exaggerated. He is in the spirit of democracy because he's an anti-elite figure. He's channeling like people actually think, even when they aren't always articulate about that. He's able to um, basically go against the elites. Maybe he's a little bit compromised now. He's a little bit vulgar. But like fundamentally, his heart's in the right place, and he's channeling a lot of energy in like a genuinely democratic direction.
Okay, sweet.
In a way that
Yeah,
like if you
dude,
contrast that with
he's
like
been channeling all of this energy in a genuinely democratic direction. Like, do you remember like how like he was channeling all of this energy in like a genuinely democratic, path, as you suggested, on January 6th of 2021, where he tried to rig and steal the election for Biden by sending fake slates of electors to seven of the key swing states that Biden had won, and he sent them with fake votes from those states, saying that he had won them, and then he directed those fake slates of electorates to actually send those fake votes saying that he won states he didn't back to Congress, and then he pressured Mike Pence into accepting them to literally overturn the outcome of the election. And then when we had Congress like indict him for this and begin to investigate him on this, his legal defense wasn't to deny that he tried to rig and steal the election from Biden, but it was literally to admit that he tried to rig and steal the election from Biden, but he was well within his authority to do so because Biden stole it first. I gotta say, that was an example of a genuinely democratic thing that he did, right?
yes, I'll defend that as genuinely democratic
How is
and
it
good.
genuinely democratic to attempt to overthrow a democratic election? What?
Well, he was channeling basically the spirit of the people. He's facing constant lawfare, attacks from the press that are unjust,
Wait, 1 second. The first thing that you said
and
there is that when
he's
he tried to like overturn the democratic election, he was channeling the spirit of the people. You were fundamentally wrong, sir. 81 million people
well, yeah,
voted
for the
against
same
him
reason that
to
martial
fire
law
him and to
in
kick him
support of
out. So he was
democracy,
actually not
when Lincoln
channeling the spirit of the
attacks the
people,
South,
because
it's
the
not
spirit of the
because
people, if you're going to listen to me for a moment, sir, the spirit of the people kicked him out of office. The spirit of the people told him he was fired. The spirit of the people elected Biden. And you're going to tell me that he was channeling the spirit of the people when he tried to nullify and void the voice and the vote of the majority of the people, both in the popular vote and in the electoral college? Are you
look
serious?
in a series of close elections, he's basically facing constant unfair opposition, attacks from the media and from lawfare.
You're
that are
not,
unwarranted.
you're not responding to what I'm saying here. You're just reading off of a note card. See, talking about the lawfare, talking about the unfair treatment in the media, isn't responding to my argument of demonstrating that Donald
there's
Trump isn't
elite
channeling
top-down
America
pressure.
in a democratic way. And a really good example of how he's absolutely doing the opposite of this was when he literally tried to overthrow and rig the outcome of a democratic election on the federal level in 2021. And what's your response to that?
No, he was
To
channeling the
completely ignore
spirit of
everything
democracy,
I'm
the ethos of
saying.
democracy.
And your response to that is to ignore everything that I'm saying, then to start talking about other things. Why is that?
Well, I believe in the spirit or the ethos of democracy, and that may or may not be reflected in like the particular vote counts.
Okay, well, I don't think that the ethos of a democracy would be channeled through the largest attack on our democracy since the Civil War.
No,
Internal attack.
it was an attempt to restore democracy,
How,
right?
so you're
That's the point. Is that
So explain to me how attempting to nullify the outcome of a democratic election, right, is restoring democracy.
well, it's democratic in the most facile sense, and actually, it's anti-democratic because there's immense top-down pressure from elites, people who aren't like ordinary Americans, who don't represent their interests, who are in bed with tech and money,
No, it was
um,
the ordinary
and
Americans that voted to fire Trump, and then it's Trump that attempted to nullify that
no, it's not
vote
ordinary
from the
Americans who
from the
control
ordinary
corporate finance.
Americans.
It's not ordinary Americans that control tech. It's not
But
ordinary Americans
we're
who
not talking about
basically
corporate
exert
finance.
all the.
We're not talking about tech. We're literally talking about the outcome of the
Those
2020
people control
election.
the media. They lie to the people. People at some intuitive, although inarticulate level, understand that they're being lied to, and in an inarticulate way, they resist they support Trump. Now,
The
maybe
big
the vote
lie
counts don't.
the big lie to do with the 2020 election was when Donald Trump tried to con and convince everybody that he had won it and Biden had stole it.
No, it's
I'm
like
so
fiction.
sorry
It's like
if you're concerned about the fiction, if you're concerned about the big lies. Well, I mean, let's start by evaluating, Donald Trump, who told over 30,000 confirmed lies during his first term, and the biggest lie that any sitting president has ever
I don't
told
trust
when
those
he
numbers,
denied
obviously.
the outcome of the 2020 election. But David, I'm going to be honest with you, man. You're just straight up not responding to what I'm saying. I'm going to go ahead and explain exactly what you're doing. And honestly, at this point, I think it's quite plausible that you're literally a troll. Why? Because you have decided to go to, I don't know, Google Docs, go to Word, write down bullet
No, man,
points. Trump,
I'm just
allow
talking,
me to
man. This is
finish.
just how I
Allow
talk.
me to finish speaking. You've decided to go to Google Docs, go to Word, and write down bullet points, right? And your bullet points contain Donald Trump channels the spirit of democracy. Donald Trump channels the ethos of democracy. Democrats lie in the media. Donald Trump defends democracy. And then when I'm like, hey man, right? I have like a really compelling example of Donald Trump doing the opposite, not channeling democracy, but attempting to overthrow it. That example being his fake electors plot of the 2020 election, where he literally tried to steal it from Biden. And instead of talking to me about the merits of Donald Trump's fake electors plot, instead of going into the nuances and the specifics of exactly how he tried to steal the election, such as I did with your response, you just completely ignored all. Then you go right back to that Google Words doc and you start reading the bullet points again. Donald Trump is totally channeling the ethos of democracy. So actually engage with me on like the substance that I'm trying to communicate to you. Talk to me about
Right.
my claim, which is that Donald Trump literally tried to rig and overthrow a Democratic election in 2020 when he tried to steal the vote from Biden.
Look, so I'm not disputing that there was a numerical loss, okay? And I'm not disputing that. Um, Sorry. And when I say it's fiction, I'm not alleging generically that what you're saying isn't true by calling it fiction. I'm saying that in the same way that fiction, isn't literally true, but communicates something deeper, encapsulates something deeper. The resistance in 2020, yeah, maybe he literally lost the election, but in a deeper way, he actually won the election. And like that's that more important, that deeper sense, that more fundamental sense. That's actually what's important for democracy. And so like just in the same way that it's good
David, you got to
to
be
stand up
trolling.
when your rights are violated.
David, you got to be trolling.
No, this is my genuine belief.
No, in what deeper way did he win the 2020 election?
Look, he's an authentic representation of what people actually believe. Although the most inarticulate, lowest status people in our society who aren't good with words, who can't represent themselves in the media, who aren't lawyers, who don't, who don't know people in the media and who don't live on the coast in sexy cities, these places, those kinds of people, they do have an intuitive sense of right and wrong. They do have a conscience. They have souls, and in virtue of that, they can see what's wrong with these policies. Now, maybe they're not, they're not Dean Withers. They're not debating people. They don't have their talking points. I don't have a
Okay.
Google Doc
So
open. It's
I
funny
just
that
want
you
to
think I do,
clarify
but
you, David. Your point is that Donald Trump lost the 2020 election, But in another sense, he won the 2020 election because Americans have souls.
Well, obviously, I won't accept that
Do,
characterization.
do you see how what you're saying literally
but I
makes
think
no
you
sense?
do see the logic of what I'm trying to get at, right?
No one sees the logic of what you're trying to get at. Literally no
Very
one.
funny.
No, I'm
No,
not trying to be funny. I'm trying to be honest. Dude, if you come up here, you spam random
No,
words,
I can
and you
see your
basically smear
micro-expression-
dog
your-
shit on the wall, like, obviously I'm not going to understand what you're saying. Obviously nobody that is watching is going to understand what you're saying.
No, weaponized misunderstanding. You know exactly what I mean.
You think
You're-
that I'm
you're a
weaponizing
rhetorician.
misunderstanding?
Absolutely, I certainly do. And you're smiling because you know it too.
Dude.
You
Okay,
know exactly what I'm
David,
saying. You could spit it back
check
to me if
this
you
out.
wanted to.
Okay, listen, I'm going to defeat your argument. Are you ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Try
I
your best.
want you to track my argument, and then I want you to tell me if you understand my argument, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so Donald Trump is an authoritarian because last Tuesday I ate Costa Vida for lunch. It was a great chicken taco, but then I left and my shoes were blue and I walked on the pavement and they kind of got muddy since it was raining and there's dirt on the ground. But simultaneously, Washington, D.C. in 2023, Biden passed an executive order and I quite liked it, but quite frankly, in the 80s, that's when Donald Trump was calling for the death penalty of the Central Park Five.
Are you reading something? Or is that just non sequitur?
So do you understand my argument here?
No, obviously my argument isn't like that.
Wait. I know I have a question.
No.
Listen. Do you understand my argument, or are you not understanding my argument? Which one?
No, there's nothing to understand. Unlike my argument, which is
you're
actually
saying
straightforward.
You're saying that you don't David, right now you are weaponizing a false sense
No, I
of
said-
misunderstanding. I could hear one moment.
I said
one
there's
moment.
nothing to understand.
One moment. I could hear the micro expressions in your voice right now. You obviously understand my position, and right now you are weaponizing a false sense of misunderstanding to attempt to like pivot around the argument that I gave you.
There's no way that you are catching everything that I'm saying in that respect and not catching the logic of the argument. Just, maybe you're filibustering, maybe you don't have exactly an idea of what to say, maybe you need time to think of it or have someone send you a response. Look, man, it's very straightforward. Yeah, there's a literal sense of democracy. That's not very significant.
I think David's trolling. We're gonna move on to the next guest. That honestly might be like the same troll from a while back, if you guys remember them. Like they're like a liberal that just likes to debate and have fun, so they come up here and troll.
Hello?
Oh, you're a kid. All right, guys. If you want to come up here and debate me about if you want to come up here and debate me about the prompt, if you want to come up here and debate me about why you support Trump, what I want you to do is I want you to hop in that queue, okay? But if you hop in that queue, I need to ensure that you are an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Trump and disagrees with the prompt. What's up, Justin? Are you MAGA? Nope, Justin's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Also, if you want to support me, you want to support the stream, and you want to support what we do here, you can find my Venmo as well as my PayPal in the link tree in my bio, as well as in the pin message over on the YouTube stream. Right now, we're going to get the next guest up here. What is going on? Are you MAGA? Hello, you have 5 seconds before I ban you. 5?
I mean, people don't actually still believe you're not being paid to be here, right?
So I'm not being paid to
Are
be here.
people really still buying this?
So why do you think I'm paid to be here? Let's
Oh
have
my
a,
God.
Let's
I'm
have,
not
a,
doing-
let's have a good faith conversation.
No, let's
about it.
not. Let's not. But we know, okay?
Okay,
We
how do you
know.
How do you know?
We just do. I'm not going to sit here and debate you. We know
Okay.
that you're full of it. You're paid by people to come up here.
Oh, paid by people? Oh, well,
How do you have a...
go ahead. I'm
Where'd
sorry
your
for that.
blue check mark come from, sir?
So I got my blue.
Where's your blue check mark come from?
I got my blue check mark from TikTok since I'm a notable public figure.
From where?
I'm a notable public.
You're a notable public figure where?
in
Where?
accordance
Where?
with TikTok
Where?
guidelines.
Where?
According
Where?
to TikTok.
Where? Where and how? Right.
I have close to 10
From
million
who?
followers. I have close to 10 million followers across all of my social media
Right.
platforms.
How though? How?
Because
How?
people like what I have to
Who
say.
are you even?
My name is Dean Withers.
No, who are you? No, you're a plant and you're not a very good one.
Okay.
Your hair is awful. They should put more money into you than AI.
They should put more money
You're
into
awful.
me.
We all know this though.
Wait, they should put more money into me?
But we all know this.
Wait, 1 second, Jessica.
We all know this.
You guys all just heard it first
We all
from
know
Jessica.
this.
Jessica
We all
thinks.
know this. We all know this.
Can I have 5 seconds?
We all know this. No, we all know this. We all know this.
Jack, thank you for the
give it
20.
up.
Thank you for the $20 on Venmo, Jack. Thank you, Jack. Could you thank Jack for the $20 that he just sent me on
Give it
Venmo?
Give it up.
Caleb, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. And Kelly, thank you for the 10. Show some love to Jack, Caleb, and Kelly. Double on that chat, everybody. So could you please show some love to Jack, Caleb, and Kelly? Oh, and Madeline, who just sent me $10 from the DNC over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Madeline. Holy shit. I mean, you said that they should like put more money into me than AI, right? So, I mean, you heard it here first, folks. You can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. And you can find it in the pin message on the YouTube stream.
The sad part is that when you get older, you're going to regret this.
I'm going to regret doing what? Fighting for the future of
being
this
on the
country?
internet doing this for people that no, it's sad because you're still young. Like you have a future. Your kids are going to see this one day, and it's sad.
And I hope
it's really sad. Just hit the vape. You don't have to hide it.
It's an anxiety.
Just hit the vape. You don't have to hide
Oscar,
it.
thank you so much for the
Just
$11 and the 11 cents on Venmo. Who says, Dean, your hair is lovely. Thank you for the love, Oscar. As well as Jeanette, thank you for the $5. No, listen, Jessica.
You don't have to hide it.
Okay. Can
You don't have to hit it.
Jessica?
I mean, you don't have to hide it.
Okay, what we're going to do together is a very quick breathing exercise. Are you ready?
No, we're not.
Yes.
No, we're not.
Yes,
we're not
we are.
going to do shit together anymore. I'm just going to let my gifts keep going up from your dumb ass. Thank you.
Jessica, with all due respect, you've literally made 30 cents. I don't think anyone cares.
Thank you. I don't really care.
Okay, check this
I don't
out.
really care about anything that you have to say. I'm just going to thank you guys. Thank you all for the gifts because you know he's phony.
Jessica?
You know he's phony, right?
Jessica,
You know he's phony.
I want you to take a breath in. And a deep breath out. I want you to focus on nothing but the sound of the 7,700 hertz. She laughed! Jessica! That was uncalled for, Jessica. See, I was trying to help you. I was trying to help. Okay? Me! I was trying to make your life better. Okay, Jessica? I was trying to help you calm down. You know, that cortisol, Jessica, let me tell you, it's bad for you, okay? It'll make your hair turn gray and your face turn wrinkly. In my scenario, it's made me lose my hair and now I'm on meds for it. Okay, listen, I was just trying to help because cortisol is deadly. And here I was playing the 777 hertz Tree of Nirvana calm rhythm music. And she rejected. You know what, Jessica, you're a demon. You're from Satan. Quite frankly, he sent you here to piss me off. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. Hop in that queue if you happen to support Trump as president. We're going to get you loaded up into the conversation right now. We got that next guest tuning in here. And while we're getting the next guest in, I want to see 500 Grandma Diane W's down below in that chat for the $50 over at Super Chat. Thank you, Diane. Thank you so much. There's a lot of noise here. Hi, Justin. Are you MAGA?
Yes and no.
Okay, well, that's a little bit of a contradiction. Let me ask you a clarifying question. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who would you vote for?
Everything I know now, probably Trump, because he was. Yes.
Aye, Captain.
There's some things
Listen,
I agree with him when.
Justin,
I agree.
before we hop into
Okay, go ahead.
Can you please go into a different room, mute the TV, or just get away from the background
I'm sorry.
noise?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Okay. While you're doing that, Justin, I'm going to put you on mute just because like it is seriously pretty loud. It's kind of too much. Unmute as soon as you're back. And while he's getting into a little bit more of a quiet place, once again, Grandma Diane, thank you so much for the $50 on Super Chat, as well as Coral. Thank you so much for the $50 as well on Super Chat. Coral says Jessica's the one who should be embarrassed. Dude, Jessica ran away. All right, she dipped. Thank you for the $50. Let's get 500 Coral W's, as well as Cal. Thank you so much for the $15 on YouTube, who says, she said that you should be paid more. Thank you for the $50, as well as Fumbling Faye. Thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat. And then Chop Suey, thank you for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Chop Suey. Shout out to you and your dad for watching the streams. Thank you so much. Show some love to our donors over on YouTube. Justin, okay, welcome back. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump as president.
I do and I don't. And the reason why is because I don't agree with everything he does. The reason why I kind of would have voted for him back in November is I don't think, how can I say this? I don't think Harris was ready. I think she was pushed in too soon. You know, I think it was Biden's fault for not stepping down sooner than he did, you know, so that's why I think he was kind of the lesser of the evils. There's some things I do agree with him in.
So you're just saying that
something.
Harris wasn't ready. So That's way too vague, my friend. That is way too vague. Could you be more specific? So, like, what's something that Donald Trump is better at as president than you think Kamala Harris would have been? Like, why do you think this country would be worse off today if Kamala Harris was president?
I'm not. I can't. I'm not sure. I just think.
All right, then, Justin, I'm gonna go ahead and just save myself the cortisol. I'm gonna save the stream the heartache, and we're gonna go to get that next guest up in here. What the fuck is Jessica doing back? What the fuck is Jessica? What the hell do you want?
Wait, the funny part about it is they don't really know that you can hit one button and block my whole account. So let's be real about that.
Okay. Well, I
You
think,
get
I think
mad
I do.
and you go hit, let's be honest. You can go hit one button and have my account restricted. You just did it. So let's tell everybody in the chat
No, Jessica,
that
you
if you
left.
don't like what I say, you can go have me my account restricted.
Jessica, you
Tell
left.
them that.
I didn't restrict you.
No.
I didn't block you. You left.
I screenshotted what it said. You had my account restricted.
Oh.
It said yes.
No, you got restricted by TikTok. You didn't get restricted by me.
You think we're dumb? Come on now.
Jessica, I know
You know
you
what's
are
funny?
dumb.
You know what's funny?
Jessica, what's
That you
not funny?
actually
What,
believe
Jessica, what's
that
not
people
funny?
tell you.
What's not funny is the fact that you don't know how many continents there are. Prove me wrong.
It's funny that you think I'm that uneducated.
How many
Are
are
people
there?
Really
How many are there?
Wait.
How many are there?
Wait. Is that how you get people?
Well, how many?
People can't be that stupid these days.
Jessica,
Like you're now really.
how
Come
many-
on now.
How many continents
Not
are there?
really. You show me your script, I will answer any question you want. Show the camera of your whole setup. Let's see your whole setup. Turn it around.
You just want to see my setup?
Let's see the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see the whole room.
I actually could do that.
I didn't say.
Wait, so you do or you don't want to see the whole setup? I'm confused.
Why is it taking you long to flip a camera?
Well, because
Why are you on a whole other phone?
because this is my
You're like
the camera that
clicking
you're seeing me
and-
through is like an
What, 'cause it's
actual.
your like AI setup? You're changing the AI setup?
What do you mean AI setup? Do you think I use AI in debates?
I don't really know what you use, honestly, because at first, when you first started doing lives, you weren't like a puppet. You actually kind of made sense. You actually made sense. And then you could tell when people started to like,
Look at
tell you what to say maybe.
I just have my camera and then I have my computer where I have my OBS for
Like-
TikTok and my OBS for YouTube.
I just want to know what changed from your content.
Okay.
Who started puppeteering you?
Jessica, let's break it down. Why do you think I'm a puppet?
Because you've changed, in so many ways.
How did I change?
If you weren't being told what to say, no, like even your beliefs. Somebody that believes
belief?
firmly about certain things, they don't change their belief in a month or a week.
What beliefs did I change?
Like you're very strong. You come from a very, very political family that have very strong views and beliefs. So you really think I'm going to buy that just like jump ship after a couple months?
So I feel like you came up here to debate me about politics, but
People evolve. Yeah, people evolve. I'm not saying that they don't
Jessica,
evolve. That's
Jessica,
not not the point.
I fear as if like you came up here to debate me about politics, but now it feels like you're kind of giving me like a psychic reading. Like, what the fuck do you know about my family? And of course I had to change. I shit my pants. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. I didn't actually.
Okay, that was all right. Yeah, I don't know. I guess debate's over. I'm never going to agree with you. I
Wait.
used to like you.
Wait, Jessica. What happened though? Like, what happened? Why don't you like me anymore?
That you're not. It's not that I don't like you. That was mean to say. I guess I just don't like your beliefs.
Okay, and you
I
think
cannot
that, like
like you
I'm
as a
funded?
human being. You're still a person.
And you think that like
But
I'm
I
funded
think
and
I
paid for
think
by
that
the
you
DNC?
adapt other people's beliefs without experience in life. Like you don't have enough experience to have the beliefs you do. It's like you take them on from your family.
Okay.
You don't think for yourself. You take on you sound like your dad and your grandpa right now.
I definitely don't sound like my dad. He's a Trump supporter.
I don't mean like exactly supporting someone. I mean how you are about shit. So like,
Wait, how do
you
you
should have your own.
do you know who my
your
dad?
own opinions.
How do you know what my dad sounds like? Do you know him personally? No.
This isn't. Why are you asking me questions?
You don't know my dad personally. So what are you doing talking on his name?
Are you done?
Nope, I gotta thank all my DNC donors. Hey Maddie, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Who says Jessica, you're insufferable. Thank you for the $5, Maddie. Would you like to comment? Nope.
Oh, you sound like Grandpa.
We're gonna move on to the next one. Andrea, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Who says for having to deal with Jessica? Thank you for the $10, Andrea. Jessica, would you like to comment? Taylor, thank you for the $5 and Jessica's name from the DNC. Thank you, Taylor. Laura, thank you for the $5. Lee, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get to it at Lee W's down below in that comment section from the DNC.
Let me see
as
it.
well as Laura. You want to see what?
Let me see it.
Like see the donation?
What you're reading off.
I'm reading.
Yeah, let's see it.
I'm reading off of Venmo on my phone. Obviously, I'd also like to thank Laura. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo to buy Jessica since MAGA tennis shoes for all that running that she does from the real debates.
Oh,
Dead ass. As well as Juniper, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Aubrey, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Jessica, thank you for the $3.
that was
As well as
hilarious.
Travis, thank you so much for the $2. Jessica with a $5. Then Shastina, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Show some love to Shastina down below in that comment section. As well as Anthony, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal with a topic recommendation.
I hope you
Pamela,
pay
thank you so much
taxes
for the
on
10.
donations.
Jessica with a 5. Cammy with the $10. Cammy just says, shut up, Jessica.
Report you to the IRS and make sure that you're making tax payments on all those donations.
I sure do. So
Let's make sure.
Cammy sent me $10 and said, shut up, Jessica. Any comment?
Let's make sure though that you're paying taxes on all that money.
All right, you go do that, Jessica. We're going to move on to the next guest because I don't know. I don't think that Jessica's here for a real dialogue. So we're going to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, as well as Jessica actually got her live restrictions. So I do have to kick her out. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now, as well as Daniela. Thank you for the $10 on PayPal, who says, if you're too young and inexperienced to have your beliefs, then should we raise the minimum voting age? That's a good one. I should have asked her that. Show some love to Daniela for the $10 and the absolute killer argument. As well as Kelly, thank you for the $6 and the 66 cents saying, I'm silly and share your beliefs. Jessica's a silly goose. Oh, she definitely is. That's for sure. What's going on, Mario? Do you support Trump? Hello, man. Are you here? Are you here? Are you with us? Okay, Mario's not with us, guys. So go ahead and hop in that queue if you disagree with the prompt right now. The prompt that we're running is Donald Trump is a threat to America. So if you disagree with that basis, if you don't think that Donald Trump is a threat to America, if you think that Donald Trump is a good president, if you are MAGA, go ahead and hop in that queue for me. But please make sure if you do find yourself in that queue that you are an American adult, right? Make sure that you're at least 18 years old, that you're MAGA and from America. What's up, Williams? Do you support Trump? Okay, Williams. Hello?
Yeah, I would say yes and no.
Yes and no? Okay.
Yes, in the sense that
Just real quick, what time is it?
7 o'clock.
Bam!
I'm not in America right now.
We're gonna go and move on to the next guest. Well, actually, so it is 7 o'clock, like in the Pacific. No, not the Pacific, in the Atlantic Ocean. It's 7 o'clock in the Atlantic Ocean right now, like 7 p.m. So quite frankly, right, unfortunately, right, I think that you lied. We're going to move on to the next guest, guys. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. We're going to get you up here. Right now, the prompt is Donald Trump is a threat to America. If you disagree, hop in that queue. We're going to have you up here. We're going to have a debate. But right now, we got that next guest loaded into the stream literally right now, guys. There seems to be a bit of trolls in the queue. So please make sure if you do find your way into that queue that you're not trolling. But I'm like seriously looking at the people in there. Guys, it's brutal. There's like so many people like anime PFPs and their bios says like 15. Y'all like just please hop out. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Oh, Dean,
Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Banned. Dude, what the dude. All right, moving on to the next guest, guys. We got BK loading up into the box, y'all. Right now, we literally have over 15,000.
Dean, I love you so much. I love you so much, Dean. Fuck Donald Trump. He's the worst president ever. I love you so much,
BK.
Dean. You're the best in the world.
BK, you're gonna make me shed a tear. Can I tell you why?
I love you so much, Dean.
Can I tell you why you're gonna make me shed a tear?
Wait, why?
Because I gotta ban everyone that comes up here that's not following the rules, including
I'm so
you.
sorry, Dean. I'm so sorry. Trump said he wanted to terminate the Constitution. I
BK.
hate Donald Trump.
BK.
And I don't care. Ban me. Ban
This
me.
is gonna
But I love
hurt
you so
me,
much.
BK.
I ban you so much.
This is
I love you so much. I love you so much. Dean, I love you so much. Everybody
This
follow me.
is
Everybody
gonna-
follow me. Dean, I love you so much. I'm so.
Oh, I had to ban him. Just kidding, bro. Don't break the fucking rules. Hop in that queue, if and only if you are an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, that disagrees with the prompt. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got K connecting, folks. Here we go. As well as, Oscar, thank you for the $11 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Oscar says, Dean, I wanted to share my money with you because Jessica was content. I've never laughed so hard as I just did. Dude, Jessica's fucking crazy. Thank you for the $11, Oscar. Show some love to Oscar down below. As well as Kay, what's going on? Or do you support Trump? Do you disagree with the prompt?
Well, I don't want you to ban me because I do not agree with the prompt. Or no, I do agree with the prompt. I voted for Trump and I regret every decision.
Let's fucking go, Kay! You were awesome. Okay, show some love to Kay down below in that chat while we're looking for a guest that does disagree with the prompt. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that's MAGA, that supports Trump, that doesn't think he's a threat to America. Let's just, keep it a buck here. But like WK, what's up, Alexa? Are you MAGA? Do you disagree with the prompt?
Hi, yes, I am MAGA, and I do disagree with the prompt.
And how old are you?
18.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
July.
Okay, so you just turned 18?
Yes.
Okay, all right. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I'm a skeptic because your bio says that you're in high school, but you can be 18 as a senior.
I'm a senior.
Okay, I'll choose to believe you for now. Let me go ahead and thank a handful of people here before we hop into the debate. Mary, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube. Who says bought from the DNC. Here's $10 for your troubles, Dean. Thank you so much for the love. Let's go. As well as Adam, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Tarike with a 1. Cassie with a 1. Thank you guys so much. As well as Kimberly, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Kimberly says I'm invisible in the chat and I'm a member on YouTube. I'm sorry that this seems like a technical issue on YouTube. I know that you're asking me to fix it. I could try to see what I could do, but it just seems like a technical issue on YouTube. I'm really sorry. As well as Ali, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo, who says Jessica needed to put the bottle down. That's terrible, Ali, but thank you for the $20. Show some love to Ali in that chat. As well as Skylar, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, and Jen, that is Jen, with a $15, who says with love from George Soros. Jessica, try meditating. Let's go. We're on the Soros bankroll, baby. LFG. Okay, listen, take it away. You're telling us that you support Trump, that you don't think that he's a threat to America. I do think that he's a threat to America because I think that nearly every single damn thing that he has done to this country in the last 8 months has been absolutely atrocious, ranging from passing the big, beautiful bill that took healthcare away from 10 million people and cost the taxpayer $4.5 trillion to his statements infringing on our First Amendment rights when he said it's illegal to criticize him in the media, to his baseless infringements on the 14th Amendment when he tried to repeal and take away birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born in American soil, to literally declaring war on American cities and weaponizing our military, putting them in Chicago, Memphis, Portland, and giving them an illegal directive to literally arrest citizens in the streets. That's why I think he's a threat to America. Why do you disagree?
All right. Well, personally, I come from a very MAGA Republican family. We are Christians and we believe in Jesus Christ. And so from that moral standpoint is why I voted for Donald Trump, or my family did at least. I think that he has all the skills to be a leader. I personally think Kamala Harris did not have that. I think he knows what needs to be done and I think he can execute it well. Personally, I agree with where he stands on, just really everything when it comes to LGBTQ, abortion, the military. I agree with ICE. I do not think we should be allowing illegal immigrants into our country. And so from that standpoint, I think that Trump is a better president. Now, I do think that he can be very narcissistic. I do think he sometimes likes to kind of mess with the media a little bit, but part of me loves that about Trump. And I attended the Charlie Kirk Memorial, and being in that room with his whole cabinet and seeing them all speak, and they're very articulate, and I appreciate how each one of them mentioned Jesus, and I think having that as a setup in our government is an excellent way for us to be run. So that is why I am MAGA.
Oh, we're going to have fun with this conversation. First, I just want to point out an apparent contradiction and all the reasons that you just gave us insofar as why you support Trump as president. So you started off by saying, well, actually, we're going to go ahead and hide that verse for now. How do I turn that off? There we go. So you started off by telling us that, like you're like super pro-Christian. You think Donald Trump is pro-Christian to like finally Christianity's back in the government. I want to make it clear. I think that Donald Trump is not just not a Christian. I think that he's like a terrible Satan-loving, right, bad antichrist, right? Of course, it's going to be exaggerated, but we could get into my reasons why. I just think that he's like actively infringing on Christian moral ideals, and I think that he's actively directing this country in a direction in which, if Jesus were to be God and Christianity were to be true, would be distancing us so far from him, right? But the contradiction that I want to point out in your argument first is, if you're pro-Christian, then why are you pro-deportation?
Because I believe in America, and I believe that there is a set of rules in order to get into this country. And so when we're basing it off of the rules set up in our country,
Yeah.
if you are coming in illegally and you are harming people and you are raping people and you are killing people, you should be sent back. There is no reason for you to be in the country in the first place. And if you are actively committing crimes, there is no reason why you should be allowed to stay. I think there is a legal process, and if you're skipping in line, I think you are fully skipping in line. I know people who had maybe a 20-year process of getting their green card, and I respect them for it. So no, I do not think you should be allowed to cut in line, and especially if you're coming to kill, steal, and destroy. That is against everything I stand for.
Okay. So first and foremost, I'm just looking for a headline right now because it's funny. You just told us that individuals should be deported from the country if like they're an undocumented immigrant that rapes an American. Can you please go ahead and read this headline out for us?
Judges clarifies, yes, Trump was found have raped E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so let me get this straight. If an undocumented immigrant rapes a woman, we should deport them from the country. But if Donald Trump rapes a woman, we should make him president of the country. Don't you find that to be a little bit hypocritical?
Yes, I can agree with you on that.
Yeah, right. And then second point here, a child would be safer with the average undocumented immigrant compared to Donald Trump. The average undocumented immigrant, according to PNAS, is 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime, 3 times less likely to commit a property crime, and 3.5 times less likely to commit a petty crime on American soil. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has actually committed a violent crime via the rape of E. Jean Carroll, has actually committed property crime via the civil suit where he inflated the value of one of his real estate companies and attempted to get a loan from a bank, and has actually committed like miscellaneous petty crimes, like ranging from like defrauding at a university. I mean, I guess that's not a petty crime. Concealing classified documents at Mar-a-Lago, that's also not a petty crime. I can't think of any petty crimes he committed because they're all larger than that. But I think that you get my point.
I do. Did you ever hear about the beheading that happened around the time Charlie Kirk got assassinated?
No, I didn't. But if you're going to posit that an undocumented immigrant like beheaded an individual in America, guess what? They should be arrested and thrown in jail for the rest of their life if they're guilty. 110%. Literally, no one disagrees with you. 110%. But the fact of the matter is, you, other Trump supporters, and Trump like to use this rhetoric not just to talk about the very small and minute amount of undocumented immigrants that actually do commit violent crimes, but you rather use it as a talking point to perpetuate a stereotype to paint all undocumented immigrants as violent. All undocumented immigrants as these crazy criminals that are going to like behead your wife, kidnap your children, and eat your family pets and dogs, right? That's right what I disagree with 110%. And, just on the immigration topic, wrapping back around to how you told us that you were pro-Christianity, I want to ask you, what matters more to you? Worldly rules or God's rules?
God's rules.
Can you go ahead and read one of God's rules for us? This is Leviticus 19, verses 33 through 34.
Sorry, I'm reading it in my head.
Could you read it out loud?
You want me to?
Yeah, I'll go to make it a little bit bigger.
When a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must treat you as a native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's permissible to deport like native born American citizens?
Well, if they're born under an illegal immigrant, yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's
Here's
actually,
my-
what the fuck? So you think it is okay to deport citizens?
All right, here's where stand on this. Okay?
Wait, I was like fully expecting you to say no. Wait, what? I'm so sorry. Let me just go ahead and tell you how I thought this argument was going to play out in my head. Just give me 20 seconds, okay? So I thought I was going to ask you, is it okay to deport citizens? And then you're going to be like, no. And then I was going to bring it back to this verse where it says to treat like foreners residing in the land
Well,
the same way you
because
treat
I
the
know
native
you
born,
are
which means that you wouldn't want to deport undocumented immigrants either. But instead, now you're standing on the hill, like saying that you want to deport citizens? Are you serious? What article of the Constitution allows for that? What federal law allows for that? That's insane.
Because I know you're trying to refer to the fact that there is that debate of if an immigrant comes here illegally, but they have a child in America, that child is now a U.S. citizen.
Girl, that's not a debate.
Is that not
That's not
what you're
that's
referring
not a debate. That's the 14th Amendment.
And I personally think that is wrong. I know that they would be classified as a U.S. citizen, but their parent is not.
Okay.
And I think that is cutting in line. And here's what I stand on that verse.
Bro, they didn't cut in line. They were born on American soil just like you.
But their parents did.
But we're not talking about their parents. We're talking
and
about
that's
the child.
also another way for a parent to cut in line is if they hop over the border and have a child. Now they can all of a sudden become a U.S. citizen.
Well, see, it's funny now because you're telling me that like not just upholding law, but upholding the law of the land being the American Constitution by granting the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil citizenship is wrong and bad, which is like really ironic considering the fact that you're just really honing on to like this misdemeanor that undocumented immigrants committed in coming into the country to justify their expulsion to literal like terror prisons, prisons for terrorists in El Salvador. But now you're actively like contradicting yourself once again by arguing that we should just like toss the Constitution out the window. The 14th Amendment doesn't matter. And like the law of the land is completely irrelevant. So like, which one is it? Should we like come down hard and swift on misdemeanors, or should we call the Constitution irrelevant? Because you can't have both.
I'm confused on what you're asking. Could you reword?
Of course, I'll clarify it because once again, you're standing 10 toes down on mass deportation. You're saying all these undocumented immigrants are guilty of a misdemeanor. And although they actively contribute to the United States of America, although they actively make this country better economically, socially, and morally speaking, you still want to deport them all to places like Sikka and El Salvador, where we've had immigrants beaten and tortured for months, all because of law and order, coming down hard on the misdemeanor of undocumented entry, while in the same breath turning around and telling us that you actually don't think that the children of undocumented immigrants born on American soil are citizens, even though that is their constitutional right guaranteed unto them by the 14th Amendment, meaning that you basically are calling the United States Constitution completely irrelevant. So in like one breath, you're saying that this federal misdemeanor is so relevant, we need to punish people so terribly for it. But in another breath, you're saying that the United States of the United States Constitution is so and totally irrelevant that we just need to completely disregard it and violate it.
All right, to start off, I just want to go back to the verse you pulled up, and I do think that freedom is one of the basis of the world and of Jesus and of everything. And we live in the most open country in the world. Do you think that America is actively trying to say no immigration at all, no one is allowed in our country?
Well, I mean, there's definitely a very loud group of people on the alt-right that are screaming that. Now, let me ask you, you said that like America is like the most free country in the world. I have a question. Would you like say that because maybe there's other countries like North Korea that like literally don't even let their citizens like criticize the government and the media?
I would say so, yes.
Give me a second. Listen to some 7700 hertz Zen music while I look this up. There we go. Found it. Let me go ahead and skip that ad. Go ahead and take a listen to this.
See, I think that's... They'll take a great story and they'll make it bad. See, I think that's really illegal, personally.
God damn it. Okay. All right. Do we live in North Korea?
I didn't even... Can you elaborate? That was just a little clip of a clearly bigger thing.
Oh yeah, well you're saying like people in the media will take a great story, they'll make it bad, and I think that's illegal. Here's like another clip of him elaborating the fact that he thinks like we should take away the licenses of media organizations that criticize him on TV.
I read percent again, and if they're 97% against, they give me only bad publicity. press. I mean, they're getting a license. I would think maybe their license should be taken away.
So just to clarify where we're at, you're telling us that you think that America is like the most free country on earth, and like the reason why America is the most free country on earth is because in other countries like North Korea, right, they have it like so it's illegal to like criticize the government and the media, but yet in the same breath you're actively defending Donald Trump, who has been explicitly clear, right, about how he personally thinks it's illegal to criticize him in the media, and that we should take away the licenses of media organizations that do exactly that.
Okay, now I fully can't like debate that clip you gave up because it is a bigger thing, and I'll go listen after this to the whole thing and see where I stand on it. All right, but I can't listen to a little clip and have a full argument on it. I'm so sorry about that. But here's when you take it into comparison. I listen to the Charlie Kirk show a lot, and whenever him and his people went to North Korea like a month and a half ago, they were talking to this North Korean native about, I'm pretty sure they were talking about politics there. They left North Korea, and that native North Korean man was thrown in jail for talking about politics during an election. See, in North Korea, you aren't even allowed to talk about politics. You aren't even allowed to talk about religion or anything.
Listen, you literally just heard him say that you're not even allowed to talk about criticizing me and my regime in the media. You just heard him say that. He said that it should be illegal.
Okay,
right?
Okay,
So
you know how it's
like,
a huge...
and then like building off of this with like other like First Amendment violations that we've seen from Trump. He also said that it's illegal to boycott Tesla. He said that it's illegal to protest. He threatened to take away federal funding from like cities in Texas that were actively boycotting Israel. He defunded PBS and NPR. He said that the agencies of like CNN and MSNBC are illegal. He's called journalists the enemy of the people. Like these are all things that Donald Trump has done and said, right? Yet you actively defend him, calling him like a pro-freedom president, even though he's the largest threat to the American Constitution and modern American history.
Okay, well, first of all, about the Tesla thing, people were actively burning Teslas, which is destruction of property, which does go against the First Amendment.
Okay, but it wasn't, it's illegal to burn property. It said it's illegal to protest Tesla.
In a violent manner. You're taking a little thing that is not the big
I think
picture.
that you're imposing those words onto what he said to attempt to make it make sense.
Okay, I want to put something. Okay, you know how a lot of people like to call Trump a fascist?
Yes, including myself.
Okay. So, if he was an actual fascist, a fascist would have you put in jail. Are you currently in jail for calling him a fascist?
No, I'm not currently in jail for calling him a fascist.
Therefore, he's not actually affecting you in any way.
Can you define
Like,
fascism?
have you... Huh?
Can you define fascism?
Fascism
By the way, if
one-
like putting political opponents in jail makes you a fascist, well then because he's basically prosecuting James Comey and I forgot her name. So we'll stick with James Comey because he's like basically prosecuting James Comey. He basically prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He said that he wanted to prosecute Biden and his family of crime. He wanted to prosecute like Dr. Fauci. He got like Jimmy Kimmel thrown off air. He's basically prosecuting Letitia James, I believe, if that's her last name, so on and so forth. And I guess that Donald Trump is a fascist. But you know, I mean, maybe we should start off with like what a fascist is. Can you please define fascist?
A fascist, in a small definition, I couldn't tell you the big full one. I would like to look it up if I could get off this live and search it up. But I know in general, it is wanting a larger government. It is very similar to being a Nazi and wanting more government control. It is founded in Italy during the Second World War. That's where it mainly based from. And it basically goes hand in hand with Nazism, or whatever the verb of that would be.
Okay, well, I mean, like, so the Nazis were fascist. That is right. So it's going to be like an example of fascism. Now, the way that we typically understand fascism in shorthand is like an ultra-nationalist, ultra-authoritarian, like government body. But we usually define fascism based upon like 14 defining characteristics, ranging from like powerful nationalism and disdain for human rights, supremacy of the military, sexism, controlled mass media, to labor power being suppressed and corporate power being protected. Then, of course, like corruption, cronyism, and fraudulent elections. I would actually argue that Donald Trump fulfills all 14 tenets of fascism.
Where is this definition coming from?
This is coming from like literature. Like for instance, I think that this is a piece written by like Lawrence Britt from Vox Populi. But I mean, it's just coming from academic literature on like on political theory.
Are you able to can you look up the Google definition of fascism for me?
Well, the Google definition of fascism will just give you some combination of like traits such as like authoritarianism, like ultra-authoritarianism and ultra-nationalism. But I think that's like super vague and it's like easier to understand via these more specific tenets. But do you want me to tell you how Donald Trump fulfills all the tenets of fascism?
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first tenet of fascism is powerful and continuing nationalism. I don't really even need to explain that one. I mean, his statement is like, his motto is literally "Make America Great Again." He's all about nationalism. The second tenet of fascism is a disdain for human rights. That one's obvious. I mean, he was literally found to have raped a woman. If you're gonna rape a woman, you have a disdain for human rights. Same thing with him and his administration playing judge, jury, and executioner with the life of Rodrigo Garcia, who they illegally deported to El Salvador, where he was then forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. and be beat if he fell out of exhaustion, then came back 3 months later once the Supreme Court forced him to, 30 pounds lighter. Same thing with point number 3, which is identification of enemies as a unifying cause. He is perpetually identifying the boogeyman of a baseless enemy to unify his base. Before the election, he did this with undocumented immigrants, lying about them, saying that they've just all escaped mental asylums and prisons. Then he did it with trans Americans, saying that, oh, they're so violent, they're committing all these mass shootings, they shouldn't be able to buy a gun or own one as well. And like now he's doing it with like Antifa. He's lying, saying that there's this Antifa organization and they're all like domestic terrorists and we all need to be so scared of them and catch them and like treat him as our savior in order to save us from Antifa. Then the fourth point would be supremacy of the military. I mean, do we even need to talk about his $150 million military parade? The fifth point would be rampant sexism. Oh, I mean, he's a fucking sexist. We all know this. 2005, he went on Howard Stern's radio show, boasted about perving on the naked bodies of teen girls, boasted about doing the same thing to adults, literal sexual exploitation, right? We also know that like he hit on a 10-year-old girl, said he'd be dating her in 10 years. The goddamn Epstein files that he's been covering up, including like, I mean, like the literal like rape, torture, and enslavement of women and girls, 110% rampant sexism. The sixth point would be controlled mass media. We already kind of went through this point. I mean, he said that it's illegal to like criticize him on TV. He pulled Jimmy Kimmel's license for saying something that he didn't like. He said that we should take the licenses away from other news organizations that criticize him. That one's obvious. The seventh point is obsession with national security. I mean, think about it. He's like identified once again undocumented immigrants as this great boogeyman, and he's so obsessed with quote unquote securing national security that he thinks that we should literally be able to violate the Constitution and remove them from America without granting them their right to due process. The eighth point is religion and government intertwined. I don't need to convince you that he wants religion and government intertwined, because in fact, that was literally your first point that you attempted to argue insofar as why you support him when you came up here. So that one's a no-brainer. I don't even need to give you an explanation. The ninth point is corporate power protected. Well, he's all about corporate power. Under the big, beautiful bill, he literally spent $4 trillion on disproportionately giving more power to the corporations, with reducing their corporate tax rate from 21% to like 15%, and disproportionately giving you a larger tax cut the more money you make. But if you make at or under $51,000 per year, your purchasing power actually goes down. So it's a redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich. Same thing with point number 10, which is labor power suppressed. Obviously, when you're reducing the purchasing power of 150 million American laborers, their labor power is going to be suppressed. The 11th point is the disdain for intellectuals and the arts. We literally have American scientists fleeing to Europe because of how much Doge cut from the intellectuals and the arts. There's so many scientists that like no longer have the funding to do what they want, not to mention because of RFK stigmatizations of like medicine, vaccines, Tylenol, so on and so forth. Medicine is now significantly underfunded in this country. The 12th point is obsession with crime and punishment. I don't even need to give you an explanation there. That's something that he preaches about every day. I mean, he's literally declared war on American cities and giving the military an illegal directive to not only go into these cities without good enough reason per the 10th Amendment, but also to arrest American citizens, which violates the Posse Comitatus Act. The 13th point is rampant corruption. I mean, goddamn, he's literally the most corrupt president in American history. I'm not even trolling, right? I mean, we have like dark money being funneled into his super PACs that's then like being spent on ad campaigns to lie about the big beautiful bill. I mean, he like 42% of his net worth is like comprised of his fucking Trump meme coin that doesn't report who the buyers are. They could be goddamn like organizations from other countries. The largest buyer invested $100 million and we have no clue who they are, like literally, not to mention corruption by denying the outcomes of court findings, such as the 34 felonies, corruption by like saying that we should literally put E. Jean Carroll in jail because she was able to successfully sue him for rape, corruption in the sense of directing his attorney general to prosecute his political opponents, like Letitia James, like James Comey. It's literally worse than Watergate. I could go on for days about his corruption. Now, the last point of fascism here would be fraudulent elections. In the 2020 election, he literally tried to steal and rig it from Biden. He admitted to it in court too. He sent fake slates of electorates to the 7 key swing states that Biden won in the election, that if Trump had won them, then Biden would have lost. Then he sent them to those states with fake votes from those states saying that he won. And then he directed these slates of electorates to send those fake votes back to Congress for Mike Pence to certify as real. And then he turned around, he told his supporters to come to the Capitol. He told them to fight like hell for their country. And then they started chanting, hang Mike Pence, when Mike Pence didn't want to certify the fake fraudulent votes as real. I mean, shit, he tried to rig an election. Obviously, that'd count as fraudulent elections per the 14th tenet of fascism. And that, ma'am, is why I think Donald Trump is indeed a fascist.
I do want to applaud you for your ability to debate. I'm honestly, like, you're impressive, I must say. Like, looking at all that, and a lot of it, definitely, like, you fact check it. Like, it is true. And I applaud you for that. Now, going off of my basis in loving...
I apologize for the interruption from the gift. Jaden, thank you so much for the Leon the Kitten. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, Jaden. As well as we do have a lot of donations over on PayPal and Venmo. As soon as she's done saying her next point, I'm going to thank the hell out of all you guys for all of your kindness. Seriously, I'm just like looking at it right now. You guys have been so kind. But go ahead.
As I was saying, a lot of those points you made are very true. And I do see where you're coming from. I do see it. But when I look at the Trump's cabinet and JD Vance specifically, I agree with them more than anything. I agree. Like, I mean, when I tell you, I think every single person needs to watch the memorial. I was in that room and seeing each one speak. They are such quality leaders.
I actually did. I did watch some of the Charlie Kirk memorial. And you know what? I had to turn it off when I heard Donald Trump say that, unlike Charlie Kirk, he despises his enemies and wishes them the worst.
He was putting Charlie above himself.
Right, by telling the world that he literally despises his enemies, right? You know that he's called Democrats his enemies. He's called Democrats vermin. He said that he hates Democrats, and now he says that he doesn't wish them well. Like, how can you support such a divisive figure as our president?
And the Democratic Party thinks it's okay to shoot people.
The Democrat Party thinks it's okay to shoot people? No, listen, man. Right? We're not Charlie Kirk, who said a true American patriot should bail the guy that broke into Nancy Pelosi's house, fucking bashed her husband over the head with a hammer, then tried to kidnap her but found out she wasn't there out of jail, right? No, we're not Charlie Kirk. We don't think that's okay. Also, you said that the Democrat Party... Okay, and she left. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. She left. Everyone, just give us a minute. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go, guys. I appreciate everyone so much for all the love. We're going to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. If you disagree with the prompt, guys, go ahead and hop in that queue. Just make sure if you do find your way to that queue that you are an American adult that is at least 18 years old that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to get that next guest, Lucas, loaded up in here right now. I want to thank a handful of people because, like I said, you guys have literally been so fucking kind. Like, oh my God, dude. Thank you all so much for the love. Before we do, let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. Lucas, what's up, man? Do you support Trump? He's actually on pause. He's leaving.
Hey, man, I just wanted to ask about if you saw Stephen Miller say Trump had plenary authority.
I did see that. Do you support Trump?
No, fuck Trump. I love you.
Base, Lucas, I appreciate you for coming up, man. Unfortunately, I do have to remove you because we are just looking for Trump supporters. But I did see Stephen Miller say that he had plenary authority, which, by the way, just means like total authority. Dude, Stephen Miller, he's terrible. Stephen Miller's like arguably worse than Trump. Stephen Miller's, oh my God, I hate that man so much. I despise him. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm so sorry.
No worries at all. Unfortunately, I do have to remove you because once again, we are just looking for Trump supporters. If you guys could please follow the rules, it would mean everything to me. So please do that. Please follow the rules. While we're looking for that next guest, Sarah, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. Sarah, dude, that is so fucking kind of you. Oh my God. Sarah with a $100 says, get you and your girlfriend a nice dinner with me. Listen, Sarah, you fucking got it. What? It's like Monday today? Friday, I'm going to take her out to the best dinner ever just because of you. Thank you so much for your kindness, Sarah. Let's get 1,000 big Sarah W's down below in the comment section for the $100. All the love in the world to you. Seriously, that is so incredibly generous. I do not deserve that. Thank you so much, Sarah. And what is up, Amaya? Do you support Trump?
Hi. Yes.
Age right now, please.
And
Age?
I'm December of 2006.
Which makes you how old?
18. I'll almost be 19 now.
I apologize here. I'm gonna err on the side of caution and kick you from the stream. If you were telling the truth, I do apologize for removing you, but we do just, we care a lot about minor safety here, and I'm gonna err on the side of caution and remove you. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got MAGA for Life connecting, as well as Sierra. Thank you so much for the $10 over. What about Evan?
What's up?
What's up, man? Give me a second. Do I even need to ask? You're MAGA, right?
Yeah, of course I'm 100% MAGA, dude. My fault. I was just playing the game, dude. Okay.
Okay, how old are you?
Okay. I'm 19 years old, and I was born on July 31st, 2006. And I supported President Trump, and I'm from Oregon.
All right, I'm gonna go to thank a couple people here for their donations over on Venmo and PayPal, and then I'll give you the mic. But Sierra, this was from 16 minutes ago. Thank you for the $10. Sierra said, Alexa's rage baiting me in this conversation. Bro, she was rage baiting me too, man. Thank you for the $10, Sierra. As well as Lily, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. Who says, I live in Chicago and it's been crazy with all the ICE idiots coming in. Thank you for doing what you do and spreading love, not hate. Listen, Lily, I hope that you get out there and protest on No King's Day 2.0 out there in Chicago. I bet it's gonna be awesome. Thank you for the $15, Lily. As well as Sandra, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Sandra W's in that chat who says Dean for president. I don't know, maybe one day. But thank you so much for the $20. As well as Stephanie with a 5, Adam with a 5, Tariq with a 1, Cassie with a 1, and then Jin. Thank you so much for the $15 as well over on Venmo. We have a couple people on PayPal. Oh my, dude. Oh my God. Christopher, thank you so much for the $400 donation. What the fuck, dude? Christopher, dude, Christopher, I'm sorry, man. That is way too much money. Did you mean to send like 40? Like, dude, if you meant to send like $40 or something like that, feel free to let me know. But man, seriously, thank you for the $400. Dude, Jesus Christ. I want to see nothing. I want to see literally nothing but W goddamn Christophers in the live chats for the next 10 minutes for that. Oh my God, dude. Thank you so much for your generosity. Seriously, Christopher. Christopher, the $400 says, update immigration paths. Everybody is fine if it's legal, but don't realize the available legal pathways are non-existent and exploit all but the government. If we all are okay with immigrants, make the legal pathways available to immigrants. Not just about waiting in line, but the available paths need more updating. Christopher, literally every single thing that you just said there is absolutely true. We need to make the legal means of entry into this country more attainable to more people. 110%, right? You were like seriously the most base person ever. Show some love to Christopher down below in that chat, and thank you for the love. As well as 3 more here. Brett, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Nathaniel with a 10, Kayla with a 7, Hayes with a 2, and Ava with a 3. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. Go ahead and take it away, man. Tell us how the hell you still support Donald J. Trump after his last 8 months of goddamn nonsense.
Okay, well, I'm going to answer that, but can I ask you one real question, like just a question real quick before I get into that?
I suppose.
Okay, so like, dude, you know what? I'll just ask it at the end. Never mind. Okay, so I support President Trump for many reasons. You know, in his first term, he donated over what? He gave a whole bunch of money to HBCUs. Did you see that investment he did to HBCUs? Look, the media has called him a racist. Wait, can I say that or no?
Yeah, you could say that.
Okay, the media called him a racist. They called him a whole bunch of stuff.
Bro, one second. You're echoing on your own end. Is there anything you could do to fix that?
Can you hear me? I don't know. That's just... I don't know how that's happening. Would you like me to join off my other account, or like how would...
Just, how about this? Swipe in and out of the app.
Okay.
Okay, and I can't wait to respond to the HBCU point. Like that was actually the first argument on my like big like Jubilee episode. So it's like fun. We're gonna come back to it, but go ahead.
All right, can you hear me better now? All right, so he donated a whole bunch of money to the HBCUs. His first step back. Do you know the first step back?
I'm
Right.
familiar with it,
Yeah. He had Ben Carson in his cabinet for his first term, which is an African American dude. Second term, he has Scott Turner, which is an amazing HUD secretary. I really like him. And people calling him a misogynist. He has Pam Bondi in his cabinet. He has Kristi Noem, which is phenomenal. She's so phenomenal. She's making our country safer, and I really do. I am really happy by that. Then we have Joe Biden coming after his political enemies.
Wait, can we stop there? Can I respond to the first two arguments you gave?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so first you said, no, Trump's not racist because he gave money to HBCUs, which would imply if he didn't give money or less money to HBCUs, according to your logic, he would be racist, right? And the funny thing is, that's exactly what he did. So under Obama's administration, Obama gave HBCUs $2 billion every 4 years. Donald Trump comes in and he reduces that to $1 billion every 4 years. Biden and Harris come in and they increase it to $4 billion every 4 years. So not only did Donald Trump reduce the expenditure on grants and funding directed to HBCUs, but then when Biden and Harris came into the picture, they increased it by 4 times.
And you want to know? And you also want to know what they increased? Our gas prices, our housing market.
Pivot. Come on, you really thought you'd get away with that? Get real.
What are you talking about, dude? I don't understand.
I'm talking about the most obvious pivot I've literally ever heard in my life. You try to come up here and argue the guy that called all black people lazy in the 90s, the guy that failed to rent to black tenants because of their race in the 70s, the guy that literally said Obama was born in Africa because he's black, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii to attempt to convince individuals that they shouldn't vote for him, and the same guy that called for the death penalty for the Central Park Five and said that you could tell who the good immigrants are and the bad immigrants are just by looking at them, amounting to racial profiling, which is what he told Hannity in a Fox News interview, isn't racist. And you told us that this guy that has done all these things isn't racist because apparently he gave money to HBCUs. And then I came into the picture and it's like, sir, he actually reduced the money that our federal government was sending to HBCUs because Obama gave them $2 billion every 4 years and he reduced that to $1 billion every 4 years. And then like in lieu of all of these facts, in lieu of like the great argument that I gave you to successfully debunk your position, you instead started rattling off about gas and housing. You're embarrassing.
Can I say one thing real quick? Look, Dean, you're calling a man racist that you've never met? Like, why are you calling a man off TV that you never met? It's like me calling a random guy.
Hey, question.
What?
Was Hitler racist?
Of course he was.
Have you ever met Hitler?
Okay, Dean, I know what you're trying to do, bro. But I'm just saying, like, you know how much disinformation there is now? You can't really trust any reliable source now. You can't trust CNN. You can't trust ABC now. You just gotta, be safe about it, you know?
My apologies, sir. So CNN didn't tell me that Donald Trump tried to convince people that Obama was born in Africa. Donald Trump's Twitter feed told me that.
Okay, yes, but he was just joking. You know what a joke? You know dark humor, bro?
So you're saying he was joking? Well, how do you know he was joking?
Because Trump trolls people. Trump's a joking man.
Yeah, but my question is, how do you know it was a troll?
Because that's his personality. And if he was
Wait, that's his personality? So everything that Donald Trump ever says is a joke?
Most of the stuff that he says is he's just playing around. And if he really did mean it.
So you'd argue that over 50% of the stuff he says is a joke?
The joke, like the things you criticize him is just not that serious.
Wait, honestly. You're not answering my question. So I asked you how you know that Donald Trump was joking when he said that Obama was born in Africa, and then you said it's because most of the things that he says.
He was laughing though. He was laughing.
No, you said that he was laughing. These were tweets on a Twitter feed. How do you you can't tell that he was laughing when he wrote the tweet?
No, at the Al Smith dinner, I wanted the dinners they have during campaigns. The Al Smith dinner.
So during his presidential campaign.
He went to some dinner. You remember the dinner I'm talking about
No, I
back in
don't.
2016?
Oh, in
Yeah.
2016? Dude, guess what? He ended up conceding and saying that he was wrong about Obama and that he was born in America by like 2015. So you're not even talking
Yes.
about the same thing here.
Okay, but Trump admitted that he was wrong at that time and he was just joking. And then if he really didn't,
Oh, wait, actually, the fact that he said he was wrong proves he wasn't joking. Because if he was joking, then he wouldn't say that he was wrong. He would have said that he's joking.
let's just move on to immigration.
Wait,
I
can you
guess.
respond to that? The fact that he said he was wrong proves he wasn't joking, because if he was joking, then he wouldn't say he was
Okay.
wrong. He'd say that he's joking.
Look, Trump, I will say that some of the stuff that he says is too far, but he jokes a lot.
No, listen, can you
Like-
respond to what I said? The fact, one moment, the fact that Donald Trump said he was wrong proves that he wasn't joking, because if he was joking, then he wouldn't say he was wrong. He would say that he was joking.
You just said that he said he was joking, right? You said he came out in 2015 and said that he was joking.
He didn't say that he was joking. He said that he was wrong.
Okay, then at least he said he was wrong. Simple.
Okay.
Let's.
So now
All right,
you accept that he wasn't joking when he tried to convince people
Okay.
that when Obama
All
was
right.
running for the presidency, Obama was born in Africa.
Okay, well, if he did say that, then he did say that. All right. I don't.
Okay, cool. We agree that's racist?
I mean, of course. I mean, if they were friends, then that's fine.
Okay,
but
so
of
you
course.
just accepted that Donald Trump is racist. So why do you support a racist as president?
Well, you know, Lyndon B. Johnson was a Democrat and he was racist. Democrats are racist. They go after black communities and they're using black people for their vote. And you know that. Lyndon B. Johnson was a racist. And you
Okay.
can look at all
Okay,
he
wait, so
called-
I just want to clarify that you're telling us that you support a racist as president today because this other racist that was president 50 years before you were born.
Kamala and Joe were racist. Joe was
so
racist.
was Kamala Harris racist?
Joe was racist.
Oh, well, I didn't ask you about Joe. I
Yeah.
asked you about Kamala. Was
Oh.
Kamala racist?
Yes, of course she was. She was changing her accent. She was first at one of her rallies, she was acting like a Hispanic. Then one of her second rallies, she was acting like she was Jamaican. Then one of the other rallies, she keeps changing her accent. You don't get it. She's trying to fool people to act like that at this point, dude. Like she's changing her accents, which is really messed up. Donald Trump, he has Hispanics in his cabinet. Marco Rubio, excellent. So
Okay.
like before
Wait,
you say
Wait, so point number one, you're trying to use the fact that Donald Trump has women, Hispanic individuals, or black individuals in his cabinet in order to justify that he's not racist or sexist, but you just called Joe Biden racist, even though Joe Biden's VP was a black woman, right? So there's a little bit,
Say what?
there's a little bit of a contradiction in your logic there, buddy. Definitely details how much of a partisan hack you are. And then secondarily, you told us that Kamala Harris was racist because you think that she, quote unquote, changed her accent depending on the rally that she was at. So, sir, I understand you have absolutely no clue what this is. I will explain it to you briefly. AAVE, or African American Vernacular English, is a perfectly valid vernacular of the American dialect, developed through the transatlantic slave trade. And AAVE is, of course, an incredibly predominant and popular dialect amongst Black Americans for that reason. However, white Americans have always stigmatized AAVE as ghetto, dumb, uneducated, not proper, incorrect, so on and so forth, even though, once again, it is just as valid of a dialect and vernacular as other English dialects and vernaculars. And because of the stigmatization that white Americans have placed on AAVE, a lot of Black Americans, not just Kamala Harris, will code switch when they are in front of a predominantly white audience compared to when they are in front of a predominantly Black audience. When they are in front of a predominantly Black audience, the assumption is, because they're also Black, they also understand what AAVE is. They're not going to think I'm ghetto. They're not going to think I'm uneducated because I'm speaking in AAVE. But the other assumption is, when they're in front of a predominantly white audience, they know that those stigmas exist, so they'll code switch and stop talking in AAVE. And what you are referencing is Kamala Harris being at various rallies with different demographics in the audience, and her either feeling more comfortable to speak in AAVE or less comfortable to speak in AAVE.
So you voted for Kamala Harris, the one who wanted men and women's sports, and you know what else Kamala Harris wanted? Well, I'll go back to what you were saying. The reason why, look, Trump didn't code switch. Trump is himself. He
Yeah,
doesn't
so-
switch for people.
Well, I mean, Donald Trump does switch for people. Guess what? In his first term, he said that H-1B visas were great for the American economy, but now today, because popularity has shifted amongst the racist MAGA base, well, now we see he's calling H-1B visas absolutely atrocious and terrible, and H-1B visas absolutely atrocious and terrible, and charging individuals $100,000 for them. In 2020, he said that crypto was a scam. Now he's switched up, and now he's saying that crypto is the best, and 42% of his net worth is comprised of it. Before, he said that he was going to release the Epstein files. Now he's saying that they're a Democratic hoax that we should just ignore, and calling it an act of hostility to vote for the release of the Epstein files in the Senate and in the House. So seemingly everything that you're telling me here is just complete bullshit lies. Now, to move back to the point, you went on to attempt to tell me that that what?
She wanted men and women's sports.
Okay, yeah.
She wanted-
So by men, I know that you're referring to trans women. I want to make it clear. I don't think that trans women are men. We can't talk about trans individuals on TikTok. I said I don't think that trans women are men. And you said thank you?
Okay, good. That's good. We both agreed. Let's go, Dean. You're becoming MAGA. Thank you, bro.
I'm not becoming
Thank you.
MAGA. You're becoming progressive.
Bro, Dean, you're finally becoming one of us. You're becoming smart.
Wait. So I just want to
What?
clarify. I just want to clarify here. You think it's smart to think that like trans women should be able to compete in women's sports?
You said trans women aren't men, and I said, yeah, they're not men.
So they're
yes.
women. So trans women should be able to compete in women's sports.
I said, I forgot what you said, but
So trans women, we should not allow trans women to compete in men's sports. They should be forced to compete in women's sports, right?
they should be forced in the sport they were assigned at birth. Look,
well, they're trans
if you
women. So
look-
which one is that?
trans women should play in men's sports, of course.
Wait, but you just said that trans women aren't men. So
No,
if trans women aren't men,
man,
then
you
why should they
kind-
play in
you
men's
kinda-
sports?
You kind of cut it out. I mean, you said
cut
trans
what
women?
out?
You said trans women or trans bro, you keep I don't know,
I said trans women aren't men according to my view.
No, trans women. Yeah, trans women are men.
Okay, all right. And that's what I was saying. That's what you think. I completely disagree. I think that you're wrong. I have great arguments why. But according to TikTok terms of service, that is classified as hate speech for you to even say that, meaning that you'll get your account restricted. The live stream will get banned. Nobody will be having a good day. So we can't directly talk about that topic. However, there is something that we could discuss in proxy. to that
Immigration?
topic.
Can we talk about immigration, please?
No, because we're going to stay on topic to an extent, and we're going to be talking about something conceptually related within a certain sense. So you think that men shouldn't be able to go into private women's spaces or like women's sports, right?
You're gonna bring up that locker room situation. I already know. Continue. Just
locker room. I don't.
You know how they said that Trump went in the women's locker room? I already know you're gonna.
Oh no, Donald Trump's never done that. He's a good man. We're not talking about Trump. I don't know why you'd assume that.
Okay, just continue. Yeah.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Trump's never
Okay.
done that.
Okay.
Right. So you think that we should keep like men out of like private women's spaces, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So if like a man were to not just like go into a private woman's space, but go into a private woman's space where there were naked women and naked girls, and he went in there specifically to sexually exploit them, that'd be a very bad man, right? Why do you have to think about that?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay,
but,
yes,
like,
that would be a very bad man. And like this man would be terrible, right? 'Cause, like you already think that we should rip families apart and send people to Sikot in El
I never
Salvador.
said that. I never said that.
But that's what you think. I don't even need to ask you. You're a MAGA shill. Of course you support his mass deportation. So you think that we should literally
Of
send
course
people
I-
to a terrorist prison in El Salvador for committing a
Bro.
misdemeanor. So if like
Dude.
a man were to do something significantly worse than that by sexually exploiting naked teen girls and naked women unconsensually, right? You agree that that man should be like punished incredibly severely, right? Mr. Law and Order, pro-family, pro-woman.
And I am pro-American. I'm pro-American. I
Right.
don't
So
support.
you think if a man were to do that, they should be punished like incredibly severely, worse than undocumented immigrants,
Yes.
correct?
It has to be investigated first. If it's not investigated,
It's investigated and it's proven. It is proven.
Well, I haven't looked in that case that much, so I can't really say
Wait,
if they're
we're not
bad or
talking about any specific case. We're talking about like a hypothetical like scenario here. Hypothetically, right? A man sexually exploits naked girls, naked women unconsensually. This guy should be punished worse than undocumented immigrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I
they
agree
should.
with you that. And
Okay, so
And-
therefore their punishment should be worse than deportation from the country. So if you think that we should punish men who like sexually exploit and unconsensually look at the naked bodies of teens and the naked bodies of women unconsensually in their changing rooms, and we should do something worse to them than deportation, then how come when Donald Trump did exactly that, then admitted to it on Howard Stern's radio show, instead of opting to punish him worse than undocumented immigrants, you opt to make him president? Let's go and roll the clip.
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And,
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure
You're like a doctor. You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Hey, Dean, I have a question for you, and I want you to answer this question because I already know what I'm about to do. Dean, do you think people who are racist years back, but they stopped being like they stopped doing racist stuff?
I muted you because racism has nothing to do with the discussion that we're having.
Wait. I'm trying to wait. Let me finish. I'm trying to make. Look,
You're
let
trying to
me.
make a connection? So you're going to connect it to this topic?
Watch me. Hey, Dean. Who's the racist one in this live? I think you used to be racist, right, Dean? You want to talk about you want to tell the 18,000 people in this live stream about how you used to be a racist, and you go after Trump on a footage that was taken 20 years ago. 15? 10 years ago? You want to talk about Donald Trump 10, 15 years ago when he was younger back then. He changed his life, and he's realized, I did wrong back then. Donald Trump did say some messed up stuff back then, but he changed. So before you can make fun of someone back then, let's talk about how you used to be a racist back then. So you want to tell the 19,000 people in this live stream about how you used to be racist towards a group, huh? Why don't you tell the group about that?
I'm gonna tell you, with all due respect, I don't think me responding to a Fortnite edit on Instagram messages by saying that Fortnite edit is hella goated my N-word when I was literally 14 years old, right, is going to be equivalent. Is going to be equivalent at all to a 65-year-old man sexually exploiting the naked bodies of little girls. Right? Like, I recognize that when I was 14 and used the N-word, that was wrong and bad, 110%. And I'm really happy that I was able to like reject racist social conditioning that like alluded to the fact that I thought that the usage of racial slurs was permissible, right? And I'm happy that I was able to embrace intellectualism. I'm happy that I was able to embrace a higher level of education and now actively fight for that same education in everybody else in this country. But for you to attempt to compare this to a 65-year-old man sexually exploiting the naked bodies of little girls is not just bad faith, but it's goddamn disgusting.
And Trump was 65, and how old is he now? Tell me, how old is he? He's 80, right? Yeah, he's 80. That was what? Like close to 20-something years ago? He changed. A person can change anytime. Old people can change.
Oh.
So like stop saying that.
So he went from like being pro sexual exploitation of kids to against the sexual exploitation of kids.
Yes, he's stopping woke agenda in our schools, changing
so
students.
you disagreed that when he was 60, he liked to sexually exploit children.
He said messed up things. You don't have no proof that he actually. You don't have proof he did do it though.
Yeah,
you don't have proof he did.
The proof is the fact that he admitted to it. So I actually have a question. Do you think that we should just let people out of jail for child rape like 20 years later because they've changed?
No, but you guys allowed.
No, wait, but they've changed. What happened to the whole narrative of change here?
If they changed,
you know what? It's funny. It's funny because the chat has been spamming defending P3DOs like to every guest for the last 3 days, and I gotta say that is really fitting for you right now, sir. You are literally actively defending the sexual exploitation of children by arguing that sure, Donald Trump did take advantage of little girls, but it's okay because he's changed.
Biden touched little girls.
Okay.
You don't remember that?
So where did Biden admit to this? Where did Biden go on Howard Stern's podcast?
Okay. So back in
wait, actually, I'm gonna cut you off real quick. Did you know that if Biden was a P3DO, the only rational response would be to reject both Trump and Biden? But now you're attempting to argue, well, okay, sure, Donald Trump is a sexual exploiter. Donald Trump is a rapist. Donald Trump has taken advantage of children. But I think Biden has too. So therefore, I'm going to support Trump. Like what? No. Any rational mind in the scenario, if what you were saying about Biden were to be true, would be to reject them both.
Biden was really worse, dude. In 2019,
Wait, 1 second. I'm just going to cut you off. Why don't you reject them both then? If you genuinely believe that Biden was worse, why don't you reject them both?
Well, let me say. because Trump changed. Biden hasn't changed.
How is what the? I don't think that you could change from sexually exploiting kids.
Yes,
I think,
you can.
Dude, why are you actively defending this shit, you gross POS? I think in order to take advantage of a child, I think that in order to sexually exploit anybody, that you necessarily lacked particular moral virtues in which you just simply don't have, and you don't have an ability to regain them. That's why we throw P3dos, that's why we throw child rapists in jail for goddamn life. And
Well,
that's why the vast majority of the American public, as well as people all across this world, actively support the chemical castration of rapists. But apparently, according to this guy, you shouldn't throw them in jail to life. You shouldn't chemically castrate them because guess what? They could change. Oh yeah, no, I understand that this dirty old man was convicted of like trafficking 3 children 10 years ago, but we should definitely let him be the PE coach of an elementary school today because guess what? He's changed. You're morally deplorable. You're absolutely trash.
Trump's putting pedophiles in jail. You haven't seen Trump's putting pedophiles, illegal aliens who are pedophiles in jail. So before you make that statement,
it's really ironic. He's not. He's letting them roam free in the streets. For the very small percentage of undocumented immigrants that do prey on children, for the very small percentage of undocumented immigrants that do rape women, according to the Laken Riley Act that he endorsed, that he signed into law, you could actually deport an undocumented immigrant on the basis of an accusation of one of those terrible violent crimes, meaning that they're not going to be held in the jail of another country where they're deported to. So in fact, Donald Trump is actually letting the incredibly small percentage of undocumented immigrants that do prey on children, that do rape women, roam free on the streets of other countries after being deported to recommit. So even this point is wrong, sir.
okay. Look, can I say Lincoln Riley on this live stream? Is that
You were getting fucking slammed from every single direction. This is embarrassing for you. Also, if Donald Trump was so focused on putting the P3DOs in prison, then he wouldn't be calling the Epstein files a Democratic hoax that we need to ignore and condemning any and all Republicans in both the Congress and in both chambers of Congress that vote for their full full release.
If the Epstein files really mattered, why didn't Biden and Harris release the actual files? I know they released the flight log, but why didn't Harris, when she was on the campaign trail, why didn't she talk to, the incompetent Biden who can't even say 3 different words? He's like a dementia patient. He's mentally sick.
Now you're trying to use the argument that, well, because they didn't release the Epstein files and they must be on it, Democrats must be on it.
Because Bill Clinton's on it.
Oh, exactly. So you're saying, so because they didn't release the Epstein files, so therefore, Democrats must have been on it. So all that means is because Donald Trump doesn't want the Epstein files to be released today, right? That he's on them.
He said he's going to release it by the end of this year. So there you go.
When did he say that?
He said this on the Fox News host. He was with Sean Hannity.
Wait, why would he release it if it's a hoax?
Because the Democrats are pushing their agenda to try to hurt President Trump.
A Democratic hoax?
Because it is a hoax, Parker. Me and you both know it. You're getting paid. What? Dean, you just got what? How much did you make? $15,000 today. You don't pay taxes. You talk about the top 1%. The top 1%,
bro.
There's no proof that you guys pay taxes. Dean, you got.
Wait, what's sure that you pay taxes, bro?
Well, look, I actually follow the law.
Your tax returns right now on the stream right now. Otherwise, you don't pay taxes.
Fun fact, there's no proof that Trump pays taxes because he was the first president in American history to not release his tax returns when he was running for office in 2016 for the first 3 years of his presidency.
Guess what?
Wait, you said that we're getting paid. I have a question. Do you think that we're paid by the DNC?
I think you guys are getting paid by Antifa. That's what I think.
Okay, you're trolling. You got to be trolling. Wait, are you Antifa?
Sir.
Are you Antifa? You support?
Yeah, I'm definitely Antifa, man. I'm anti-fascist. I have a question. Are you neutral on fascism, or are you pro-fascism?
I'm anti-fascism, and the Democrats wanted fascism.
So you're Antifa, bro. We're in agreement.
Wait,
okay, no, Antifa is just not like that. They have other stuff.
Paid by Antifa. Do you think that like Antifa are terrorists?
Do you think MAGA are terrorists?
Answer my question.
I've already answered most of your questions. Yes, Antifa is.
So you think that we're funded by terrorists? Okay, let me go ahead and thank a couple terrorists real quick. Coral, thank you so much for being a mega Antifa terrorist, sending me $50 over on Super Chat on YouTube. Thank you so much for the love, Coral. Let's get 500 W. Actually, that's gonna get the stream taken down. Don't do that. Thank you for the $50, Miss Terrace Coral. Thank you so much for the love. You are fantastic. Big W's for Coral down below in that chat. Big W's, as well as Joanna. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Carolina, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. Andrew with the $5 as well. Kimberly, thank you so much for the 10. Terrace Kimberly says, keep on doing what you're doing, Dean, with much love and appreciation from Kim. Thank you so much, Kim. And Ava, thank you for the $3. I'd also like to thank Kathy. Oh my God. Kathy, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Let's go. W Terrace Kathy. W Antifa Terrace Kathy. You are awesome. Thank you so much. As well as Sarah, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate that, Sarah. And Laura, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Laura says, I live for these live streams. I'm so happy that you're a terrorist, Laura. Thank you so much. Let's get dude, shut the fuck up. Let's get 500 Laura W's down below in that chat. As well as Allie, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love, Allie. And Natalie with the $10 as well, who says, I love your streams. Can you explain the term based? Okay, I'll explain the term based, Natalie. It means it means cool for sending the $10. Thank you so much, Terrace Natalie. You are awesome. As well as John with the $5 over on PayPal, who says, here's a part of your Antifa payment. Thank you, John. And Peter, thank you so much for the $150. Dude, what the fuck is going on today? For the $150 donation over on Venmo, who says, Antifa contribution. Keep cooking these clueless MAGA cult members, bro, Peter. I fucking love you. Please show some love to Peter down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love, Peter. As well as Tessa with the $2, Leah with the $5, Libby with the $20, who says, from one Antifa terrorist to another. Let's fucking go, Libby. Bobby with the $10, Ali with a $5, Marina with a $5, Jess with a $5, and Brooklyn. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Brooklyn. Brooklyn says, thanks for your patience with this guy. He's just disgusting and vile as the P3 videos he defends. Thank you so much for the love, Brooklyn.
Okay.
As well as Erica, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo, who says, I'm a blue-haired nose ring having head of Antifa terrorist.
Of course
Let's
you
fucking
are.
go. As well as Jess with the $5. As well as
You're hating on rich people. You're hating on rich people.
By the way, Kathy, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for Antifa. I really appreciate it. W's for Kathy in the comments.
You're hating.
Antifa pay.
You're hating on.
Thank you very much.
You're hating on
Antifa pay.
You're
Amazing.
hating on.
Thank you.
You're hating on rich people, Dean. But guess what? You're rich yourself. So stop hating.
Parker.
What happened?
He was a troll.
Oh, I definitely could tell that. I could definitely tell.
Did you like he was up here for like literally like 40 minutes and we were just debating about various things. I never got any indication that he was a troll. I just thought that he was like some fucking like crazed MAGA supporter. Literally all of his reposts were you.
I definitely thought it at the end. I thought he was possibly a troll at the end. Also, his voice kind of sounded familiar, but I'm not quite sure. I think he trolls on my live, to be totally honest with you. I think he's probably done that before. His voice sounds a little bit familiar. But I wasn't going to say anything because, like, you know how I am. I'm like, I don't know. And I'm, like, not certain. So, like, I don't say it unless, like, I know for sure or I remember.
Yeah, I got to say, he's pretty good at that. I don't know if I could do that. You know, like, I listen to MAGA arguments all day. I don't know if, like, I could act that convincingly MAGA.
Oh my god! Oh my god, I love you so much. I'm sorry for joining.
I appreciate you for the love. I'm going to go and assume because that's your reaction that you're not MAGA, so we're going to go to kick you and move on, guys. Make sure to only hop in that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Make sure to only hop in that queue if you are a Trump supporter, and we're going to get you loaded up in here. Parker, super good to have you with us in here. Thank you for being here.
How have your debates been, man?
I don't know. They've been okay. We've had a couple like crazy people join in today. A couple really crazy people. Who remembers like Jessica? Jessica was nuts. Okay, it's
Jessica
been an
the
interesting
troll?
day. Not Jessica the troll, like a genuinely
Not that Jessica.
like off, just like really like crazy person. Johnny Dubs, what's up? Do you support Trump as president?
I don't really support anybody as president.
Okay.
But I just have a couple few things to say.
Bye, Johnny. Have a good one. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Nate loading up in the box. Only hop in that queue if you disagree with the prompt. That prompt being Trump is terrible for America. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, how old are you?
19.
Okay, what year are you born in?
January.
January's not a month. Oh wait, January's not. Whoa. Okay. January's not a year. January's a month.
2006.
Okay, 2006.
2006. Yeah.
And you said that you're 18. I think that you'd be
19.
19.
I said 19.
Okay. All right. Tell us why you support Trump.
My bad. What is it called? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Like recently, like I've been thinking about it. Like I support Trump because of, like what he's doing with the DEI. Like I don't think DEI should be allowed.
What has he done with DEI?
Like he's been trying to. I don't know exactly what he's been trying to do. He's what is it called? If you look it up, like he's like tried to like get rid of it completely.
Yeah. Can you give me a more specific argument? How has he tried to get rid of DEI?
Or like a specific DEI policy that you disagree with.
Wait, look it up. Look it up for me.
No, I'm
like,
not going to look
show
up
my
your
phone.
argument. If you don't know the argument that you're attempting to give
No,
us,
no,
then I'm
no,
going to
no.
kick you.
What do you mean? Like I thought like he's been trying to like get rid of DEI like
Yeah,
completely.
okay,
like, from
DEI
organizations.
is just like a slogan used by Trump to piss people off at this point. Like, is there any base to this? Like, what specifically has he gotten rid of? What specific DEI policies do you disagree with? Like, what is he doing to get rid of them? Like, give us more specific information, Nate, or I'm going to kick you.
There's like a university one where like they get rid of DEI. No, on God they have, bro. On God, he's made some policies. Wait, can I look it up real quick? Or probably not.
You know what I'm going to do to you? I'm going to replace you with Amy and kick you. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We got Amy loading up into the box. What's up, Amy? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, no, I don't. No, not at all. Ew. I'm Canadian.
Based Amy, let's fucking go. We are just looking to talk to Trump supporters, so I'm gonna have to ban you. Just kidding, I didn't ban you. Well, let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, guys. Only join in the queue if you are an American adult that's at least 18 years old that supports Donald J. Trump as president and disagrees with the prompt over my head. Quite frankly, that prompt being Donald Trump is terrible for America. All right, we got a peen co-host coming at you.
Thank you. Like you said, he was different like that. How's it going?
Dean.
What's up?
How's it going?
What's going on, man? Give me a second. What did you say, Parker?
I was saying, how did the prompt thing do? I think you said you were doing like different prompts.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of like started doing it and then it didn't work out because like I'd be on a specific prompt and then people would just come up and like just tell me why they support Trump. So it's going to be a little bit of a slower transition than I originally expected. It's going to be something that I keep on working on. But anyways, what's going on, Berserk? Do you support Trump?
I used to, and then you and Parker started watching your guys' stuff.
Dude,
Hey,
WU Berserk. We are just looking for Trump supporters. I'm going to go to put the rules up on screen just so everybody knows exactly what they are. Take a good look. Only join if you're 18 plus, American MAGA, and ready to debate. But no, like I said, I really do appreciate you for changing your mind. I think that's awesome, bro. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. We got Sunnyside Up connecting right now, quite frankly. Sunnyside Up is not MAGA. We're going to go and disconnect them super duper quickly. Moving on to the next guest, we got Tri-Edge connecting. While Tri-Edge is loading in, Lady Warrior, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you, Lady Warrior, as well as Grandma Diane. Thank you for the 20. Show some love to Diane and Lady Warrior down below in both of those live stream comment sections for the $10 and the $20 over on Super Chat. You guys are ultra based. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
40.
40, perfect, man. Before we hop into our debate, let me thank a couple people. Michelle, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Michelle, because of TikTok TOS, I can't read off your message, but just know that I agree with you. Let's get 200 Michelle W's. Thank you so much. As well as Andre with the $5 who said that last guest literally supported P3Dio's house side. That was, I mean, yeah, that was a crazy fucking argument. As well as Lily, thank you for the $20 on PayPal who says Happy Canadian Thanksgiving. Dude, Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to yourself, Lily. It's good to see you. I feel like it's been a while. Show some love to Michelle and Lily. I would also like to thank Anthony for the $10 who says love all the patience and respect you give. Thank you, Anthony. Dude, thank you so much. As well as Marshall, thank you for the $1. Jin, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo who says here's my Antifa contribution. P.S. We should all be Antifa. Absolutely agreed. Thank you for the love, Jin. As well as Gwendolyn, thank you for the 5. Mark with the 3. Kimber with the 2. And Erica, thank you for the $25. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, the pin message on the YouTube stream. And if you also want to support Parker, which you should, you can find the same Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App in the link tree in his bio as well. Go ahead and take it away, Try. Tell me and Parker why the hell you disagree with the prompt. Why are you MAGA?
Well, I just have a quick question is why I jumped in here. I do support Trump, but people are saying Trump is taking away our freedom of speech because he put a ban on burning flags, right? So I don't understand how that's freedom of expression.
Oh,
that's actually a crime. It's called arson.
Speech as determined by the Supreme Court.
Yeah. Texas v. Johnson, 1982.
Yes, but it's actually a crime called arson, is it not?
No.
Then what's arson?
If I use it in a campfire, should I go to jail for a year?
But people ain't burning flags in a campfire.
No, if I made s'mores out of the American flag, right? Should I go to prison?
Yes.
Wait.
Hey,
wait.
but like arson, right?
What is the definition of the word treason?
Wait, one second.
Treason. I mean, I bet Trump would meet that definition.
Wait, I have a question. Do you think that just like starting a campfire to begin with is arson since you're burning wood, the same way you think it's arson to burn an American flag since you're burning fabric?
No, because that's in a controlled substance or a controlled area.
A controlled area? So it's okay to burn an American flag in a controlled area?
They're not being burnt in a controlled area. They're being burnt in around people.
But like if I do burn like an American flag, right, in my backyard, is that okay?
In your backyard?
Yeah.
Like for the TikTok stream in front of 20,000 people.
Okay, so I will say this. Yes, that would be okay, but I still think there should be punishment for burning the American flag. Because let me make this point. Have you had anybody in the military die in combat?
Yes, actually, yes.
Okay, so would it be okay? So why don't you go grab their flag that their wife, mother, daughters, whatever was handed, and burn that?
Why
No,
would
they're just talking about their own property, not someone else's property.
Then also, I would,
Yes,
that's
what I'm saying.
I would
Why
never.
don't they burn them kind of flags?
So I would never burn the American flag that was gifted to my family for my great uncle's death in Vietnam. As that
why
flag,
not? It's freedom of speech.
Well, because that flag's not my property; it's my grandma's.
Okay, so she has the right to burn it. And you would be okay with that?
Legally speaking, she definitely does have the right to burn it. But if she did burn it, I definitely see it as like incredibly disrespectful via where she got the flag from, which was the military funeral service of my great uncle, right? But like obviously, this is going to be like a hyper specific scenario where we're not talking about legality, and now we're talking about like tangential moral facts, right? Associated with like how this isn't just an American flag. This like American flag literally and uniquely symbolizes the loss of the life of my great uncle, as it was what was gifted to my family at his military funeral service.
Okay, but I fail to understand the difference of going to Walmart, buying a flag, and burning it, and grabbing your family's military service flag and burning it. I fail to see the difference. An American flag.
Because that flag from Walmart didn't sit on his funeral. That flag from Walmart wasn't folded by his brothers in arm, and that flag from Walmart wasn't given to his grieving sister that has been distraught about his death for the last 65 years. That being my grandmother. Right. So like obviously anybody with a brain can recognize the difference between these two things. But like even in that circumstance, like if my grandma, because it's her flag, wanted to burn it, that is legal. And should be too. She should have the legal right to do whatever she wants with her property. Yeah.
Okay, so it's freedom of expression, right?
Well, more so symbolic speech, which would fall under freedom of speech.
Okay, but so if I don't know how to word this, if I decided that I'll just start off this way. If I decided I wanted to express my freedom of expression by just walking down the street and punching somebody because of the quote unquote hat they're wearing, like you people do, is that okay?
No one's advocating it's okay to just punch other people. No, we disagree with that.
So autistic people should be thrown in jail for expressing their shit.
Yeah, since you think violence is wrong, you must disagree with Donald Trump pardoning the violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and you must condemn him for calling them patriots.
It is fact that it is false. It has been proven. Nobody died that day except a Trump supporter.
So DJ Rodriguez didn't drive a stun gun to the neck of a police officer after that police officer got beat over the head with a rod? That didn't happen?
No, he died in the hospital.
Officer Fanone's still alive.
There was one officer that died at the hospital.
Then you're not talking about what Parker just asked you to do with DJ Rodriguez.
January 6th, quote, riots, right?
You're all over the place. Parker, do you want to repeat what you said?
Yeah, I was just saying that DJ Rodriguez drove a stun gun to the neck of a police officer after that police officer was beat over the head with a rod. You're telling me that that didn't happen?
Did you not say January 6th?
Yes, that's January 6th.
Then we're on the same page. Nobody died that day at the Capitol except for Ashley Babbitt.
Why are you talking about death? We're not talking about death. We're talking about DJ Rodriguez taking a stun gun and then driving it into the neck of Officer Fanone, who then experienced a heart attack because of it. Like, Officer Fanone lived, but that's still like attempted murder in my mind, or a violent attack on a police officer.
Okay, then that person should have went to jail.
Yeah,
yes, that person who did that should have went to jail, and rightfully so. But my point is if burning an American flag, which I believe should be treason like it used to be, but
okay,
if burning an American flag is free speech,
you're being like obtuse and intentionally dense. I want to make a point, but Parker's going to make it instead. Go ahead.
I don't know if we're going to make the same point. I'm asking, would it be treason to incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
Yeah, but that didn't happen.
It did. It did. Would it be treason to call for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
That didn't happen either.
It did.
Then where's your proof? Well, I want the source so I can look it up, because 276 normal closed FBI agents were in that crowd inciting people to break into the goddamn fucking video of the police officers moving the barricades to allow the people up to the Capitol. That's fact. You cannot dispute that.
You are like literally all over the place. You are causing hundreds of people to leave the live stream because you can't stay on one point.
You're going to kick me because I'm right. So go ahead. That's what you and your little boyfriend do.
Okay. Well, I'm actually not going to kick you.
Why he's in here because you can't win shit, bro.
Okay. You seem very upset, Try. 70.
Yeah, because it's like normal. Two Democrats on one Republican. That's what it is. That's all you fucking people can do. You cannot handle a debate on your own.
Would you like somebody?
Because if you could, why don't you let me actually explain it instead of you jumping in or Parker jumping in? By the way, Parker, how's your dog?
What's up?
You heard me.
I didn't hear you. I actually didn't.
Oh,
What'd you
don't
say?
worry. I did. I'll repeat it. So he said, by the way, Parker, how's your dog? Talking about Parker's dog who died from cancer. So Try, right now you are in front of over 23,000 people. And is that really the image that you want to put on MAGA? MAGA is reckless. MAGA is crazy. MAGA is vengeful. MAGA is evil, right? MAGA can't even have a civil dialogue, right, about politics to the extent that when like two people who are being very calm and very patient just want to like analyze your view and talk about what is best for the future of this country, like when you can't handle it, you get like very pissed, you get very upset, and you start like asking somebody about their dog that died like a couple months ago from cancer? Like, are you serious? Like, is this really like the direction that you want MAGA to go in as a political movement? Like, I mean, deadass, like, answer my question. Is this the way that you think MAGA should be represented in front of close to 25,000 people?
And is this how the liberals should be represented? Always jumping in front of people, never letting them answer, never letting them debate you. You always have to mute them and kick them. That's why.
We'll talk about liberal representation after you answer my question. Do you think that the way that you're acting on this live, right, lashing out, getting angry, getting violent, right, making fun of Parker's dead fucking dog, right, is like the best way MAGA should be represented in front of close to 25,000 Americans? Answer that question. Don't deflect. Don't change the topic.
That was a perfectly timed mute. It literally, like, right after he said that, right after he complained about the muting.
Yeah. Just answer that question without deflection, okay, man? Prove to me that you're capable of allowing me to examine your view.
I will once you actually let me show my view. How can you examine something that's not there?
Well, exactly. I can't examine something that's not there, and you didn't give me an answer to my question when I asked you about your problem. Well, you weren't explaining it. You pivoted and started talking about liberal representation when I very specifically asked you if your actions on this live, your behavior on this live, is how you think MAGA should be represented.
No, it shouldn't.
Then
But
why did you say
have
it?
to allow people to speak up.
Then why did you say that
and
to
talk?
Parker? Why did you say that to
Say
Parker?
what to Parker?
How's your dog? Why did you say that to him?
Is that not free speech?
I'm not saying that you
Is
don't
that
know.
not
Free
fall under
speech
free
was
speech?
asking you why you said
Do I
that.
have to have a reason?
Yeah,
He
like,
knows
I
the
mean,
reason. Everybody knows the reason.
try. Well, that's a messed up reason. That's why we're essentially trying to ask you about it. Like, why would you say something so fucked up? My dog literally just died a few months ago.
Okay, so I
Really?
may be wrong about this, and if I am, I will apologize. But aren't you the one who got caught on camera shocking your dog?
Oh, he's talking about Hassan.
You think I'm Hassan?
Okay, I apologize. That is my bad. I just seen Parker. I really can't see your face in your little small little square on my thing, so I apologize on that if that's not true.
Yo, listen.
So I apologize on that.
Listen.
About my dead dog. He thought I was Hassan.
Listen, wrong person, bro. Wrong person.
Okay, and I apologize on that. That's why I brought it up. If I'm wrong, I will apologize, which I did. Now, back to the whole thing about MAGA being represented like that. Okay, that was my bad. I had the wrong person. But you can't sit here and expect somebody to patiently sit back here and constantly get interrupted when we have no way of explaining ourselves, because this is your live, so you can kick me, mute me like you have, interrupt me, and threaten to kick me and mute me. You can't expect people to sit back and be patiently 20 minutes just for you to sit there and yell at them because they won't explain their topic when you won't allow them to.
Why are you such a goddamn snowflake? Why are you such a goddamn snowflake? Can I see your soft hands? Baby bottle? I could get one for you.
Are you literally sitting here saying it's wrong for Republicans to do it, to talk over people, but you do it, and then when you get called out, you call them snowflakes?
I mean, I actually don't really think that I've interrupted you too much in this conversation. It's been pretty chill. Like on my side, not on your side. You've been kind of acting out.
No, dude, the whole time.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm sorry if I interrupted you, man.
We started this conversation off on the whole burning the flag thing. How it got to all of what it is now, that is on you, dude. You were the one who brought up MAGA representation and started interrupting me and everything. That is all on you.
Do you have lead paint on your walls?
No, I don't.
Okay, interesting.
You see, this is also what you liberals do. You insult.
Can you calm
insult,
down?
Insult becomes the tool of the loser.
Can you like calm down?
I'm calm.
Okay. All right. Stay that way, please.
My heavy breathing is I'm actually out here playing soccer with my son as well. So.
Okay. Back to the debate. We were having a conversation about the First Amendment and one's legal right to burn the American flag. You said that, it should be criminalized to burn the American flag anywhere, regardless of the context, because you think it's treason. I'd argue that it is definitely more anti-American to ban free speech, to ban the burning of the American flag, than to burn the flag in of itself.
Okay, but you think burning the American flag is a good idea, regardless if it's free speech or not. You actually think it should be done, regardless if it's free speech or not.
Listen, I think there's a lot of contexts where I think that burning the American flag is a patriotic thing. Then there's a lot of contexts where burning the American flag is kind of like fucking weird, right? It like really is case dependent, right? But like my perceptions of like the goodness or badness of this said form of symbolic speech, right, isn't what should determine if it should be allowed or permitted in society or infringed upon and stopped by a governmental body, right? And you're now sharing the perspective with us today where you think that your emotions, your feelings of what is good and bad insofar as speech should dictate what other individuals should have the legal right to do or not to do. Isn't this like completely antithetical to like freedom of, to like the freedoms that like conservatives typically like surround themselves on and like champion, like liberty, freedom of speech, the Constitution, the First Amendment, so on and so forth?
No, because I'm not pushing it on you. I'm just simply asking you.
Yeah, you arguing
not
that it
telling
should be
you
illegal is
you have to
necessarily
agree.
attempting to push it on everyone.
I said it should be. I didn't say it has to be.
Try. So you're saying disrespect should be illegal because it's in the context of burning the flag. But if we were to say disrespect should be illegal, well, then Trump would already be in prison right now.
All humankind would be in prison. That's a fact.
Right?
So don't just say Trump. That's the point. You guys cannot
Well, I mean, that's your cult
start
leader.
an argument without saying Trump first.
Well, I mean, we're talking about politics. No shit.
Yeah, we are. When Biden was president and Trump was nowhere to be seen.
Like, are you
Trump,
really confused while we're talking about Trump, the president, in a live about politics?
Yes, which is why I brought up my view on the American flag.
Dude, read this guy's bio.
What is it?
Democrats are Nazis. Oh my god! Yo, listen, Ivy, I appreciate you for that call out. Why?
Try explain how we're Nazis under your view.
Explain how Democrats are Nazis.
Okay. So, what's a Nazi?
Well, that's what you're gonna tell us because we're asking you to explain what your bio means.
Okay. So there is a
That's
episode.
German Workers' Party.
Those are right wing, but there is a little episode by the Babylon Bee that explains it perfectly.
The Babylon Bee is a goddamn fictitious satire organization. Do you know that? The Babylon Bee isn't real.
Yes,
they're
I said they were
satire like
right-wing-
The Onion.
Right-wing satire. I said that.
So you're trying to use a satirical article from the Babylon Bee to argue that you think Democrats are Nazis? Bro, you're delusional.
Who was Democrats for? Israel and the Jews or Palestinians?
Establishment Dims, just like the establishment. What's that? Establishment Dims were pro-Israel, for the most part.
I never saw one Democrat say anything good about Israel.
Oh,
not one.
Oh, well, I mean, I wish that you were right.
I could be wrong.
I wish that he was right. You know, like I'm pro-Palestine. I do not like the state of Israel at all. That's me.
Okay, but do you guys try to silence speech?
Didn't we just talk about how Trump violated the First Amendment?
That's not silencing speech. That's taking away.
Wait. So him literally putting people in prison for a year for engaging in symbolic speech is not silencing speech?
So what was it when Dems tried to throw people in prison for not taking the vaccine and
Dims never did that. What are you talking about?
Throw people in prison for not taking the vaccine.
When did Dims try to do that? What the fuck? Tell us. No, please inform us all. Teach us.
It's the same thing.
No, teach us. Inform us. When did Democrats try to put people in prison for not getting vaxxed?
And okay, then can you tell me one person that went to prison for
listen.
Wait, no, tell me one person that went to prison for not getting the vaccine.
Yes.
I didn't say they did go to prison. I said they tried to.
Who tried to do this? Which Dim?
One Democrat that advocated for that.
Yeah.
Every one of them?
Name one.
Name one. Exactly.
All right. Cory Booker.
Where did Cory
not say that?
When did Cory Booker say,
of course,
if you're not vaxxed, you should go to jail?
I'm pretty sure he
No,
did it.
actually, let's put money on this. Let's put
He
money
was
on
arguing with Jim Jordan.
this. Try. How much money do you want to put on this? I'll do it right now.
I think you make enough off your little cult following.
Cult following? Don't
my
say
cult
that to
following?
them.
Well, I just want to thank one of a few of the cult members real quick. Christopher with $100. Thank you so much from the cult money. I really appreciate it. Some W's for Christopher in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Daniela with the $5. Jasmine with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that cult money. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it.
Dude, I can't believe that this is real. I got to thank some cult members too. Listen, Alex, you the G for being a cult member. Appreciate you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Alex. Same thing with you, Kelly, with $1. And Elena, oh my God, cult member Elena. Show some love to cult member Elena down below in that chat for the $50 over on Venmo. Elena with a $50 says, love your lives. Keep fighting the good fight. Well, I'm so appreciative that you're a member of my cult. Thank you, Elena. Shout out to Cult Queen Elena. Thank you for the $50. Seriously. As well as Allie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for being a member of my cult. Thank you so much. Jonathan with the $5 too. Harley with the 10 and Caleb with the 50 cents. Dude, I fucking love being a cult leader. LFG, y'all. As well as Gabriella, thank you for the $5. Quote unquote, to my amazing cult leader. Thank you, cult member Gabby. As well as Goda, thank you for the $11 on PayPal, who says W in the cult gang. Thank you, cult member Goda. And then Karion, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal, who literally just says, wah, I'm the caller. Wah. That's funny as fuck. Thank you, Karion. As well as Kelly, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal. Kelly says, this guy's such an angry little guy. Megan, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat for the cult money. As well as S, thank you for the 10 pounds. Dude, let's fucking go. We are racking in the cult big bucks right now. Holy fuck, y'all. Thank you guys so much for being a member of my cult. As well as Ashley, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo saying one of us. Thank you, Ashley. Harley with the $20 saying for the cult. Jennifer with the $5 saying here's my cult fees. Anna with the $10 saying for snacks for the cult. Kristen with the $20 saying for your cult following. I genuinely appreciate everything that you do. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much, Kristen. I appreciate you guys so much. Show some love to Kristen down below in that chat. Thank you guys so much for the love. As well as Peyton, thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal, who says to the best cult leader. Thank you so much, Peyton. Oh my God, W cult in that chat. Holy shit. Thank you guys so much for the love.
And Mark, thank you for the $3. Thank you.
This is what you
$5 front with the $10. Thank you for all the cult money. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You get some W's for all the cult members in the comment section. Jessica with the $1, Cora with the 10, Allie with the 5, Harley, thank you for the $10, and Punisher, thank you for the $5. They said Hassan Parker. That's hilarious. I actually cannot.
That is pretty funny. It's terrible. That's pretty good. Tri-tip, you're in the middle saying, see, this is what you guys do?
Yeah, you do nothing but you stop the conversation and then you continue to try to make fun of the person you're having conversations with.
I'm just thanking my donors. Calm down, angry old man.
Yeah, you don't do that in an actual debate.
Okay.
Wait, try. The only reason we're making fun of you, which we weren't even really making fun of you, would be because of like the types of arguments you're running against us and how mad you are at us. Like you're literally just getting really angry at us, and we're just pointing out the fact that you're really angry. If you consider that an insult, well then I don't know what to tell you.
And then you also just said, well, you don't do that in an actual debate. You know what? I actually agree with you. You don't.
Yeah, you have a debate and you continue that debate.
In an actual serious debate.
You don't want to do an actual job.
In an actual serious debate, you don't think people in the middle of it.
That's like how, yeah, I know that was another insult, which, welcome to the left, that's what you guys do. I'm not as stupid as you think I am.
I'm actually being serious. I know it's funny, and it is kind of insulting to you, but it is serious, you know? Like for everybody in here, for the 5,000 people in here, if you've watched for a while, like, you know, like I don't typically interrupt my guests and like thank donations, and I hold it off till the end of the conversation.
You interrupt everybody.
Oh, but not to thank like donations. I'm kind of impatient though.
You have.
not commonly, actually.
You watched my live, bro. I definitely do that.
Yeah.
That's definitely me.
I typically like hold it off until like the end. Tri, do you have anything like serious that you want to debate us on, or should we move on to the next Trump supporter?
Okay, so there is one other.
Also, by the way, you can't talk about like liberals insulting Republicans when once again your bio literally says Democrats are the new Nazis. Come on. You lost all of your footing there. Dude, I bet you're also like one of those same conservatives that will like go on Twitter and virtue signal and say, the liberals call Trump Hitler and us Nazis, they're so violent. Meanwhile, your bio's literally calling Democrats Nazis.
No, I just don't care what liberals say.
If you didn't care what a liberal had to say, then why the hell are you here?
To prove a point that you're wrong about.
Oh, so you do care what a liberal has to say.
My point that I'm right, and Trump has been right about it all along.
Wait, hold up. The point I would make is that you cared enough to listen in the very first place and to tune in, because you wouldn't know about Dean or anything about Dean if it is the case that you never even like scrolled onto the thing and like scrolled on here long enough to want to even.
I watched him get his ass kicked by Charlie. That's how I know who he is.
Okay. Well, name one point he lost on.
the whole damn thing.
What did I debate him on?
Do what?
What did I debate him on?
For one, I want to say one of them was religion.
You're already
No.
wrong. Like, okay, so you said one of them was religion. The first part of that sentence was wrong because when you said one of them, that would imply I had multiple debates with him. I only had one. And then the second part of that sentence was wrong because the one debate that I did have with him was not on religion. You don't know anything. Why the hell are you trying to tell me that Charlie Kirk cooked me in a debate? Meanwhile, you didn't know that I've only debated him once, and you don't know what that one debate was about.
I do, and I
Then
just
what was
told
it about? No, you were wrong. It wasn't about religion. You were incorrect.
No.
Wrong. Buzzer. Wrong. I need a buzzer that goes wrong.
Okay, okay, maybe you didn't. Maybe it wasn't on religion.
So then what was it on?
But I could have swore it was. And if I'm wrong, unlike any of you, I will apologize if I'm fucking
Oh, I found my button. You are incorrect. Thank you so much. It was on abortion.
Which, did Charlie not bring up religion in that about his stance on it?
No, that was actually
He
me.
did. He literally
Wrong. He
said-
never
Me,
brings up
bro.
religion.
That was me.
He
I
literally
talked to
said,
him about religion.
although his religion doesn't allow it, he's not going to use his religion to support it. That's what he said.
No, because he wasn't even given a pro-life argument. I gave a pro-choice argument.
All right. But that's actually what my second point was going to be. Yep, silencing me. Nazi.
Don't like me.
You just called me a Nazi because I can't figure out how to turn it off. That's not even me. I'm just kidding. Okay, there we go. We got it.
I will say this.
You just
You're
called
not
me
stupid.
a Nazi
You know what-
because
You're
I couldn't
not-
turn out. I couldn't figure out how to pause the video. You're so fucking sensitive. Holy shit.
You know exactly
Try, can you tell us what a Nazi is?
Someone who silences people with from speaking free speech. Tyler Robinson.
So, under your view, Trump is a
forcing
Nazi.
people to believe in your current.
Wait. You just said Trump,
argument.
under your view, is a Nazi. And also, wait, are you Christian?
Yes. Recently, yes.
Okay, do you believe in hell?
Yes.
Okay, so doesn't God force people to do like things like that? Like to follow him? So do you think that God's a Nazi?
That's terrible.
Who said anything about following people?
So you're going to hell, Parker. You're going to hell for that one.
Maybe.
Dude,
man.
I think that might
That's
actually.
disrespectful, though. Yeah,
I think that might actually be blasphemy. Oh my God.
No, who said anything about God or
That's
following God?
actually his own position that would be blasphemy then, right? Because I'm not the one who had that prescription, right?
Listen. By the way, you just disrespected the fuck out of Kirk. I don't even know if you caught it. So you compared me playing that buzzer noise while you were speaking to Tyler Robinson fucking breaking Kirk's jugular open and then him dying from an assassination. Dude.
And you laughed about it. Dude. Thought it was funny.
Dude. What? Dude,
well, no.
Dude, I lost like I lost like 25% of my fan base because of my reaction. I don't know if you're talking about the right person here, my friend. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, I mean, you probably weren't scrolling on TikTok. There was shipping of Charlie and Dean for like literally like 2 weeks.
Don't talk about the Dirk. That's a banned subject here. That's a banned subject.
Okay, so are we gonna allow me to talk about my second point?
Yeah,
because you brought it up earlier. I just didn't get a chance to respond to it.
Go ahead.
You're for abortion, right?
Yeah, abortions are awesome.
Okay. When does life begin?
The biological life starts at the moment of conception.
Okay. When does abortion happen?
Well, I mean, abortion.
I'm gonna get off.
You're gonna get off, Parker.
Good
Appreciate
seeing
you coming,
everyone.
man.
Good seeing everyone.
Appreciate the co-host, man. You should come up more often. It's fun having you.
We
up
will.
here.
I will. I'll see you again soon.
Cool,
I'll
cool.
text you, bro.
Awesome,
Peace.
man. Peace out. So you asked me when abortion happens? It depends on
when does abortion happen?
It depends
Is
on the
it
state.
pre-conception or post-conception?
Dude, you can't abort something that doesn't exist yet. So obviously it's
Exactly.
post-conception.
So you just admitted it was life.
Yeah. Abortion kills a fetus. Yes.
You're okay with murdering that infant.
Murdering life. Oh, whoa. Let me rephrase that. Ending life doesn't equal murder.
It literally does.
Okay. Are you a vegetarian?
Yeah, and and I murder animals all the time.
Okay, so you're okay with murder?
I don't know what your point is.
So wait. If you murder animals all the time and you think that's okay, then what's so wrong about a woman murdering a fetus?
Because animals hold no value. Except the cat and dog.
Okay, well, so then murder's not always wrong.
That's not murder.
Oh, but you just called it murder.
Of a human life.
No, of an animal. You said I murder animals all the time.
It's the killing of a human life.
Wait, so then
It
why?
says nothing about animals.
Then why did you say that you murder animals if murder doesn't include the killing of animals?
I knew that's where you're going with it, so I did it to appease you.
Wait, don't appease me. Operate under your own definitions. Now you're defining murder as the termination and cessation of human life, right?
Do what?
Now you're saying that murder is defined as ending human life?
Yes.
So you think that we're murdering brain dead patients when we pull the plug on them in the hospital since we're ending a human life?
Technically, by the definition, yes.
Are you okay with that?
No.
So you think that we should ban pulling the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital?
Yes.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay. Name one person ever that agrees with you.
See, here's the thing.
See,
I
that's
don't
why it's
need people
absurd.
to agree with me. I'm my own
That's
person.
why,
I don't
that's why it's
need-
absurd.
So, okay. It's absurd for me to have my own opinion.
Okay, yes, this opinion of yours is absurd. Wait, I have a question. Have you ever once spoken for like new legislation to ban like the killing of brain dead patients in the hospital, even though it's murder?
Me and my brother have had this conversation, but not on a political forum.
So you've never.
in public.
Wait. Does this mean that you think that Donald Trump is pro-murder since he's like he doesn't want to ban pulling the plug on brain dead patients in the hospital?
I would say yeah.
So then why do you support a president that's pro-murder?
Because it's much more than that.
Wait. So like being pro-murder isn't a red line to you? I have a question. Then why didn't you like Kamala Harris?
Why didn't I like Kamala Harris?
Yeah, why didn't you vote for Kamala Harris? What was your red line against her?
Well, I've told you this before because I don't know if you remember me, but I've debated you before, and you kicked me because of the F drug. But she didn't earn the presidential nominee; it was handed to her.
So I'm guessing you want to call her DEI. So I just want to clarify that
No,
you think
no,
that
no,
being...
no, it's not what I said.
Okay,
It's not what I said.
Well, that's what that argument means. Okay.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, then
It
why would you say
means
that she didn't earn it?
There was no. They did not hold a primary.
They didn't hold a primary, like for the presidential ticket. Well, I mean, actually, they did in the relevant sense of having over like 50% of the delegates, right, in the Democratic Party, right, nominate her like as the official candidate of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, but here's the thing, dude.
So then, why didn't you like her?
Because, like I said, she didn't earn the nominee. It was handed to her.
She didn't earn the nomination; it was handed to her. No, she served as the vice president of this country for 4 years. That's how she earned it.
So JD Vance is automatically going to get the Republican nominee.
So
not because he should, but because the RNC is going to sit there and look at that and say,
if the 22nd Amendment didn't exist, Donald Trump announced his nomination for a third term, then dropped out 107 days out. Yeah, he would automatically get the ticket, and I wouldn't really hold that against him. That's like the most feasible thing.
See, I would.
Okay. So do you think that like she was less qualified than Trump? Like she would have been worse for America than Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, why?
100%. She was the border czar, and what did she do there? She went there once in 4 years.
So what was her official like role delegated to do by Biden for immigration? Like what was her function as a border czar, quote unquote?
It is supposed to be to maintain the border and make sure it's running smoothly.
Can I have a source on that?
She did not.
Yeah, give me a source.
Huh?
Give me a source that her job was to maintain the border and to make sure that the border was running smoothly.
Well, I mean, that's what Tom Homan's doing.
Okay, you're saying that Tom Homan is making sure that the border runs smoothly today. First of all, I disagree with you. Second of all, this isn't a source for your claim that Kamala Harris's role was to make sure that the border was running smoothly under like the Biden-Harris administration. Could you give me a source for that?
No, not a source.
Yeah, you can't give me a source for that because you're wrong.
And explain it.
Okay, yeah, I'll happily explain it after you admit that you have no evidence for the claim.
I just did.
What was your evidence for the claim?
I just said I didn't have a source.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence for the claim, therefore you don't have any reason to find it to be the case. So then why do you believe
Wait, what claim? That she was border czar, or
yeah, that she like was like she had to like look over like the functioning of like the southern border and make sure that it's running smoothly.
What's the border czar do?
Why did you say that if you didn't have any evidence for it?
What's the border czar do?
Why aren't you answering my question? Why did you say that if you don't have any evidence for it?
Because I do. That's what.
What's your evidence?
I didn't know you were asking me if I had evidence that she was a border.
What is your evidence that her official role was to ensure that the southern border was running smoothly? What's your evidence for that claim?
It is literally what the border czar is supposed to do.
Okay, then how do you know that she was a border czar?
Because Biden came out and said it.
Okay, Biden said that she was the border czar.
Yes.
When did he say that?
I think it was like after his first year in office.
Okay, can I have a source for that?
Google?
Google's is a search engine, not a source.
So if you type in it, it won't bring up a bunch of web pages with sources on it.
Okay, well now you just seem really lazy, right? You're asking me to investigate your claim.
No, I am on my phone, and if I back out to go to my Google to look it up, it'll drop me from the app.
No, it won't.
Yeah, yes, it has. It's done it before.
No,
I
it won't.
debated.
Just don't be gone for more than 3
vegan
minutes.
Dude. No, I debated some vegan dude, and I was gone for maybe a minute 20, and I came back, and I had to go through all the lives again just to find his live.
Sounds like he kicked you. In fact, I'm going to do the same thing to you now. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are an American adult that supports Donald Trump as president and disagrees with the prompt over my head. While we're getting the next guest up here, R, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. R with the $50 says, as a combat vet who has lost friends and my leg while I fought for your right to do whatever you wanted with the American flag. Well, first and foremost, thank you so much for the $50, R. Thank you for being a true American patriot. Thank you for your service, and I'm really sorry to hear about your friends. You know, I hear this from veterans all the time, that maybe you don't personally like the burning of the flag, but yet you fought for the right for individuals to be able to do it. 110%. Thank you for the $50, R. It looks like the person that we loaded up in here didn't actually mean to be here, but show some love to R down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the love, seriously. And one last time here, just thank you for your service, very, very seriously. As well as I would like to very quickly thank Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Elizabeth says, I'm so proud of you and Parker. Thank you so much for the love, Elizabeth. Elizabeth,
Dean,
let's
what's
get to our
going on,
Elizabeth W's. What's up? Do you support Trump?
I do.
Awesome. Let me go and thank just a handful of others, and then we will hop into the debate, my friend. Thank you, Luca. Thank you so much for the 20 pounds over on Super Chat. Show some love to Luca. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that, Luca. You are absolutely fantastic. 110%. Undoubtedly. Thank you for the 20 pounds, Luca. I would also like to very quickly thank Bonnie for the $20 over on Venmo, as well as I'll look that up, Bonnie. Thank you for your message. Thank you for the $20. Show some love to Bonnie. And then Jody, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Jody with the $25 says, I enjoy listening to you. You give me hope that things might change. Listen, man, I think that we're going to have a progressive revolution in this country just by caring about critical thought, rhyme, reason, and intellectualism. 110%, Jody. Thank you for the $25, as well as Caitlin. Thank you for the $10 and Venmo for your cult tithe. Thank you so much for the love. Carolina with a $50. Thank you, Caroline. Thank you so much. Let's get 500 Caroline W's in that chat. Holy shit, you guys. Caroline with a 50 big ones. That is way too much. Thank you for your kindness as your biggest cult fan. Caroline, you are the queen of the cult. Thank you so much for the $50. As well as Chronic, thank you so much for the $10. Kelly with a 1. Ally with a 5. Thank you so much for the love. Allie, sorry. Sean with the $10 on Venmo. Karen with a 5. Jenna with a 10. Shelby with a 5. Harley, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo. Harley saying here's another $30 for the Colt, as well as Dalton, thank you for the 15 saying just because. Joe Lee with the 5 saying Colt membership fee. Ashley with the $20. Thank you so much, you guys. As well as Danielle, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Danielle says, hey Dean, here's some Colt cash. Thank you for the love, Danielle. Thank you so much. As well as Amar, thank you for the $12, who says, I love your videos and lives. Thank you so much, Amar. You are awesome. Hell yeah. As well as Jenna, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal for the Colt fees. Thank you so much, Jenna. And then Raylan with the $5 saying, all hail the Dean and Parker Colt. Chiron, thank you for the $5. Then Eric with the $22, who says, keep on cooking them. Thank you so much. Molly with the 15, who says, paying my Colt membership fee. Thank you so much, everybody. Please show some love to all of our donors down below in that comment section. There's quite a few of you that had supported me and supported the stream when that guy was saying that y'all were members of the cult. And then I got locked into the conversation with him. So I did just get around to thanking like a large group of you guys over the course of the last 30 minutes now. But thank you guys. Seriously, it really means the world. Thank you, everyone, so much for your kindness on Venmo and PayPal. You guys have like seriously supported me so much today. Just thank you, seriously. What's going on, Grumpy? Do you support Trump?
I do. I do.
Are you grumpy?
Yeah, I'm Gumpy.
Oh,
My bad.
Gumpy. Sorry, I thought it said grumpy. My bad. Take it away, man. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, at first, I voted for his first term. Second, I voted for Biden, and then this run, I voted for him.
So just to clarify, knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who would you vote for?
Actually, I would vote for Kamala.
I'm really happy that I asked that question. Thank you so much, man. I think that's awesome that you've been able to change your mind. I think that we're going to go back to the main topic. How do you still support Trump? So hop in that queue. If you still support Trump, we're looking for people that are actively MAGA today. If that is you, hop in that queue. Just make sure that you're an American adult and you're following the rules. What is up, Jocelyn? Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Jocelyn, how old are you?
I am 21.
Perfect. Before I ask you why the hell you support the worst president of your 21 years of life, I'd ask you if you can mute that TV in the background or go into a more quiet room. And while you're doing that, Jeffrey, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo, who says thank you for the education, 1-year listener here. Jeffrey, I feel like I remember your name. I appreciate you for the $10, and that's so cool that you've been listening for so long, seriously. As well as Dwayne, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you, Jeffrey and Dwayne. Now that our guest has found their way into a little bit more quiet space in their house, why the hell do you support Dipey Don, worst president of your life, attacking the Constitution, taking healthcare away from 10 million citizens, and absolutely fucking over the working class?
Are you going to let me talk?
I suppose.
Okay, why do you support Biden?
Why did I support Biden? I don't know if it's relevant to the conversation.
So it's relevant why I support Trump, but it's not. You can't tell me why you support Biden.
I mean, shit. Literally read the prompt.
Read the prompt.
Yeah, I mean, serious. Read that out loud.
How do I still support Trump? I mean, why couldn't I support Trump?
Well,
Why do you still support Biden?
So you're asking why you shouldn't support Trump? I mean, actually, before you spoke, I gave you like a couple reasons. Took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. Is reducing the purchasing power of every American.
Actually, my sister, who had a baby, was able to get food stamps after Trump became president.
Okay.
So make that make sense.
Are you saying that
before that she couldn't get food stamps? Now she can.
Okay, what did Donald Trump change to allow your sister to get food stamps? Was it maybe the fact that like she was pregnant, and that maybe pregnant women have access to more social safety nets, such as WIC in your state? Wow.
No.
Okay, then what was it? What did Trump do?
She wasn't able to get food stamps because her boyfriend made too much, but yet they weren't married, so he shouldn't matter.
So
and then she just got qualified for food stamps. So I don't think that has anything to do why Trump should be
I have a
our
question.
president.
Did they like did they report their taxes combined?
No, they can't. They're not married.
Okay, perfect. So then I don't think that her boyfriend's income would have anything to do with her personal eligibility.
It does. If you put him on the paper, it does.
Okay, but then why the hell would she put him on the paper?
But can I ask you a question? Every time I watch your videos or I see your videos, that's the only thing you have to say about Trump is how he took healthcare away from 10,000 Americans or whatever you said. And
okay.
When in reality, I think he's only making it better.
Well, that's not the only thing I have to say about Trump.
He's gonna make it easier for low-income adults that are working every day and still are scraping by to buy a house.
I'm going to respond to both of those things. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
So you said the only thing I have to say about Trump is that he's taken healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans per the big beautiful bill. That's not the only thing I have to say about Trump. We could also talk about the fact that he's an adjudicated rapist, boasted about perving on the naked bodies of kids, is probably in the Epstein files, and now is calling it an act of hostility to vote against their release in the House, per his own
Do you know
statements from
that
official
all
White
of
House
those?
accounts. But like, I do talk about him taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans because of how significant it is. I mean, think about it. There is 40 through 60,000 low-income Americans that die annually because of lack of access to healthcare, and you think that the proper response is to take it away from another 10 million? You're insane.
So I actually work in a doctor's office, and I can tell you I see a lot of low-income people who come in and are able to have access to Medicaid and financial assistance because of Trump.
So you're telling me that he expanded access to Medicaid. How so?
How did he expand it?
Yeah, when did he expand it? What did he do
I mean,
to expand it?
I can't really tell you that because that'd be HIPAA.
No, I'm not asking you for any private information about your patients. I'm asking you for public policy that the Trump administration influenced to get passed to expand Medicaid eligibility. I know what HIPAA is. Don't pull that card on me.
So you're asking what you have to make to get Medicaid? For Medicaid, you don't have to make anything. Medicaid is for somebody who literally cannot make money.
No, I'm just asking
You
you
know
what
that,
Donald Trump
right?
did to expand eligibility for Medicaid. I think that you're confusing Trump with Obama.
No.
Then what did he do to expand
really only
eligibility?
does- Obamacare is different than Medicaid.
Well, the Affordable Care Act just expands access to Medicaid.
Well, Obamacare is something completely different than what Medicaid is. Do you know what Medicaid is and Medicare?
So Obamacare.
I think we're getting off topic here.
and the
I think we're getting
ACA
off topic here.
No, the ACA just expands access to Medicaid.
Medicaid, do you know that so during
Dude.
Biden being in office, I seen a significant amount of veterans who couldn't access healthcare, who couldn't access their VA because it was taken out from under them, who couldn't
By
access their
Biden?
childcare because it was taken out. I'm guessing that was our president at the time.
Yeah, so what did Biden do to reduce access to VA healthcare? Because I do
I'm
know
not
that
sure.
he increased
I'm
access.
not sure what he
Oh,
did,
you're not sure what he
but I
did to
know
reduce
that-
access? Hey, guess
but
what?
I know that
I'm
when he
sure.
was in-
Hey, one moment. I'm sure that he increased access to the VA through the PACT Act that he signed into law. That was an $800 million investment into the VA, which expanded VA access to over 1 million new veterans that weren't covered before. So not only are you wrong, but the opposite is true. Stop bullshitting me.
Okay, so when Biden was in office, how much let's look at it this way. I could go to Walmart 3 years what? In 2020 I could have went to Walmart and gotten a basket of groceries for $100. Now when I go to Walmart I have to spend $500 just to get enough for two people. And I'm 21 years old who works a Monday through Friday job. Do you really think it should be that way?
No, I don't. And who's the president?
And do you think that the border should be completely open?
Can you answer my question? Who's the president?
Do you think that we should have women being raped in woods by an illegal immigrant? Because I don't.
No, I don't think that, but you do think that we should have a
But
rapist
you're
serving as our
supporting
president. Do you want to go ahead and
but
read
you're
this out?
supporting somebody who allowed that.
You are literally supporting somebody that did that. Go ahead and read that.
He never raped anybody. If you were to
Go ahead and
it,
read this.
instead of
Go ahead and read
if
this.
you were to
Bro,
read-
you just try to say, oh, Dean, you supported somebody that allowed undocumented immigrants to grape women, which is false.
If
You
you
literally
read
support
into
somebody
it-
that did grape a woman. Go ahead and read this. Seriously, I'm telling you, read this headline. Read it.
If you read into it farther, you will see that none of those charges were brought against him because they're not true. But yet Biden goes around fucking sniffing children like a fucking weirdo.
Wait. Well, you're telling me that if I read in further to like the grape thing, that I'll see that he was like never found guilty of it?
I'm sorry?
So you're telling me that if I read in further to this, I'll find that it's fake?
All of those charges that were brought against Trump were not founded.
Okay. so
Find
you're-
me an article that says they were founded, please.
When you
If you
say-
find me an article that says it was founded, okay.
When you say founded, what do you mean?
The charges?
Well, I'm asking
If he
you like, what
actually
you mean by
raped
the
a
word founded.
woman, if he actually raped somebody,
Yeah?
he would be in jail for that. You do realize that, right? Even if he is the president, he would be in jail for that.
So I'll happily correct you. He would be in jail if he was like prosecuted in a criminal court and found guilty of rape. However, he was prosecuted in a civil court and held liable for it. Right? And the penalty of a civil court is like
I don't think you
money.
read the article correctly. I think you're reading an article that some liberal put up that wants other liberals to believe what they're seeing and what they're hearing.
No.
That's the type of article I think you read.
So I'll happily inform you on this. You're incredibly misinformed and angry, which is kind of like a very bad combination of traits. So it's not that I'm reading articles, right, about like, for instance, the civil court that held him liable for rape. It's that I'm literally reading the jury verdict form. Let's go ahead and read through it together. So all 9 unanimous jurors agreed that Donald Trump had sexually abused Miss Carroll. Go ahead and look at question number 2 there. But of course, I know that you're going to ask me about question number 1, where all 9 unanimous jurors agreed that he didn't grape her. Well, that's because in the state of New York at the time, grape was legally defined as the penetration of the female member with a male member unconsensually. But what he did to her was he penetrated her female member with his fingers unconsensually. Not only has New York updated their law and legislation on what grape is and isn't to reflect that this is grape, but it's just also something that we colloquially understand as grape. So you're accusing me of like looking at liberal news sources to determine he's a grapist. Girl, I'm looking at court documents. Catch up.
Okay, so besides, you think it's okay. So Biden and Kamala were okay
But
with.
Biden. No, respond to
They
what I
were
said, where I
okay-
showed you the
they
court
were
documents to
okay
prove
with-
that Donald Trump is a
They were
grapist.
okay with transgenders being in the
Oh
same
my
bathroom
God,
as a
Jesus
little girl.
Christ.
You're
Jesus
okay with that?
Christ.
You're okay with that?
Okay. I'll happily talk about that with you next.
I just want to know if you're okay with that.
Oh, so I just want you to respond to what I said and stop being a raging hypocrite that pivots when I prove you wrong. Oh.
Those were founded to be fake.
Okay, by whom?
It was all over everything.
So how do you know that the civil court that held him liable for raping E. Jean Carroll was wrong?
When that whole thing came out, I read into it. Either way, it wouldn't have changed my complete.
Wait, you read into it all?
Like-
Okay, what was the victim's full name?
Not sure, I didn't care too much because I know it's not that true.
Okay, what year did the civil court start?
Couldn't tell ya. I
What
mean,
year
my
did
mom
the-
could tell ya.
What year did the civil court end? Can it tell me? What was one piece of evidence that the jury used to find Trump guilty?
He wasn't found guilty.
I literally just showed you the jury verdict form.
Okay, and those were founded to be fake.
Okay, you just continued to repeat that they're founded to be fake, and then I asked you how you know this, and then you're like, I read into it a lot. Well, if you've read into a lot, at a bare minimum, you would have known the
I read a
victim's
lot
name.
to what my
But
mother
not
and
only,
father said
but not
yes.
only do you not know the victim's name, you also don't know what year the court proceedings started, you don't know what year the court proceedings ended, and you don't know one piece of evidence that the jury found to hold him liable.
Because
so
I
you
don't
just
believe
lied
he
to
did
me,
it.
and you just
Because
lied
I
to
don't-
24,000 other people, right, about the
I
fact that
read
you've
it
researched the case at all.
whenever my parents sent me things, I read it.
Tell me literally one fact of this court case.
Yes, I didn't look into it too much. Because,
Literally, tell me one
because
fact of this court
growing,
case.
3 years ago today, I didn't look into politics too much.
Tell
until
me
I
one
seen when I
fact
got
of the
my
court
own
case that you know.
apartment.
Tell
And
me
and how
anything.
expensive everything came up,
Listen.
and seeing how Biden opened up and girls were being
Listen.
raped and killed and worse.
Tell me one thing that you know about the civil court that held Trump liable for raping E. Jean Carroll, since you've read into it so much.
I just asked you a question.
Damn.
But you're not answering my question.
Yeah. So because it's a pivot.
Because
But
I want
fine.
to ask
But
you
fine.
if you think that's
I'll
okay.
I'll entertain the pivot. So the next thing that you brought up was asking me if I think it's okay for trans women to use a women's restroom. So yeah, I actually do, and I think it's because it's better for women's safety. When you segregate restrooms on the basis of sex, what that means is that trans men who are females would have to use the women's restroom. But because of the effects that testosterone has on any body, trans men are incredibly masculine presenting and look identical to cis men. So in other words, if we segregate the restrooms on the basis of sex, you're telling me that people that look identical to cis men should be going into the women's restroom, which just open the doors larger to like shitty cis men taking advantage of that, going into the space and abusing women. In fact, I actually have something to ask you about that. How would you feel about a really shitty man going into a woman's dressing room or like bathroom, for instance, and perving on the naked women and the naked girls in that space?
I'd be pissed.
You would be pissed. Should they
As
go to
I
jail
am
for the rest
now.
of their life? I think they should. How about you?
I think yes.
Yes,
I do.
they should go to jail for the rest of their lives. So obviously,
Yep.
if you think that a man that, for instance, pervs on a naked woman while she's undressed in a changing room should go to jail for the rest of her life, then you definitely would never vote for a man who's done that for the presidency, right? Right?
What else has Trump done?
No, answer my question, right?
No.
Wait, so you would vote for a guy that is explicitly sexually exploited the naked bodies of teens and the naked bodies of women in their dressing rooms while simultaneously thinking men that do that should go to jail? Go ahead and explain that one to me.
I mean, I did vote for him, so yeah, I guess I would vote
Oh,
for him.
okay. So what happened to the energy that you gave us literally 35 seconds ago when you told us that if a man sexually abuses a woman in her dressing room, he should go to jail for the rest of her life?
He didn't. He didn't though.
Okay,
That's the thing. That lady was coming up for fame. She wanted it all on her. She wanted it to be something that it wasn't.
Oh, like the lady that accused him of this was lying.
Yes, I 100
Okay.
wholeheartedly believe that.
You know what? Fuck. Now that I think about it, I don't have any evidence that she wasn't lying. But let's see if you could convince me on this. I just want you to show me that like you're not like a partisan hack. So like if for whatever reason, like imagine that like we had certain evidence that like, he had walked into the dressing rooms of naked teens and naked women and perved on them while they were undressed. Like maybe he admitted
If
to
he
it.
did
Which
that,
he
if
hasn't.
it were proven,
If it were
he
proven,
did that,
would
and
you
if it
still
were
support him as
proven,
president?
you are correct. I wouldn't. But is that proven? No.
Oh, you're right. It's not proven. But hypothetically, if it was, keep in mind it wasn't. If it was proven, right, you would like stop supporting him right now.
I wouldn't be interested in politics at all.
Right.
Correct.
Would you
Because
say
both
like
presidents-
would you
both
like
presidents that have been in office?
would
the
you like
last few
support
years-
would you like support like Donald Trump going to jail? Would you say I'm no longer MAGA? I think Trump should be imprisoned?
If he did that and it was proven and it was on video, yes. But is it on video? No. Is it on video of Biden sniffing children? Yep.
Funny enough, it actually is on video. Let's go and play the clip.
Hey, you're a powerful man. Right. I want to
See, I can't see anything.
Now, you're not the type that would say no.
I don't want to hurt their feelings.
Right. No, but I mean, you see a beautiful woman, you want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, don't say a word. Just listen to what I have to say for 30 seconds. Right now, man,
Okay.
you are at a crossroad. You have two options, okay? Your first option is to be a person of your word. Before I played you that clip, you told me that if you had certain evidence that Donald Trump had...
I didn't see-
One
was
second,
that
just
him
one second.
talking about- I didn't see him
Don't stop. Just stop. Okay? So before I played you that clip, you told me that if you had certain evidence that Donald Trump had walked into the changing rooms of like a woman or a girl and perved on them while they're naked, sexually exploited them, that you would no longer support Trump as president and you would actively support him being thrown in jail. That is what you said. Okay? And then I gave you that certain evidence. I just played you a clip of Donald Trump speaking with Howard Stern on Howard Stern's radio show in August of 2005. Right? So you're at a fork in the road. Your first option is to be a woman of your word and tell us all that you no longer support Trump and you think he should be imprisoned. Your second option is to be a silly, hypocrite, spineless, MAGA droid, okay? Allow your brain to turn into human feces and brainlessly follow Donald Trump as a goddamn cult leader and try to come up with like some incoherent, indefensible suggestion that somehow we didn't just listen to Donald Trump admit to sexually exploiting women and girls while they were naked. My bet is that you're going to take that second route of turning your brain to human shit, becoming a fucking MAGA zombie, ignoring facts, ignoring reality, becoming a hypocrite, and finding some way to defend him. Prove me wrong. I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm not going to say a word until you're done, either proving to everybody watching that you are legit and that you are no longer MAGA and that you think you should be imprisoned by standing by your word, or I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm not going to talk, and I'm going to let you embarrass the hell out of yourself in front of like 25,000 people by finding a way to defend your blatant, piercing hypocrisy.
So I could not see the video, and I see people commenting his lips weren't moving. AI is a thing. So where's the video where his lips are moving?
You chose to turn your brain into shit. Why did you do that? You just said AI is a thing. Was AI a thing in 2005?
AI has been a thing, and that could be his lips. People are saying his lips weren't moving. His lips weren't moving.
With all the
one
second, people are saying his lips weren't moving. I don't even know what you mean by that. This is a clip from a radio show. Radio shows didn't have video because it's on the radio. But this is like a documented thing. People listen to it live. And I mean, the particular clip that I'm playing was posted by CNN on YouTube 9 fucking years ago. If it was fake, Donald Trump would have sued the hell out of him. It wasn't fake. I mean, god damn it. You know, even Biden went on Howard Stern's radio show. Kamala Harris at one point went on Howard Stern's radio show. Howard Stern's radio show was like huge in 2005. You had Beetlejuice. You had a bunch of people that were always on Howard Stern's radio show. It was like a big thing. And Donald Trump was just one of the episodes on, lowly August 21st, 2005. But while he was on this episode, he admitted to sexually exploiting naked women and naked girls.
He admitted to what every man does. Every man looks at a woman. Every man watches porn. Every man looks at women with lust in their eyes. You're going to sit here and tell me you haven't looked at a naked woman and thought about the things that you do to her on a porn video?
Oh,
let me hear it.
God. Okay.
Let me hear it.
Okay. So let me start by saying this. You are right in this sense that a lot of straight men may consensually look at their naked partner, for instance, and be like, wow, right? Like, oh, I'm sexually aroused. Consensually, right? I'm surprised I even need to speak this out loud. In the clip that we just listened to, that wasn't Donald Trump talking about one of his private experiences that was consensual with his wife. That was Donald Trump boasting about going backstage before beauty pageants at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA and unconsensually looking at the women and girls as they changed. Are you going to sit here and tell me that the sexual exploitation of naked women and girls, the unconsensual perversion of an older man walking into their space and looking at them while they're undressed and vulnerable because they're in a women-only dressing room, is permissible?
Play it again. I'm not gonna lie. I did walk away while you were playing it.
You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, couldn't that be construed, however, as
conflict?
Yes.
Well, I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later on.
The question is, how can it not be construed?
No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
So I didn't hear him say Miss Teen. I heard him say women. So is it Miss Teen or is it Miss America? Or is it Miss wherever he was living at the time?
Regardless of what pageant it was, would it make it better?
If he was the pageant owner, I mean, I don't see where that's wrong.
So if I own a business and I have women that work for me and I own the business,
A pageant. If you owned a pageant and you were going back to make sure everything was set in stone and you're going to make sure the girls are ready, I don't see an issue with it, no.
So you don't see an issue with an old man unconsensually looking at minors?
He didn't say minors.
You just said girls.
That's the difference.
You just said if an old man were to walk backstage to look at the girls while they're getting ready, you don't see an issue with it. Girls refers, like under your view, to females under the age of 18.
Women, in
Okay,
general.
so you meant to say
My
women.
bad. I misspoke. My
Okay,
bad.
yeah,
I said girls. I mean, I still refer to myself as a girl sometimes. So.
Okay, so even women, even adults. So although adults can consent to being viewed while naked, right? These adults didn't. That should be common sense.
Did these women step forward and say that they didn't consent to it?
Yeah, actually, they did. We had an 18-year-old that stepped forward and testified that when she was a competition at Miss Teen USA, that Donald Trump would do this to her, as well as many of the other girls there, with some of the girls that he did this to being as young as 15 years old, right? He would barge in on them while they're naked. But the testimony of the pageant contestants here, right, shouldn't really matter, as they're all just confirming what we already know, which is that Donald Trump would do this because we just listened to him admit to it.
So, what I want to know is, are you doing this for views and money? Or are you doing this because you want to do this?
Yeah, I'm doing this for the love of humanity and the hatred of, well, I'm going to be honest, people like you. I hate you. And I understand that that's taboo to say. I understand that that sounds vindictive. I understand that that sounds dividing, right? But I
but the
genuinely
difference between-
hate the notion that there's so many people out there,
difference between
right,
me and
including
you is
including
I
your,
don't-
including yourself, right, that will idly stand by and actively defend, right, sexual perversion, sexual exploitation, and attacks on women and girls. Okay, and if you're about to follow that up by saying, well, the difference between me and you is that you hate me, I don't hate you, well, guess what? I'm not the one writing off sexual exploitation. And honestly, if I was, I hope that you'd hate me, right? And it is because I hate these ideals so much, I hate these thought processes so much, that I come on here every single day in defense of the truth and in defense of a better future for the collective. Right?
So-
But like specifically as it applies to you, I do. I hate you. I think that you're disgusting, and I think that you need to know that if you're ever going to stop. I think that you need to know that you are worthy of hate, right? For the beliefs in which you hold and the way in which you are acting. Okay?
difference,
Nobody
though,
should even,
between-
right, give a side eye to the words that are coming out of my mouth right now, considering the fact that you just bold-faced admitted to the fact that you think it is totally permissible for an adult man to look at the naked body of a woman or girl unconsensually. You just
You're
said
putting-
that
you're putting
sexual
words in my mouth
exploitation
now.
is okay.
I said if he owns the business, what is wrong with walking backstage where all women are getting dressed in a pageant and making sure everything's going to get on the road the way it's supposed to be?
Because it's unconsensual sexual exploitation.
Huh.
Huh? I'm so sorry. Do you want me to define sexual exploitation? Do you want me to tell you what it
I
means
guess
for an
I
action
look
to be
at it differently
unconsensual?
because there's so if that's going to be the case, then we should look at every father that's ever been a dance dad, every father that's ever been
We should absolutely look.
involved in his
Yes.
child
We should look
in-
into any man. We should look into any man ever that has unconsensually walked into a woman and girl's dressing room and looked at the naked women and girls while they were undressed. Yes, actually, we should.
Hmm.
Do you agree?
So you so-heartedly believe that if let's put it this way, if I don't know if you have a sister, but if you did have a sister and she was a cheerleader or she was a dancer and your father walked in while she was getting ready to make sure everything was going to be right on track and they were going to get there on time, you think that that would be a sexual thing for him?
Dude,
You believe that?
if my father did that to my sister and my sister is like, you know, like 12, 13, 14, 15 and I didn't have a mom around, like absolutely.
Hmm.
You know,
That's
like
weird.
like if my sister is like beyond an age of like parents caring for every small thing, right? Like I would absolutely say it's like if I have like, you know, like a 17-year-old sister that's naked in her room getting out of the shower and my dad goes in there so he can look at her while she's undressed, he should go to jail. Do you agree? Like specifically goes in there with the purpose of looking at her while she's undressed and naked.
See,
Right?
but I'm not saying it in that sense. I'm saying it in the sense of he's going in to make. I'm not saying it in the sense of someone's getting out of the shower. I'm saying it in the sense as a dance dad or a cheerleader dad going in to make sure his daughter's getting ready and everything's on track, you're gonna say that he's going in there to
Trying to get
sexually
wait. I'm so sorry. Now you're just like A, right? I still think that things can be problematic in the terms in which you just described. But B, now you're just completely changing what Donald Trump did. What Donald Trump told you that he did is he'd walk in there to look at them while they're undressed. You understand that even Donald Trump recognizes that what he did was wrong. I mean, just listen to the last thing that he says.
And that was 9 years
And you
ago.
see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
He says he gets away with it. You quote
was the
unquote get
pageant
away.
owner.
Yes, exactly. He got away with it because he was the owner. He was the highest position of authority and power. Therefore, he could get away with it. Do you get away with things that are good, or do you get away with things that are bad?
A lot of people get away with things that are bad and good.
No, you don't get away with things that are good. Okay, you just do things that are good because you should.
I mean,
you
Biden got away with
no, but
children.
Biden. Hey, you absolute ignorant, embarrassing shit for brains, MAGA cultist sheep, absolute like low IQ idiot. I'm gonna need you to shut the hell up, stop talking about Biden, and respond to the meat on the bone. I'm so sick and fucking tired of you and every other POS just like you that is so brain rotted, so absolutely distracted from reality and ingrained in a goddamn cult. Shut the hell up. You have lost your right to speak on this live for the next 30 seconds while I'm cooking. I need you to understand. I am listening to myself, and so are 25,000 people.
Who's brain rotted. You're the one who's brain rotted.
You're the one that's actively defending sexual exploitation. Are you fucking kidding me?
Actively defending someone sniffing children.
Oh, you just said, and you're the one. You just accepted that you're defending sexual exploitation, you fucking weirdo. You should be fucking ashamed.
You
should be.
I don't give a fuck.
Oh, now you're saying that you don't give a fuck? Oh my God, you sick fucking creep. Dude, what the fuck went wrong in your life to guide you to a point where you will happily admit on live in front of 25,000 people, quote unquote, I'm defending sexual exploitation of kids and I don't give a fuck. You're so fucking weird. I wish I could say so much more to you right now, but if I say what I want to, I'm gonna get banned for a week for harassment and bullying. Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Wake the fuck up. Snap out of it. Like, oh my God, you just said, I don't care that I'm defending sexual exploitation. You are regressive to society. The reason why humanity is at the point where it is after 180,000 years of evolution is because people think like you. God damn, the world that we would live in if people didn't literally write off sexual exploitation and say, ooh, I support Trump even though he sexually exploited little girls and in fact, I don't give a fuck, sue me for it. We would be living in eudaimonia. It's gross. It's abhorrent. Think about the real material harm that's caused by the shit that you're saying right now. Think about the little girls. Think about the little boys. Think about the goddamn women that get raped every single day. Think about the little girl in class that's, going using the restroom in school, and then the old male teacher walks in and opens the door to look at her. Think about all the little kids that have walked into a Walmart bathroom, walked into a Target bathroom, taken down their pants to do their business, then had one of the employees follow them in and ask them to do things to them. Think about what we tell children in school. 5th grade year, right? I had a counselor come into my classroom, sit down in front of me with a doll and say, this is your no-no area. If any adult ever asks to touch you there, apart from your doctor with your parents' consent, you should report it to the authorities or a trusted adult. The reason why we have to do those things is because of the ideology that you promote. You are not within your right as a civilized, well-mannered being of society to sit here and say that you don't give a fuck about sexual exploitation. Go tell that to all of the victims. I want you to say that to their goddamn faces. Look them in their eyes and say, I don't care that you had your human rights violated in one of the worst ways physically possible. Look them in the eyes and say, I don't care that that happened to you. Do it. I fucking dare you. It's gross.
Don't care that she lied about Trump because she wanted the fame and the publicity.
There's no she in the picture here. There's no she in the picture here at all. We listened to him, Trump, admit to this on YouTube. In the clip from the radio show that we just listened to.
That he was a pageant owner. That's what we're listening to. We're listening to the fact that he was a pageant owner. And he walked into the back room to make sure everything was set in stone and going the way it was supposed to because he made money off of it. That is what he was doing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we just listened to him admit that he's a pageant owner, right, guys? We just listened to him admit that he's a pageant owner.
And
Well, you could also say, as the owner of the pageant, it's your obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Oh, he's just a pageant owner, guys. I'm gonna ignore when he admitted to talking about the women-only changing rooms that he'd walk into and look at the women undressed and talk about how beautiful they look unconsensually. I'm just gonna ignore that all. He's just a pageant owner, guys. You're fucking sick.
Is it wrong if I go up to and I say, wow, you're a beautiful woman. Wow, look at all these beautiful women. Wow.
Yes,
Wow, look
it is wrong if you go into a woman's dressing room while there's naked women in there unconsensually as a man and look at them while they're naked, leave, then talk about how good they looked. Yes, sexual exploitation is wrong.
You've never looked at a woman and thought, wow, you're an attractive woman.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Why are you trying to equivocate sexual exploitation and me thinking that my girlfriend is beautiful? I'm so sorry. Am I sexually exploiting my girlfriend when I call her beautiful?
That's what you're saying Trump did. Beautiful, wonderful.
Wait, I just want to clarify. Now you're equivocating me and my girlfriend to Donald Trump and 14-year-old girls?
It wasn't 14-year-old girls. It was women.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you just made a big whoopsie. Gotta find another defense for your sick, twisted shit, lady.
Okay. Keep being a Biden supporter. Keep having shit for brains.
God, dude, you honestly, earlier I told you that you have shit for brains. I'm sorry, you ate all of it. You fucking reached it through the ear, pulled the shit out and ate it because you thought it was a good snack. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Oh my God. What are we doing? What are we doing? Dude. Oh. That shit makes me so angry. And honestly, I don't even feel like I have to explain myself to you guys. Because any reasonable person, that would have made you angry too. Honestly, that was the first time I've legitimately lost my cool on this live and felt totally justified in it and not in a time and space where I feel like I need to explain myself. That was totally justified. Completely. We're going to move on to the next guest. Oh my God. I can't believe she said that. Sure, it's sexual exploitation. I don't care. Sue me. Go to jail. Moving on to the next guest. Ugh. Terrible. Absolutely despicable.
Well, maybe it was. I had my flashlight on. Probably.
We're gonna move on to the next guest. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you support Trump. Yeah. Wow. Wow. I don't think that somebody just came out and said. Well, actually, that's a lie. I was about to say I don't think that somebody's just came out and said it before that they're okay with Trump's sexual exploitation. They don't care. But we actually have had somebody say that before. Husband and wife, a while back, said it was actually good for the children. Moving on to the next Trump supporter. Hop in that queue if you support Trump. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, they're not here. Moving on to the next guest. Guys, only join that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump, as well as a Saul. Thank you so much for the flying jets. I really appreciate you for that. Moving on to the next guest, Elliot. Here we go, guys. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
I don't support Trump. He can suck on my fat fucking knee. He can.
Dude, stop it. Moving on to the next guest. Only join in the queue if you are MAGA, you guys. I would really appreciate it if you would follow the rules, please. For me, follow the rules. Once again, the rules are super simple. Only join in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that is pro-Trump, that is MAGA. Please, 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 please. As well as, I also just want to call this out. I haven't been looking at the donations for the last little bit while I was talking to her because I was just so focused on her bullshit. There's been a lot of you guys that have sent incredibly generous donations. I'm just going to kind of split them up and read them off. So I'm not literally taking 5 minutes at a time. But I just want to let you know that I will get around to you and just thank you so much for the love. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Okay, yeah, can't be 18, born in 05. Get the hell out of here. If you happen to be a part of the 23.6 thousand people hanging out with us on the stream, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. I get 100% of the proceeds over there. You could even attach a message, and I might read it off on stream. So far, I've been really good at reading most of the donations off. We got the next guest, Matthew, connecting. While we get Matthew up in here, Chelsea, I'd like to thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, Chelsea. Show some love to Chelsea down below. Chelsea with a $50 says, as someone who was assaulted by my coach, she truly is disgusting. I was 14, he was 54, my own coach at my own school. None of the teachers took it seriously because, quote unquote, he was a great guy. Chelsea, I'm really sorry that happened to you, and you are completely valid in your statement. They're saying that she's truly disgusting. No, like literally, like actually disgusting. Disgusting, despicable human being. 110%. Couldn't have said it any better myself. What's up, Matthew? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Matthew, your mic sucks. Disconnect any Bluetooth devices you got connected to your phone for me. Try to speak again.
Is that better?
It is better. It is better. Much better. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What month?
May.
I'm sorry, Matthew. I don't believe you. I'm just going to err on the side of caution here. If you actually are 18, like, once again, I would like to apologize to you. But, like, I'm going to err on the side of caution. I'm going to go and trust my intuition there. For some reason, my intuition is to not believe you, and I'm just going to go with it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the live right now. I would also like to thank Raven. Thank you for the $50 over on Super Chat. Show some love to Raven down below. Raven with the $50 says, "Keep the passion, Dean. It looks good on you." I try not to get like super pissed off like that. But I just like, how could you not when you have somebody telling you that they don't care about rape? How could you not? Oh, like that is just simply something I will never be able to stop myself from doing. What's up, Brian? Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 18, born in 2007, and my month is May, okay?
That's the same exact answer that the last guest gave. And I banned him before he got it out. Great. Perfect ban. 10 out of 10. Perfect ban.
Well, hello. We meet again.
Why are you back?
So I do have a question. You're so passionate about how Trump supports women, but how was your childhood when you had the N-word in your vocabulary at 14? Can you justify how you were raised? How do you think the Black community felt? Oh, I have the recording of you using the N-word, and you justified it on you being a kid. You said you were only 14, so that justified it.
Oh, I don't
So
think
how
that...
do you think the Black community felt when you were using the N-word?
Oh, so
how were
Jessica,
you raised?
Jessica, you're obviously misinformed to like an extent.
No, I'm not. Nope. I have the recording.
Well, you have the
I
recording.
have the recording.
You have the recording of
It never goes away, right? But I mean, just admit it, because you already admitted that you were young and dumb when you said it. But how do you think they felt when you said that? The same way you felt enraged about rape, the same way Black people felt when you used the N-word. And who raised you to use it at 14? How did you even know what that was at 14?
Okay, I'm testing to see if I could speak.
Like, no, you can't speak. The way you just went off, but then it's okay for you to use the N-word.
Okay, so
And you said it was okay because you were a kid.
That's not true.
You did say that verbatimly. You said you were only 14, so you justified it by that.
I'll bet you $1,000 that you can't play a clip of me saying it was okay because I was
You think it got deleted from the internet, honey?
It didn't exist in
Nothing
the first
ever
place.
gets deleted.
It didn't exist.
It's
in the
not all
first
about
place.
money. It's just as a man, since you're a very good debater. But let's be real.
Okay, I'm gonna
You
need to
have
be able
made
to
mistakes
respond.
in your life. You use the N-word. You admitted to it.
Yeah.
You admitted to using it.
I did.
But you're mad at Trump for, saying, I'm just saying, like, you're contradicting yourself. You're mad at Trump for how he treats women, but you don't like Black people. So how can you even say one without the other?
Is that a question?
No, I'm not. No.
Okay.
You
What the fuck?
just admit that you used to say the N-word when you were 14. Yes or no?
Jessica, I thought that you already said
Yes
I
or
admitted to
no?
it.
So you do admit it.
Okay, I'm gonna put you on mute because, like, unfortunately, I think that's the only way to like stop you from talking. So let's go over.
But you
like-
admit it at least.
Okay, Jessica, let me speak. Have some decency.
Okay, deal. All right.
Thank you so much. So let's.
But I don't
just-
say the N-word.
Let's just go ahead and recap like everything you just said. So you told me A, that I used the N-word when I was 14. B, that I have defended my use of the N-word at the 14 by arguing that when I was 14 I was young and dumb. And then C, that I'm a hypocrite because I think that Trump sexually exploiting minors is wrong, but I used the N-word when I was 14. We're going to go through those 3 points. First point, saying that I used the N-word when I was 14. That is true, and that is something that I've been transparent about for like the last 2 years. I mean, we talked about it frequently forever, and we'll talk about it more now, right? I did use the N-word when I was 14. 110%. It was a part of my vocabulary.
Is that not weird, though?
I'm gonna kick you if you interrupt me again. Thank you.
I mean, I don't really care. I'm not going to kiss your ass.
Okay.
I don't care if you kick me.
So then you're gonna get kicked where you could wait in the queue for me to finish speaking.
I won't do any of that. I just think that when you're called out on something, you don't like it. You're ready to kick, you're ready to ban.
I don't.
But just a
okay.
second ago, you were so passionate about
Listen.
how women get treated.
I don't.
But
like
yet,
it. I don't like
you
it.
called black people the N-word when you were 14.
That's
you
also
couldn't
not
have had
true.
a good upbringing.
That's also not true. No.
I mean-
I don't like it when you accuse me of false things and then you don't let me respond to the false accusation.
It's common sense. If you're 14 using the N-word, it's all how you were raised.
Listen.
It's
kid,
common sense.
Okay, you have precisely 5 more.
Common sense.
Okay.
Common sense.
what
You use
happened-
the N-word. It's about your surroundings at 14. You were taught to be racist at 14. That's sad. No 14-year-old knows that word unless they're taught that word. So yay to your parents. You have great parents. You should be proud.
The Trump supporters. I'm gonna go ahead.
Hey. Wait, did you say they're Trump supporters?
Sure are. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Jessica.
Why do I want to respect you even more? Because you just said that.
What happened? Jessica, what happened to not allowing me to speak?
All right, I'm going to mute myself.
Thank you. I'm going to need more than 20 seconds. You're right. When I was 14, I said the N-word. I did. What came out was somebody sending me a Fortnite edit over on Instagram, and then me responding to that Fortnite edit by saying that's hella goated my N-word completely, right? And I recognize that that is wrong. I recognize that I shouldn't have used the N-word, and I recognize that using the N-word is racist. And I also recognize that this is something that we've been talking about for the last 2 years, and I recognize that I'm not racist today. I don't use the N-word today for 3 main reasons. There's 3 main reasons being, I've held myself accountable, I've apologized for the fact that I've used it, and I've significantly changed as a person, okay? Right? I went from being racist using the N-word, right, responded to a Fortnite edit, to no longer racist today because I was able to educate myself on the impact of the use of slurs, on the existence of systemic racism, and on other things that I now use to advocate for a better future for everybody, and that I now use to convince other individuals of educating themselves in the same way that I did. I think the large issue that you and a lot of other people on the right have with me is the fact that it pisses you off some 21-year-old white boy on TikTok is able to hold himself to a higher degree of accountability and change more as a person in a positive direction than the goddamn president of the United States of America. And if you care so much about a 14-year-old saying the N-word, then why don't you care about a 50-year-old calling all black people lazy like Trump did in the 90s or Donald Trump in the 2000s when he tried to convince everybody of not voting for Obama because he's black, or 4 months ago when he sat down for an interview with Hannity and said that it's okay to racially profile
Doesn't it
immigrants.
concern
Shut
you
the
more,
fuck up,
though, that
Jessica.
your
I'm still
parents
speaking. Thank you so much. Or 4 weeks ago when SCOTUS passed a new ruling
Shut
allowing
the
his
fuck up,
ICE to racially profile immigrants based upon the way that they look.
Racist.
I'm gonna expose your
You're
rage.
racist.
I'm gonna expose your rage bait with one question.
racist.
How do I stop being
You're
racist?
racist.
How do I stop being
You're
racist?
racist.
How do I stop being racist?
You
won't
can't.
be my-
It's in you. You were taught as a kid.
Oh,
You
exactly.
can't. You were taught as a kid.
Exactly,
You were
Jessica.
14 using the N-word. You were taught.
Okay, right. So yes, I'm racist until the day I die.
You were taught as a kid to hate people, black people specifically. Yes.
So I also want to argue that no, I didn't hate black people. I didn't hate black people, and I don't.
It
now.
wasn't your-
I've
no, it
never,
wasn't your-
I've never hated black people. Right? Like
I know
listen,
you were
I feel
taught
like
to,
this
though.
is
You
this
were
is like the one-dimensional thought of people on the
were
right,
taught to.
especially as it applies to racism. You think that racism equals hating black people, and the fact of the matter is, it is so much more than that. Obviously, a version of racism is hating black people, but there's many other forms of racism,
you
such
said,
as like
"Oh,
the
wait,
use of
we're
racial
online."
slurs and how that can perpetuate the social acceptance and
That's so
normalizations of that terminology, when it's that terminology in which directly led to oppression of generations of black individuals in this country, Jess. So like no, when I use the
very
N-word,
dumb.
when I referred
You
to
got-
my friend as the N-word when I was 14, no, I didn't hate black people. I didn't think of black people as lesser than, but it was still yet racist to use that term nonetheless because of the historical connotation of that word.
That's not
and
the
how it
context
has-
how you
and
used
has
it. That's not how you
perpetu-
used it.
and
I have
has-
the recording.
and perpetuates.
I have the recording.
And
I
perpetuates.
have the recording.
And perpetuates.
I have the recording.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
I have the recording.
All right.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
The sad part is you were only a kid though.
Okay.
So you were taught those feelings.
Okay.
And you said you educated.
We're kicking here. Nick, thank you for the $10. Sorry, Nika, thank you for the $10 on YouTube. Nika says, Jessica, as a black female, I can speak, and I want you to know, I want you to not speak for black people and pretend to be offended for us. We don't accept your false outrage when you support a monster. Thank you for the $10. As well as Mean Use, thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. I appreciate you for that love. As well as Julene, thank you so much for the $50 over on Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love, Julene. Show some love to Julene down below. Julene says, I'm so grateful for you. Know my story that Sicko is disgusting and she is nuts. Thank you for calming my triggers with strength and support. Thank you so much for the love, Julene. I really appreciate you for the love. I would also like to thank, oh my God. I'd also like to thank Jessica. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo saying, as a Jessica, we don't claim her. I'd also like to thank Ali. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, and I will respect your wishes. I won't read that out loud. Thank you so much for the love, Ali. As well as Lily, thank you for the $10. And Shauna, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Lauren, thank you for the $15. Sharon with a 10. Lauren, another Lauren, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Clarissa, thank you for the $10. Lennon with a 5. Elizabeth with a 1. Karis with a 10. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Jenna with a $10. Thank you so much for the love. Gidget with a $5. Lucille with a 5. Drew with a 25. Thank you so much for the love. Teresa, oh my God, you guys are showing so much love today. Holy shit. Teresa, this was 14 minutes ago, but thank you for the $50 over on Venmo. Teresa with the $50 on Venmo says, thank you for being an advocate. Thank you so much for your kindness, Teresa. Let's get 500 Teresa W's. That is so much love and support. As well as Lars, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo saying, I hope that last guest knows that she made us all sick. Talking about the guest before the last, but they were both insane. Catherine, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Amy with a 10. Amanda with a 5. Wesley with a 5. Catherine, thank you for the 10. Shauna with a 10. Robert with a 5. Ashley with a 10. Amy with a 5. Luna with a 20. Thank you so much, Luna. Michael with a 20. Guys, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. There's just literally so many. If I were to read off all of the messages, it would just take too long. But I swear to God, I'm going to read through every single one of these on my own after the stream. I literally swear to you. Thank you all so fucking much for the love. As well as Ali with a $10. Thank you. Sam with a 5. Lauren with a 10. Thank you guys so much. Serenity with a 10. Chelsea with a 10. Holy fuck. Chelsea with a 10 and Elizabeth with a 2. Thank you guys so much for all the love over like on Venmo. Like genuinely, like fucking insane. Genuinely fucking insane. I would also like to thank Travis. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Andrew, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Elijah, thank you for the $20. Elijah with the $20 on PayPal says, as a black man, I'm just letting you know you were invited to the cookout, Dean for President 2036. Appreciate you so much for the love, Elijah. Amani, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. Amani says, I'm a black woman and I'm more offended at this white woman speaking on behalf of the black community than you saying the N-word when you were younger. Well, I appreciate you for the $15, Amani. As well as Crystal, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal, who says, Dean, I just love you. Thank you for your patience and thank you for educating these idiots. Thank you for the love, Crystal. As well as Michelle, thank you for the 10. Kyle with a 5. Jamie with the $20. Thank you so much for the love, Jamie. Juliana with a 10. Jacqueline with the 15. The Little Dog Shop, thank you for the 10. And, oh my God, I'm happy I see this one too. This was 44 minutes ago. The last like 44 minutes of the stream have just been like so fucking chaotic. Like we had that one guest up who was like, "Oh, it was sexual exploitation. I don't care. Sue me." And then that last guest up who was just like rage baiting and cortisol maxing to like the highest extent ever with her fake outrage. So I haven't seen this, Christopher. I'm so fucking sorry, but bro, dude, thank you so much for the $200 donation over on PayPal like 40 minutes ago. I'm so fucking sorry I missed that, dude. Thank you so much for the kindness. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Thank you, Christopher, dude. Let's get 2,000 Christopher W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much, bro. That is so kind. Thank you, dude. Huge shout out to Christopher down below in that chat. And a huge shout out to all the other donors as well. I'm sorry if it didn't feel like I was giving like enough time to each individual donation. Like I said, I swear I will be reading like every message once I'm off live. There's just so many of them that I've missed from the last 40 minutes. And I am like feeling like very exhausted, chat. Like the last like hour of this stream has been like testing me and testing my patience to a level never seen before. Please show some love to all of our donors. We're going to go and hop back into those debates. Godbase, what's up? Do you support Trump? No, they're not here. Santana, welcome in, man.
Hey, I appreciate you having me up.
Thank you.
I'll make it quick.
Feel free to stay up here if you want.
Okay, yeah, cool. I just want, like, literally, I'm so glad the people that were sending over the donation hit it on the head. I'm so fucking tired of the fake outrage. Like, that's all that it's fake outrage. Like, you don't believe that. You just wanted to actually use this as a gotcha, but yet you sit here and you actually defend and support someone who perpetuates racism to the highest level, and they're absolutely harmful to every marginalized community. You have no moral high ground, and you don't have shit to say for black people because you don't speak for black people. That shit is infuriating. Sorry.
Yeah, listen, like I said, Santana, feel free to like hang up out here. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. You know, like I've gotten like pretty good at dealing with the crazies, but like after the last like hour and a half, I think I like kind of need a shoulder to lean on right now.
I've been listening. How is it not rage? But like these people can't be real.
Dude, the last hour and a half of this stream has been like mentally exhausting to like the absolute max. Like, oh my god.
Yo, I'm not gonna lie. I just joined I think like 5 minutes ago, and like the last person that was up.
Oh, no worries, Matthew. You have a good one. So if you wanna hang out, Santana, you know, give me a little bit of a shoulder to lean on. Yeah, I'd love to have you.
It goes.
Yeah, dude, I appreciate it. All right, we're gonna go and hop back into those debates. You know, okay, I'm gonna like
breathe.
I need to breathe. I do. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter up here. I think after I get off stream, I'm gonna go make a cocktail. I'm gonna go get some of that. I'm gonna go get some of that whiskey. That's what
you
I
still
need.
have it,
dude. I've been rationing it. I've been. For those that don't know, for my 21st birthday, Santana got me like a super, like ridiculously nice bottle of whiskey. And it is like so nice that I've been like rationing it for like very specific occasions because I want to be able to save it. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you MAGA?
Yes and no.
Okay. Yes and no. Little bit. Little bit of a contradiction. Let me ask you this. Knowing everything that you do now, if you were teleported back to November, who do you vote for?
I would still vote for Trump, yes.
Okay, awesome. So tell us why you support Trump as president.
It's hard to say because, like, first of all, this is my first time being on like a live, but it's not so much about supporting Trump, more so supporting conservative beliefs.
Yeah, conservative beliefs like what? I think that Donald Trump contradicts a shit ton of conservative beliefs. You know, like the conservative belief of like freedom, liberty, and like being a constitutionalist. In the last 8 months, Donald Trump has infringed on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment. He has like called for like a ban on free speech. He even said that he took your free speech away when he banned the burning of the American flag. You know, like other conservative ideals, like conservative, like economically speaking, would be like reducing the debt, saving money, so on and so forth. Donald Trump just signed the most expensive bill in American history into law, so he's not really holding to that conservative belief either. So like, which conservative beliefs is he holding to that makes you support him?
The right to bear arms. I'm not a huge fan of like abortion laws, to be honest with you. There's a few beliefs, but
Okay, right to bear
there's one
arms.
thing I want to say before. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, so you started off with right to bear arms. Just to give you my quick response on that, Donald Trump is posing a great threat to the Second Amendment right now. He directed his Justice Department to try to find a way to ban gun ownership for trans Americans. That is so belligerently anti-2A that even the far right NRA has now been publicly outspoken against the Trump administration, arguing that that is unconstitutional and wrong.
I mean, I'm not as educated as you are on a lot of the major topics. I'm not going to deny that. I think you're really good at what you do. And one thing I would like to say is, even if you're going to kick me right after I say this, I saw your response to what happened to Charlie Kirk, and I started following you and Charlie around the same time, and I saw the debate you had where it was like, what was it? It was like Charlie versus 20 woke college teens. I don't remember what the title was. It doesn't really matter, but I just want to say I have developed a lot of respect for you, and I think you are really good at what you do. And I think you, of all the left wing, like influencers, politics, whatever it would be, I think you've shown a lot of respect, and I just want to say I appreciate that.
Well,
I think
mean,
you're.
I mean, I appreciate you for your kind words. I wish that I could like believe that about myself, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like I could. I could definitely get a little bit down and dirty and disrespectful sometimes, but I mean, hey, listen, I appreciate you for your kind words nonetheless. Is it? But could you please respond to the argument that I gave you against your reason why you told us why you support Trump?
I mean, I'd like to, but I don't actually like have all the. I'm a little bit on like I'm more of an independent voter, but like I would say like I mean the question you asked, I would have voted for Trump, but like
But I asked you
the
why.
options.
I asked you why you would still like vote for Trump and support him today. You told me it's because like he like believes in conservative ideals. I asked you to name those conservative ideals. You started with like being pro 2A, and I actually demonstrated how his administration like poses a great threat to the Second Amendment. And like that's what I'd like your thoughts on.
I'm not as like educated on the like as far as I am educated. I'm not aware of like any threat to the Second Amendment due to the Trump administration. So it's actually new information for me to hear that there is a threat to it. Like I actually moved to Norway a few years ago. So like I've been a lot of the political information I've been getting has been like through my friends who are like, hey, did you hear what Trump said? Hey, did you hear about this? Hey, did you hear about that? And
Well, listen,
it's like,
well, this is what I recommend for you. I appreciate you for coming up here and be respectful. But just because of like your admitted like lack of like information on these subjects, I am just going to move on to the next guest. But appreciate you for being respectful, man. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box right now, guys. Make sure if you are in that queue that you are a Trump supporter. That is at minimum 18 years old. That is, of course, MAGA. And an American citizen. But we're going to go to get that next guest, Blair, loaded into the box right now. While Blair is loading in, Brock, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Brock, dude. Let's get 500 Brock W's down below. Thank you so much. Brock with the $50. Let's go and load up his message here. Brock says, as a guy who was essayed when I was 12, that lady from earlier really reopened some traumatic memories for me. This is why guys are made to feel they need to stay silent about these experiences. It just shows how much things need to change for the future. Thank you for your lives. Yeah, this is why like all victims are like, you know, made to feel as if they need to like stay silent about these things. Brock, I know exactly how you feel. I do. You're absolutely right. Completely right. Thank you for the $50. And I'm sorry that happened to you. Blair, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age, please?
19.
What year were you born in?
2006.
21?
May.
Okay. And how long do you expect me to believe that for?
I don't know.
Get the hell out of here.
Not long enough.
Yeah, not long enough. Right, Santana. We're going to go to get that next guest, Emily, loaded up into the box. We got them loaded in right now. Whew. Jeez, guys, I'm drained. I might end soon. I'm probably going to end the stream early. This might be our last guest. Naomi, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Says, love your debates. Thank you, Naomi. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. I would also like to thank Eric. Thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Eric says thanks for standing up for the girls. They need guys like you. You're the real one. Thank you so much, Eric. You're awesome. Show some love to Eric down below in that chat, as well as Allie. Thank you so much for another $20 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Allie. Thank you, you guys, as well as Ari. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Really appreciate that. We're gonna get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. If you want to be probably the last debate of the night, I am gonna be ending early today. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just the stream is just taking too much of a mental toll on me.
I don't think people understand how taxing it is, especially when you have people like that. That's back to back to back. It's a lot.
Yeah, I've gotten good at it. I've gotten to the point where I could deal with it, but those two specific guests back to back. Too much.
Yeah.
Too much. All right, what's going on? Real Quaggin, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Cool. So why the hell do you support Trump?
I support Trump mainly based off his mass deportation plan. When Biden was in office and he was I don't know if it was him necessarily labeling sanctuary cities, but I am a New York City native, and it infuriated me to see our veterans that have served our country left on the street because the VA refuses to help them, while the Biden administration put a bunch of illegals that were never even born in this country up in 4- and 5-star hotels.
Okay. Point number one: Biden expanded access to VA healthcare for service members. Donald Trump has now fired 45,000 VA healthcare workers, and right now, service members are not being paid because of Trump's and MAGA's government shutdown. So that point is a little bit hypocritical. Point number two: there wasn't a single undocumented immigrant that got free housing in New York. You're talking about asylum seekers who are legal immigrants.
I didn't say free
Also,
housing. It was
just a quick
for
call out to add on to the point about what Donald Trump also did to the VA. He also dismantled the hotline for mental health support for veterans. So literally the veterans that actually end up being driven to houselessness, the ones that are on the street, they've been impacted even more so by Donald Trump. But I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I understand. But yeah, no, so there definitely was, I don't know the exact amount, but statistics said Trump's 2025 agenda include deporting around 1 to 2 million illegal undocumented immigrants. Obviously, I don't agree with all immigrants being deported because there are some hardworking family members, but at the same time, I do believe.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. I promise I have a good reason.
Yeah, no worries. Go for it.
Okay, the good reason I have to cut you off is because you just completely pivoted and deflected around my responses to your original claim that you were sick and tired of seeing quote unquote illegal immigrants being kept in the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. Meanwhile, our veterans were going without access to VA. And then I want you to respond to my two objections there alongside what Santana added on. The first objection being that the Biden-Harris administration was great for veterans' access to VA, as they invested nearly $1 billion into it through the PACT Act that expanded its access to over 1 million new veterans. Meanwhile, as Santana pointed out, Donald Trump shut down the VA mental health crisis line and fired 35,000 VA healthcare workers, and right now service members aren't being paid because of Donald Trump's government shutdown. And then the other objection to the fact that you said undocumented immigrants were getting free housing in hotels, that's not true at all, right? Individuals that got free housing in hotels were asylum seekers, right? Who are legal.
So asylum seekers can only go so far. Yes, there are asylum seekers whose lives are truly in danger from cartels, from places but from gangs like MS-13. But I don't want to use this one specific undocumented immigrant to kind of put a stereotype on all undocumented immigrants. But there was actually an undocumented immigrant who was posting videos on TikTok flexing money and about how the U.S. is easy to get money and he can stay in the Roosevelt Hotel and how he can
You just said that you don't want to use the undocumented immigrant, but then you use the one undocumented immigrant.
The reason why I'm saying that is because he was publicizing it on TikTok. He was publicizing it on TikTok, and he was basically saying to other people that this is what he was encouraging them to come
for
here
the
illegally.
rage bait.
Literally.
How is that rage bait if he got deported?
Because given the policy of New York City, right, it is clear, right, housing is available for free for asylum seekers. However, they do not offer free housing to undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so free
just
house,
because
free,
you see something on TikTok doesn't make it true. Sorry.
No, it was true. You could look it up. It was all over the news. But free housing
I'm just giving you the policy of the state, dude. I'm just giving you the facts.
Free housing is one thing, but squatting is another thing. So are you saying that squatting is okay?
What the squatting hasn't been relevant at any point in the conversation.
It has been because the exact immigrant that I'm talking about has been encouraging multiple people to squat in uninhabited homes.
Dude just sounds like a professional rage baiter. I don't know. Go take it up with him. Why the hell are you telling me this?
Exactly, and it's like you're mentioning this one person, even though you said you don't want to mention this one person. So should this one person outweigh the actual needs of asylum seekers? What's the percentage of people that's approved for asylum?
I don't know that. I don't know the exact statistic.
It's like 30-something%. It's super low.
Have you ever thought about how many people are genuinely being honest about what asylum or what country they're actually running from? And do you know how many people will come to the U.S. and have a baby in the U.S. specifically just to try and get citizenship?
Okay, so it's
literally vetted.
So your first claim was, well, how many individuals are being honest, right, about like their claim for asylum? Well, that's why we have an asylum process where they go in front of a judge on multiple occasions to have the validity of their claim for asylum determined to be like factual and accurate or not.
Exactly, and there's a system in place for that, and most of the asylum seekers that have applied have been denied because there has been no substantial form of proof that they actually are in danger.
So it's not that most that have applied have been denied. It's that most individuals, a minority of individuals have actually been accepted. And the main reason for that isn't a claim being denied, but is rather not showing up to the court dates because they don't know when they are. And the Trump administration right now is only making that issue worse by taking down the CBP One app, which was just simply an app to inform asylum seekers of when their day in court was. But I also just want you to keep in mind that you were just perpetually shifting the goalposts here. You said that undocumented immigrants were getting free housing in New York City. That claim was false. Concede.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not completely false, but not every undocumented immigrant was being given free housing. They stopped after the Roosevelt Hotel was overwhelmed. They actually had to open up a second hotel, and both hotels
where did those asylum seekers come from?
Mexico, China.
Yeah, but they came from somewhere in the U.S. Where did they come from?
Texas,
and
most
where
likely.
else?
Texas and California.
No, Texas and Florida.
Arizona.
Texas
too.
and Florida. Texas and Florida. How did they get from Texas and Florida to New York?
Greyhounds.
Who sent them on the Greyhounds?
You do realize it costs.
Who sent them on the Greyhounds?
Themselves, bro.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis, literally the governors of Florida and Texas, shipped asylum seekers to New York and Chicago, and literally packed them up and shipped them to those other cities, and then kept the federal funding that you receive for asylum seekers. They literally, the actual Republican governors of those states played politics and quote unquote overran your city because they wanted to actually make a point while keeping the actual federal aid for asylum seekers. This is literally Republican governors playing politics.
The immigration problem started with the Biden administration, and then the Trump administration. So the Trump administration was fixing the problems the Biden administration created.
Okay,
sanctuary cities. Cities were created.
What specific problem did the Biden-Harris administration create to do with immigration?
Sanctuary cities. That telling people
sanctuary cities. One moment.
Yeah.
So sanctuary cities are not a creation of a modern presidency. Sanctuary cities are an evolution of the boundaries of state rights compared to those of the federal government. So no, the Biden-Harris administration didn't create sanctuary cities. So what problem to do with immigration did they create?
What did the Biden administration do to not have immigration problems get this bad? What did they not do to what did they do to prevent this?
To prevent like undocumented entry? Well, they tried to pass a couple of things. I'll happily tell you. They tried to pass a bipartisan border bill through the House and the Senate that was drafted by a Republican named Langford, who, by the way, is Trump endorsed. And this bipartisan border bill would have injected billions of dollars of funding into hiring more judges for immigration courts along the southern border, right? Specifically serving the purpose of expediting the legal means of entry into this country to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry. It also gave the president some level of authority and control to just shut the border down once crossings became a crisis, upwards of like 5,000 a week or whatever. Now, I want to inform you that the reason you never saw this bill passed by the Biden-Harris administration is because it was a good bill, and Donald Trump saw that, so then he turned around and called the Republicans in the House and the Senate and explicitly told them to torpedo it so the Democrats wouldn't take a win. So if anything, you actually have Trump to thank that there wasn't much progress inside of Congress, right, to pass good border policy to make the legal means of entry into this country better, to naturally disincentivize undocumented entry. Now, I'm actually going to flip this question around on you, and I want you to answer this question. What good border policy has Donald Trump ever advocated for that would serve as means to reduce undocumented entry into this country in the long term?
Like what specific border policy that he's enacted?
Yeah, the same way I just gave you the nuanced specifics about the Biden-Harris administration. You could even just give me more general policy names of Trump's.
Not recently, but he built for border security enforcement. He built roughly 450 miles of walls to. What do you mean?
You're already wrong,
but he didn't.
Okay, well, I'll just finish what I was saying. So he built roughly whatever. If it wasn't 450, it wasn't 450. I was just going based off what I had seen. But so he had built that in order to try and prevent border crossings. That stopped.
Did it work?
No, because coyotes were getting paid to still bring people across
so I asked
the
you for
border.
good policy. Now you're telling me this is policy that he implemented.
No, I understand your point, bro.
What's the good policy that Donald Trump has implemented to serve as a long-term good serve as a collective long-term good means to reduce undocumented border entry? What has he implemented? What has he done?
I'm gonna be honest. Nothing good. He's been doing bad things towards him. He's okay. But let me finish.
Exactly.
He has implemented things, but not things that are good that would help immigrants as a whole. He's implemented things that would help citizens that already live here in America.
Not even. Do you think that mass deportation helps citizens?
I mean, to a certain extent, in some areas, I feel like it can. In New York City, there was an apartment building in the Bronx so for example, there was this one landlord that was using a one-bedroom basement to house there was 8 or 10 bunk beds in there, and there were people that obviously were asylum seekers that were paying extremely high rates.
You're already wrong. Asylum seekers aren't undocumented immigrants. Asylum seekers can't be deported. Well,
sorry,
I guess Donald Trump is trying
mixed
to
up
do
the
that.
terminology.
Okay, go ahead.
But yeah, so what I was saying is, so the undocumented immigrants are more likely going to have to pay more because they're obviously not documented. I just feel like it makes New York City especially a lot safer. If you look at, I'm not saying all crimes that have taken place in New York City in the last year or two have been only undocumented immigrants, but when you look at the percentage of what has been undocumented, it's mainly been undocumented immigrants causing crime in New York City specifically. I can't speak for other locations because New York City is where I live here mainly, but as far as I'm concerned, New York City is in shambles right now.
Okay, so first and foremost, could you please give me your crime rate data from New York City that determines
hold on,
what
give me 1
percentage of
second.
it is committed by undocumented immigrants? Because
Yeah,
I
1
actually
second.
just looked it up, and according to the American Immigration Council, there's no definitive data that exists to determine the exact percentage of crime in NYC that's committed by undocumented immigrants. But when you do look up undocumented immigrants crime rate, what you'll actually see is, according to PNAS, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes, 3 times less likely to commit property crimes, and 3.5 times less likely to commit petty crimes compared to the average American citizen. And if you're so concerned
Crimes for major crimes like murder, yes, they were very rare. It was probably about 4%. But I'm talking about things like petite larcenies, assaults, dangerous drug offenses, and robberies.
Yeah, so they're even less likely to commit non-violent crimes.
He literally.
What's your
said petty
source
crimes.
for that?
PNAS.
When he finishes looking that up, you mind if I run him through a quick thought experiment?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go for it, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, really quick. So we can agree, right? The border was in. I'm sorry. What's your name?
Vade.
Say it again.
Vade, like V8, like Darth Vader,
Vade.
just Vade.
Vade. Got it. Vade. We can agree that the border was in shambles under Biden, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Oh, cool. We can also agree that Barack Obama, he was known as the deporter in chief. He actually had a net immigration under his term, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so if the border was a net immigration under Barack Obama and the border was in shambles under Joseph Robinette Biden, what happened between those two presidencies that would have caused the border to go to shit? That's a damn non-answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to think on that one. No, I'm sorry, bro. I genuinely, I'm gonna have to think on that one.
It's Donald Jimothy Trump. It's
bro,
literally Trump. Donald Trump could not actually do anything to actually address the border. Donald Trump, the way he went about trying to actually complete deportation, he literally did not want to do what Barack Obama did. Barack Obama focused on deportations around the northern border. He also focused on people that recently entered the country and getting those people back out. That's why he was so effective. And so Donald Trump didn't want to follow any of those actual procedures or measures. So much so that even before COVID, Donald Trump was so desperate to try to find a way to get any type of border support. He literally took money from the Army engineers to actually try to build his wall. Literally, if it wasn't for COVID and being able to access Title 42, Donald Trump's border efforts would have continued to be shit. So the actual issue with the border was Donald Trump. It was Donald Trump and his administration. And then Title 42 allowed Donald Trump to shut down the border, which actually held a bunch of people at the border. And as soon as Biden got in office, Title 42 was lifted. Biden actually went to the Supreme Court and said, hey, I want to keep this in place. And the Supreme Court said no. And all of those actual people that were waiting to enter the country came into the country. It's literally Donald Trump. He's the problem. And you guys, for some reason, think that he fixed something. Donald Trump hasn't done shit. Even in this term, the only thing that he's done to address the border is paint the U.S. side of the fence black. Not even the Mexico side, the U.S. side. He painted.
I just want to say something before people in the comments automatically think that I'm like some extreme rightist. But I came up here. I'm not even like a full Trump supporter. I came up here more like to educate myself.
That's
but
fine.
I just want to. I just wanted to
address
explain
what I just said, though.
Yeah. I'm still thinking about. I mean, like I agree with you. After you told me about how the between Biden and Biden and Obama, it's essentially Trump's fault that the border even got that bad. I get what you're saying about that. I just wanted to say that I was neutral on both, just because I wasn't fully informed. Just because the media says one thing, and there's constant different news outlets portraying different perspectives. So. That's why I just wanted to say how I felt and the reasons why I felt like Trump was better. And obviously, I'm glad that you guys are able to educate me. It definitely gives me a different perspective, and hopefully, I'll be able to change the way I vote in the future.
Yeah, anything else you'd like to go over?
Nothing more, bro. I'm not much of a debater, dude. I'm sorry.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one. I was a little bit tuned out there at the end of the conversation. We'll go ahead and
saw you.
Yeah, I needed a quick mental break. So I was actually just cooking Trump supporters over on Twitter. My favorite pastime. You will always find me in the replies of Laura Loomer or some other like RNC shill, like Gunther Eagleman, Cat Turd, all those motherfuckers, dude. It's so much fun to flame them because they're all just so stupid, dude. They're all just so stupid.
They're not good at this.
Yeah, completely. We're going to go ahead and get that last guest of the night up, folks. If you've been hanging out with us for the long haul today, you've been enjoying the debates, feel free to let me know by double tapping on that phone screen, sharing it live out with a handful of friends, or by supporting me. You could actually support me and support the stream on Venmo and PayPal, which can be found in the link tree in my bio on TikTok and at the top of the phone screen, as well as in the pinned comment of the YouTube stream. And if you want to support my awesome co-host here, Mr. Santana, I'm sure that he has his pay links in his bio as well. But yeah, we're going to get that last guest up of the evening right now. I'm tired. I'm checked out. But guess what, guys? We are so close to 4 hours, so we're just going to push right on through to it. Let's get that last guest up. We got them loading in as we speak. Freeman Dive is connecting. All right. Oh, my God. Dude.
I'm back.
Hey, what's up? Have you been up here before?
Yeah, I was up here earlier. You let me go because.
Okay, have a good one. If I let you go before, I'm going to let you go again. 1 second. Is this new? I don't know if this is new or not. Let me check it out. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, folks. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to get you loaded in. We got Hood Clips 45 connecting. Here we go, folks. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Fuck Charlie Kirk. He deserved to die. I wish it was his kids.
They do not support Trump. We're going to move on to the next guest. Everyone, just do give us a minute so we can get that next guest connected. We got Goober Nose Ball loading into the stream right now. Everyone, just do be patient. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Dead debate cannon.
Dead debate is a banned topic in the live. Don't ask. Okay. That is a banned topic in the live. Dude. See how terrible. How absolutely terrible. Moving on to the next guest. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No, I'm actually an Aussie. I just wanted to say I love watching.
Thank you so much, bro. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Please don't take it as like a token or a symbol of disrespect. You're awesome, but we are just looking for some debates. Moving on to the next guest here. We're gonna get that next guest connected right now. We got Isaac loading in. Holy fuck, dude. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, I do.
Okay, bet, man. Do give me a second. Oh my God, dude, this is new. Dude, Christopher. What the fuck? Dude, Christopher, thank you so much for another $200 on PayPal. Dude, okay, let me tell y'all a story about Christopher. Christopher has been supporting me like literally all day. Like this is his like third donation. Christopher, bro. I really appreciate you for the love, man. I'm going to need you like save the rest of your money, bro. Like that's all I want to take. Okay? I don't need it. I don't need another dime, my friend. Thank you for the $200, like, again, like, literally, like, for, like, the third time today. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is, like, egregiously kind of you, Christopher. Thank you so much for your support. And Christopher's message, once again, is just saying that we need to update immigration pathways. Christopher, okay, I fuck with you, okay? Not only because you've shown me so much love and so much kindness and generosity today, but also because your goals here are spot on. I couldn't agree with you more. We do need to update our immigration pathways. Thank you so much for the $200, bro. Please, 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 please show some love to Christopher in that chat. As well as Yuri, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Christian, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Show some love to Yuri, Christian, and Christopher. As well as Amanda, thank you so much for the $1 over on PayPal. I'll keep your message to myself. And then Marilyn and Avery, appreciate you both for the $5 over on PayPal. I'd also like to thank Shannon. Thank you so much for the $25 donation over on Venmo. Shannon says, thank you for all that you do. Thank you, Shannon. As well as William, thank you for the 5. Brock with a 5. And Haley with a 5. Thank you guys so much for the love. As well as Claudia, thank you for the $15 over on Venmo 22 minutes ago. Claudia says, thanks, Dean. Go get yourself some yummy snacks. Ooh, that sounds nice. I'll have to do that after the stream. Thank you so much, Claudia. Show some love to Claudia in that chat. And then Julie, thank you for the $10. You guys are awesome. All right. Hopping into the last debate, quite frankly. Oh, wait, we cannot ignore Super Chat. The other disgusted veteran. Thank you for the $5. Appreciate that. Oh, they left. All right. Well, I swear we are ready to go now. We're going to hop into that last debate. We're going to go to get Tyler loaded up in here. Thank you, everyone, so much for all the love. Like, this has been like a hard day, you know, with the Trump supporters and whatnot. You know, really hard day. Really tested my patience here. But you guys have just shown like an outpour of love and support today. Like, I'm being so fucking real.
It makes it worth it. It makes it easier to get through the uphill battle that it is talking to people who lack critical thinking, decency, or even just the ability to communicate. So
listen, man, I would like, what makes it worth it to me is just the fact that we have so many people in here that are like eager to like learn something new and eager to make this world better. That like just the fact that, you know, I'm able to share my thoughts on such a large stage in front of such a large audience, when I think that a lot of my thoughts, you know, are very similar to those of others that want to make this country better, is meaningful. You know, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump. What about it?
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 35.
35. What's Romans 8:18?
For the pain that you've been through can't compare to the joy that is coming.
Is he right? Okay, you were kind of spot on. I wanted to see if you knew the Bible verse in your bio.
Just the translation, you know, the translation.
I think that you're trolling. That's pretty good, though. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Earthical. Interesting name. Loading up in the box. Here we go. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, saying thank you for everything that you do. Thank you, Jasmine, as well as Amy. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. He says self-care is important, Dean. Oh, I'm going to be doing a lot of that this evening. Thank you so much, Jasmine and Amy. You guys are awesome. Huge shout out to Jasmine and Amy down below. Thank you both. What's up? Do you support Trump?
No. When are you going to address the fact that you lied about being Native American?
What's that?
When are you going to address the fact that you lied about me being Native American?
When am I going to address?
Kind of shaky.
Oh, yeah, I didn't lie. I addressed that a while ago. We're going to move on to the next guest. Hop inside that queue if you support Trump. We'll happily get you loaded up into the stream. We got the next guest, Joseph, connecting to the stream right now.
Couple of quick thank yous. Carolina, thank you for the 10. Andrea, thank you for the 10. You're amazing. Catherine, thank you so much for the 15. Jillian, thank you for the 1. Yes, Robinette. And damn it, he left. I was trying to squeeze him in before. They have such short attention spans. Holy smokes.
Dude, I
Michael,
know, right?
thank you for the 10 twice. I appreciate you for going over budget. Gabby, thank you so much for the 2. Lauren, thank you for the 10. And I just have to call this out. Samantha, thank you for the 5. And we will not be talking about Tamale Gate. I will not do it. Stop telling people about that.
Well, I'm curious, but I'll respect your wishes. What's going on, System?
I'll tell you about it.
Go ahead. What's Tamale Gate? I'm curious.
So, Dean, you know I'm 38.
Yeah.
And I tried tamales once in my life about 12 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And I tried them by myself. I was being adventurous, and I didn't realize that you were supposed to take like the banana wrapping off. And I ate it, and I was like, this sucks. I haven't tried it again. And I ended up talking about it today, and like it started a whole Tamale Gate
Bro, dude. Oh my God.
I was like, why do people like this? Because everybody's like, no, tamales are awesome. I was like, no, it doesn't taste right.
Dude, yeah, you gotta take what's the wrapping made out of? You just said
it's banana. No, it was the corn one.
It's the corn
It was like
husk.
12 years ago
So
by myself.
It's either like a corn husk or banana.
Yeah.
leaves. One of the two. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's okay though. It's okay.
They've been trolling me all day about it now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I'm a big fan of Latin American cuisine. Like literally my favorite food in the world. You know, you know,
What's up?
I gotta say, that one's pretty bad, man. That one's pretty bad.
As a French Canadian, I wanted to know 51 state, not the first.
Do you want to be the 51st state? If you say yes, we could debate that, even though you're Canadian.
No, we don't want to be it.
Based. Gotta kick you because we're just looking for Trump supporters. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go. Quite frankly, we got that next guest connecting to the stream right now. Oh my God. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and try with like a couple more people chat. If we can't get a Trump supporter up here in like the next 5, unfortunately, we will be ending for the evening. What's up? Do you support Trump? Hello. They're not here, so unfortunately, we're gonna be moving on to that next guest, folks. Let's go and get that next guest connected up into the stream. We got James loaded in. Yo, Klaus. Thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Klaus. Klaus, sorry, what am I saying? Klaus, that is Klaus spelled Klaus. I don't know why I pronounced it Klaus. My bad, Klaus. Thank you for the $50. Klaus says, you're amazing. I hope you know I'm a combat vet and the hotline was taken down for mental health. I'm also 19 months sober and you keep me going strong, Dean. Klaus, I'm fucking proud of you. Okay? 19 months sober is a really big deal. And as somebody that has came from a family where I've had to see that firsthand and then see the recovery, I know just how hard it is. I'm proud of you, Klaus. What's going on, Drive? Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Are you driving again?
Nope.
Okay, because you came up here like 2 days ago and you were driving, so I had to kick you. And then you came up later
I'm
in the
glad you
stream.
remembered.
Yeah, and then you came up later in the stream. You were still driving, so I had to kick you again. And then I thought you were doing the same thing now. Okay.
No, sir.
All right, so why do you support Trump?
Man, I've got many reasons why I support Trump. I kind of feel like, in the past administration, there were a lot of things that were directly affecting my everyday business. And as you can see, I'm in the car business. So I don't look at things from, one standpoint. I look at them from a broad spectrum. So.
Okay, so like you're saying that Biden like really fucked over your business and Trump's been helping it?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that the previous administration affected a lot of things for me personally around me.
How so?
Well, I mean, let's just start at the grocery store. Food was astronomical. I went and bought Coke one day. It was $6.99 and then it was $12.99.
Like a single like bottle of Coke or like a 12 pack of the
No,
cans?
like a 12 pack. A 12 pack. A 12 pack.
It still is, man. I bought a 12 pack of Dr. Pepper like yesterday and it was like $10. Completely egregious.
Yeah, I mean, and I shop at Costco a lot, and it's just watching the rise in no other rise than anything else, but what's coming out of our pocket. We're already taxed for everything.
Hey, have you ever heard of shrinkflation and greedflation?
No, I have not.
Donald Trump perpetuated shrinkflation and greedflation after the pandemic, when the supply chains were down. Corporations literally came together like Kroger. They actually testified in front of the House committee that they utilized that opportunity to, one, increase additional prices because they knew that the inflation rate was going up. So they actually just jacked up their prices more. And then also, two, they took the opportunity to actually shrink the sizes of the product bottles, like the Gatorade. So Gatorades used to be like $1.79 for the big one. Now you pay $1.79 for the small one. They actually decided to do that during that time frame as well. So literally, it's been corporations that have continued to actually price gouge, which that's why Kamala Harris was advocating for price gouging laws across the country versus like how they're already in place for certain states. Donald Trump has done nothing except perpetuate it even more.
Yeah, if you go to Google, you type in Bureau of Labor Statistics grocery prices, you'll actually see that the price of like every commodity sold in the grocery store has only gotten more expensive since Donald Trump's second term started.
Yep.
Boom.
Well, I mean, that is one thing that really doesn't affect a lot of what you guys debate about.
So do you blame the inflation in the grocery store so far under Trump's second term on Trump? Did he cause that?
No.
Oh,
I
then,
blame
then,
that.
then how do you blame?
I blame that.
Then how can
Go
you
ahead.
possibly blame the inflation that took place in the grocery store under Biden on Biden if you won't blame the inflation that took place in the grocery store under Trump on Trump? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical?
Well, no, it's not, because he controls, agriculture, what the farmers pay. He didn't really care about that. He didn't care about the fact that most of the farmers,
Legacy farmers went bankrupt under Trump his first term. Joseph Robinette Biden gave subsidies to keep them afloat because of Trump's tariffs war with China, and literally the same thing is happening this term. They're literally praying to God, not figuratively, like literally praying to God for someone to give them some additional subsidies because they have sold no soybeans to China.
You take us off of Bluetooth. No, it's saying.
Yeah.
Also, Corey, thank you for the 5. And Corey said, "Is
Okay.
Corn Husk Santana?" Hashtag Tamale Gate. My mods are my biggest ops. Like, I don't need ops when I have mods. Jeez Louise.
Oh, I'm pretty sure he left. No. Unfortunate. Yo, I'm gonna call you Aya. Your name is Iya. I really hope I'm pronouncing your name right. Chances are I'm not. Aya, thank you so much for this $60 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Aya. Dude, let's get 600 Aya W's down below in that chat. Aya says, hi, thank you so much for teaching me so many things. I look up to you so much, so thank you. And thank you for clocking all these Trump supporters. Aya, I really appreciate you for being here. And I appreciate you even more for taking something educational away from the streams. That's why I do what I do. And thank you for the $60. You're a goddamn icon. Thank you so much, Aya. And hey, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. You're awesome. Okay. Well, that guy left. Oh, we have just 4 more people here. Donella, thank you for the $15 on Venmo, who says thank you for all the good that you're doing, and we all love you. Thank you so much, Donella. That's very kind of you. Show some love to Donella in that chat. As well as ERO, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says go get some rest, King. Yeah, I don't know if you could tell. I'm fucking tired. I probably look at
you seem like your energy is like lower than it normally is.
Yeah, and I'm
but
trying
that's
my
because
best.
you were so high earlier. That's why when I texted you, I was like,
I'm surprised I didn't get banned. Honestly, I think that my account gets some preferential treatment because I because I have the blue tick. I actually think like on the back end on TikTok, that makes my risk threshold significantly higher, so I could get away with like saying a lot more things that other creators can't.
I couldn't get to my phone fast enough when I heard you. I was like, they're
because I haven't gotten like a ban for anything that I've said in like months. You know what I mean? But like Parker got banned today, you know, and like
I know,
right? And I feel like it has nothing to do with like liberal ideology or even like a lot of viewers because we both like it like a similar high amount of viewers and are both liberals. I think that the difference is like the blue check mark. So I'm very thankful that I got that. As well as Lacey, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says you went off today, as always. Thank you so much for the love, Lacey. And Ali, thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo, who says, can't find Santana on Venmo. Can you give this to him to get tamales again and eat it right? Yes, okay. I'm going to forcefully send you $15 to get tamales so you can eat them right.
Exactly what's going to happen.
Dude. Oh, okay. Can I tell you something really funny about that last guest now that he's gone?
Yeah.
So you know how his like phone was going off in the background?
Yeah.
Well, it's because his phone number was in his bio.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
No, I mean, because it's a business account. He probably, but like, he just didn't think about it. He didn't think about it before he joined the live. That I gotta say, that is like
I thought that was your TikTok studio.
No,
you know how like
him,
if you're. Holy crap! Okay.
That's like one of the stupidest things you could probably do. I gotta say, that is like really stupid. Joining like a debate live, right, in front of like on TikTok, we have 14,000 people almost, with your phone number in your bio as like a Trump supporter in like a predominantly liberal space.
Smokes.
Dude's cooked. I'm happy that he left when he did, or else like he would have like seriously had to change his number.
No, he's gonna have to change regardless.
Well, I don't know. I feel like only like a handful of people got a hold of it. Like those that check, like they'll eventually like give up on calling him. Yeah. Anyways, listen, chat. Go ahead.
I have a quick couple of thank yous if it's art.
Yeah.
Amy, thank you for the 5 for the tamales. I'm gonna go get tamales tomorrow because you guys aren't gonna keep clowning me. Cora, thank you for the 5. Are you going live after Dean? I'll be live later. I got a couple of things I have to do, but I appreciate it. Hannah, thank you so much for the 20. Keep what you're doing. I really appreciate you so much. And I think, Gabby, thank you for the 2. Yes, later. I'll be live. I appreciate you guys.
Hell yeah.
And chat, stop spamming tamales. You guys suck.
Oh, also Santana, do you want to know one thing that I figured out that Donald Trump did in his first term that like was actually a good thing that like no one ever talks about?
Yeah.
Do you know that he federally legalized CBD?
Oh yeah.
I had no clue. I figured that out.
Yeah.
Like 3 days ago, some like CBD and THC company like reached out to me on email, and they were like, "Hey, like, you know, can we like sponsor you on YouTube? Can you like run an ad for a product?" And I don't know if I will or not, but like I was looking into like their website. And I clicked on one of their CBD products because I was thinking about, you know, trying some out. And in the description, they're like, hey, this is actually federally legal in all 50 states because of the Farm Bill.
Yep, I remember when that happened because it was kind of like a really big deal, and because there's so many like health benefits, especially with like CBD oil.
Yeah.
I know like athletes use it for like joint pain and things like that. So yeah, no, I damn it, I guess I got to give them credit.
Yeah, dude, after doing this for like 2.5 years, I finally found like one like definitively
Just
like
one.
good thing with no downsides whatsoever that Donald Trump has done. It's like, yeah.
No. Laura, thank you so much for the 25. It's tamale season. Get some real tamales. I'll figure it out. I'll get tamales. You guys stop bullying me about tamales. I was so ashamed. I thought that I was being gaslit when people told me like you're eating it wrong, and I was like, no, fuck with it. No, I'm not. Like I know how to eat food, and yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate you having me up, bro.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you for coming up. You have a good rest of your day, Santana.
See you.
Peace out. And listen, hey, for the 12.8 thousand people that are hanging out with us on TikTok, and let's see here, what's the right button to click? I don't even know. How do I see how many viewers I have on YouTube? For the 4,000 people hanging out with us on YouTube, boy, has it been a day. I'd assume that maybe most of you guys have only been watching for like 20, 30 minutes. Let me tell you. A while back in this stream, we had some crazy guests that just absolutely wiped me out. So I'm going to take the rest of the night off. I'm going to get a bottle of wine. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Oh, that sounds great. I'm going to go get a bottle of wine and watch TV until midnight because I'm wiped out. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace and love, everyone. Make sure to hit that follow button on TikTok if you're on your way out. Subscription button on YouTube if you're on your way out. Bye, everyone. Bye, guys.